we go.
Yay.
Yay.
Christopher Stuckmann. So we meet again.
Imagine his name was
Our fates are
S.
intertwined.
Tuckman. Like his middle name was, Stephen, and then his name was Tuckman, and he was like, what if I took the S and put it onto the Tuckman, and it becomes Stuckman? What does Stuckman make you think of? That he's stuck?
Yeah.
He is kind of stuck.
I don't
isn't
know
he?
that it makes me think of anything, honestly.
There's got to be something thematically valuable about his name. Chris is a very uncommon name, and it makes you think of all kinds of things, right? Who's called Chris?
There was a comment
Nobody.
on the that montage I made of his thumbnail faces. Someone said his face is stuck, man, and I wish I had thought of that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Definitely stuck.
Why did you put a copyright song on that video, you fool? People can't watch it on video randomly on streams.
It was the perfect song. There's nothing that could be done about it.
You know what? I appreciate that.
Told me.
The art comes first. You're not a producer or anything, are you? You're more of a creative.
Yeah. I'm not one of those suits.
Gross.
Trying to tell artists what to do.
Ever?
Yeah, have you want to see it?
No, because that would mean I'm not creative.
Ugh. Well, we should probably just go ahead and start getting into this wacky bonus EFAP. I see already people are like, what is happening here? And it's like, yeah, bet you didn't expect to see EFAP on a Wednesday. That's where we are, right?
It's hump day.
It's going to be crazy, man. Wednesday EFAPs, you never know what's going to happen if ever they pop up. It probably means that something happened, something weird and wacky, and that we wanted to cover it. And you know what? That kind of does cover it. We do, and we'll definitely be talking about something wild and wacky with a guest set that will change probably as we talk about it. But if you're in the world of film, you likely would have heard about something that happened recently, a rumbling. And that rumbling comes in the form of Jay Longbone upsetting everybody. What's wrong with you?
Oh, Jay, I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this.
There's opinions you're allowed to have, and then there's what you say. And that's just too much. And, when I saw, God, he's so annoying on Twitter, I was like, someone needs to send her messages that involve threatening her life, Like that needs to happen. What's funny is that'll be in here as well, and that'll just go to show anybody who's curious, like, yeah, we get death threats a lot from saying people are annoying. It happens. That's the internet.
Yeah.
It's just other people can sort of use that to their advantage. Do you remember when fucking Patrick Willems tweeted out someone talking about wanting to kill him, I think, and they ended it with they were from the Mauler Army? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that was almost certainly.
Is that like Dumbledore's army?
I was just like, have I ever called you guys the Mauler Army? Like, what the hell?
Mauler Army, assemble.
Yeah, that was one of those ones where it's like, hello, fellow Mauler Armites. Here I am to fight the war. Yeah, that's what we do. Oh, Mauler Army rise up, indeed. But yeah, what we're doing here today is we're checking out the origin of this gigantic war and all the players involved, all the opinions you could possibly have, while sharing some of our own. You'd never guess, it starts with a Chris Stuckmann video. Isn't that fucking crazy?
No, nothing's crazy. This is all just so...
Yeah. Oh, all right, jeez. I was gonna say, like, I feel like it's a bit of a crazy thing to have happen because just nothing usually comes of what he says.
That's a good point, actually. You're right. Yep. Because usually the videos are so dull that there's nothing to fight about.
I don't even see his stuff getting shared, ever. Like, not in the sense of, oh, you gotta check out the new Stuckmann video, but just in the sense of, oh yeah, Chris, like, highlighted this about this. Or there's a clip where someone goes, wow, this is really a good point of view about blah, blah, blah. It's like, nope, never, ever see him.
Strange, isn't it? It is a little strange, because you figure that it will happen occasionally by virtue of saying interesting things.
By accident, even.
Even by accident, yeah.
That's the internet, though. Our good friend Ryan praised the Batman and got a lot of criticism for saying there were too many black people in it, but he was still praising the movie. But to be fair to Stuckmann, I mean, he still delivered it. It was still really dull. It was just the reaction.
Well, sometimes I wonder if he even realizes what he says is controversial, because I don't think he aims to ever. I think he wants to stay under the radar at all times. We've got a little segment in here as well that we'll talk about where he does not do well when he thinks he's being made fun of, and I think now that reflects.
Oh, I know what you're showing there.
Well, so funnily enough, there's a clip I don't have in here, but one that Chris Gore had sent me, who's also here. I think he's just muted. There he is on the end. Hello. I was going to say that the clip was, he says, when I become a writer, I don't know if I'm going to be able to like deal with sort of the comments and criticisms that often get doled out to them or something. It's something like that. It's very indicative of like, oh, you like, people don't like being made fun of, I guess. But it is one of the, if there were 10 rules of starting up like a public facing job, be it YouTube or whatever have you, expect that and take it for what it is, which can often be fun. You know, it's not something everyone gets taught, and so a lot of people come away from it very, very upset and abrasive if ever you're like, wow, that's silly. Because one of the things we often get, or at least we used to, not anymore, we used to get the whole like, why are you covering Chris Stuckmann? He's harmless. It's like, well, I mean, he has opinions, and I disagree with them. But, you know, but well, he's caused harm now. He's a harmful. He's got harmful opinions. How about that?
What? By the way, on YouTube, when I refresh the page, generally it pops right up with, you know, EFAP streaming, and sometimes the thumbnail doesn't update, so we get a little.
It's got the Madam Web thumbnail.
We get the Madam Web Ocean Spray Cranberry Juice.
That's what I got too.
And then with the name, it's just like, Chris, what are you doing? Put down the Madam Web Cranberry Juice, please.
It really
doesn't hurt anybody.
This is absolutely a sequel to the Madam Web episode, though. Like,
oh yeah, you're right. That is true.
By the way, I've checked everything. That really shouldn't be the thumbnail. I don't know why it is, but I can't fix that.
That wasn't the thumbnail when I clicked on it.
Okay, well, yeah,
it's having a goof.
It's having a bit
might
of a
just
goof.
be like an update thing, yeah.
So yes, what the way I've constructed this compilation is that we have all the context in it. So I don't really need to do anything other than saying it's Chris Stuckmann related, and he's got some opinions that have caused just a ripple effect, and we're going to go through it all. We're going to ask each other what maybe we think about all the different things that get brought up, but it has sparked conversation that, broadly speaking, could be identified as, please never criticize writers or directors for the state of film, because they are trying, damn it.
It's hard.
Oh,
yeah, it's hard.
Not a statement, but maybe
you know,
with...
they put on their helmets and they get their lunch pails and they go down in the make believe mines.
I've got your tweet in here, by the way. I've got that in here.
The ideas factory.
I'll say a prayer for them all.
I do have some memes in here as well because it's fun.
Down in the mines. I was making movies in the film mines for 14 hours today.
Now, is everybody in the watch together who wishes to be?
I am there, and I do wish to be there.
Gore, unmute yourself.
I don't know if Chris is Gore is supposed to be. Does he? I assume he knows how to use Discord. It's just he's muted. I don't know if he knows. That's all. I'm just highlighting.
Yeah, Chris. If
you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Chris, you are muted. There is a red icon. You got to take charge. You got to be the master of your own destiny, like Christopher Stuckmann.
Anyway, yes. All right. Well, we're gonna get started. Get ready, chat.
Yeah, let's do it.
For a Chris Stuckmann video.
Ready for a Stuckmannizing.
Classic.
Oh, strap on. Strap in, everyone.
Let's go.
There he is. Is that the right window?
Chris,
Hi, Chris.
Is that your Minecraft character?
Yeah, that's my Funko Pop version of me.
Oh.
It looks just
Let's get Stuckmannized.
Yeah,
let's go.
Stuckmannized. Yeah,
all right,
Stuckmannized.
let's do it.
Yeah.
Oh, so exciting.
Now that's cinematic.
It's that terrible middle ground between quaint and old school, like his old one is, and really well produced. So it just comes across as cheap and uninspired.
I just
The note it
I
ends
just
on is
appreciate
really
the old
sour,
intro.
too.
I appreciate the old intro.
The old one
Alright.
was neat, and
So
he
I
was
think
like
there's-
attached to it.
There's charm to the old one in that it's like, here's my YouTube review of a movie, giant explosion. You're like, yeah, that's kind of fun. This one feels a little bit more try-hard in that it's like, this is cinema. And the crazy thing is that it's kind of setting you up for like, ooh, here we go. And then he's like, hello.
Hello, everyone. My name
Yeah,
is
like,
Chris
oh,
Stuckmann,
hey.
and today I'm reviewing Lay's potato chips. No flavor, of course, other than potato.
We got to start with the no flavor ones so that when you talk about the flavor ones, you have the contrast.
No,
Good idea.
that's too exciting. That's way too exciting.
Whoa,
for
we're
me.
not doing the flavored one.
Let's not go crazy.
So I just saw Madam Web.
I'm sorry. Actually,
I
no, I'm
just saw
not. I
Madam
hope you had
Web.
fun.
No, yeah, Madam Web brought us joy.
I have seen some people
He's
say
really
they're kind
sad
of.
right here.
He does, yeah. I've seen some people say they're kind of glad Madam Web came along in terms of just it's nice to get that kind of a bad movie every once in a while, the one that doesn't piss you off, the one that doesn't, slaughter
Kind
beloved
of,
characters,
yeah.
and that is made so incompetently. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, they made their own stuff to poop all over. They didn't take someone else's toys
Well,
and ruin those.
Madam Web isn't there.
Well,
you know what I
they
mean?
did.
Like,
I mean, all
I
of
guess
the
that's
characters were
true,
created
yeah.
by other people.
That is
but
technically true. You're right.
at least,
It
yeah.
feels so self-contained and compartmentalized.
It is technically, as they promote it in the marketing, a new continuity. This is not or at least that's what Dakota Johnson said. It's not a part of any other spidery.
That's what they said as
yeah.
part of the marketing. Yes,
There was no
and
screening
now it
for
is part of a standalone continuity in the sense that it will be alone forever. There will be no more films.
It is a
We'll be
standalone
alone
film.
forever.
So I just saw Madam Web. There was no screening for it in my area. There were no late night showings before the day, so I had to go see
Don't
it on
care.
Valentine's
Don't
Day.
No,
care.
this
I
is
don't-
really important.
Why is
this
this
is really
here?
important.
I get
to see it with the
invited to see
plebs.
them yeah, like I get to go to press screenings typically. I get to go see the film early, but this time I didn't get to, so I just had
Can
to
you
go to
believe-
the theater like everybody else.
They made me stand in line. No, there wasn't a line from Madam Web. They made me go to the theater and purchase. They made me purchase a ticket and
Unbelievable.
my own popcorn.
Mm.
Next, you'll tell me you're a producer or something.
If there had been other people in that theater, they would have been normies. They would have been
suppose-
the public.
I suppose what I find interesting is that it's kind of like moved past a conversation that could be had, which is that the review embargo for this film, I think, was a day before it came out, less than a day, which is fascinating. It's always interesting, when that embargo is. Not because it necessarily tells you what the quality of the film or the game is going to be, but there is a general sort of trend of the earlier the reviews drop, the more confident the studio or the publisher probably is in the thing that they're releasing. Like Sony will often do their review embargoes for their big cinematic games, like, 2 or 3 weeks early. Meanwhile, a lot of I remember it was Assassin's Creed Unity, I think, had its review embargo was after the game was out. Like, it was 9 or 10 hours after the game released. And if anybody remembers, Assassin's Creed Unity did not work.
No,
It did
Yeah,
not
that's
at
the
work.
one
launch.
with the
Yeah, at
creatures
launch
with
it was
the
awful.
eyeballs, right? The
Yes.
Unity.
That's
Yes, that was one of
Yeah.
the. It was one of the kind of the OG crazy glitch
Yeah.
controversy games.
Well, yeah, that was at the beginning of the 8th generation, which saw more and more and more and more of these bad launches. And then, of course, the other example that always struck me.
By the
as
way, I
interesting
would
was-
recommend Assassin's Creed Unity to people.
I hear it's a
in-
lot.
in
I
modern
hear it's
times.
actually pretty good at this
I've
point.
played it.
When it's
I've played
fixed.
it a bit. It's one of my games I need to go back and finish. But I was very impressed with how well it ran, considering I've never seen that many NPCs in a game before. Like everyone just moving around and walking around. So it was very impressive. So I would recommend Assassin's Creed Unity.
Just
based
for
on
the
what I've
people
played.
walking around.
Oh, and
Just
actually,
just for all the Frenchmen walking around with their hats
Actually, I
and
guess,
their shoes.
a recent and relevant one is that Dune 2's reviews have been released now, and that film doesn't come out for another couple weeks, right?
March 1st, I
It
think.
comes
right?
out March 1st or February
Oh,
29th.
okay.
I've seen it. I've seen it, by the way. So
Ooh, what do you
there you
think?
go. I really like it a lot, and I have problems, and I think a lot of the problems stem from the fact that I love the book. So there's departure from the book, and in particular, final shot of the movie really bugs me because I think it's setting up a third one or a conflict that wasn't in the book for a third one. So
Oh,
no, I'm mixed about it. But all this hype of it's the greatest war movie since Two Towers, incorrect. Towers still is the GOAT.
I've heard that so many
So-
times for so many movies.
That's because what happens with a lot of critics is they have this sort of they're of one mind, like the Borg. So when they have an opinion about something, you'll see like a very similar opinion, or even similar things echoed, like that comparison to Two Towers, which is inaccurate in my opinion. So it's very good. There's a lot to love there, and there's a lot to nitpick. And I'm going to talk about it on Film Threat later, but
yeah, cool.
yeah, I think it's being a little overhyped. It's being a little overhyped, and so you'll see for yourself. You'll see for yourself.
And this is what movie? Sorry,
Dune
2.
Part
Dune
2.
Part 2.
Okay.
You can actually see it on the 25th of February. There are
If
sort
there's
of
tickets
fan
available.
screenings.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think Gary, you have tickets for that, right?
I do. I'm going
That's
Sunday.
awesome. So we'll have a discussion.
Oh,
Yes,
someone,
we will.
Someone in chat said the greatest war movie since Two Towers is obviously Return of the King.
Return of the King.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're right. I was going to say.
Well played.
And I thought to myself, probably not going to do a video for this one based off of what I've heard, since I do try to keep it mostly about film celebration on this channel. Having seen
Oh, what does that
What
mean?
what a statement.
Wait,
I'm
know
gonna
this-
celebrate.
did you know that you could say a lot of things by the things you do not say? It is a very
This
interesting
is-
quirk of the human condition that I've discovered
love
in
that-
my
that-
years on this planet.
That is absolutely the thing we need to set as the foundation for this whole stream is how much can be said by not saying certain things. It's just
I've been trying to keep the vibe at the Stuckmann household positive and non-alcoholic, so Tiffany will not be joining us for New Year's. And just wanted to say, I'm not saying anything about anything.
yeah. So this we will get to the portion with Twitter eventually, but we're gonna watch the video first, and that's what this is. And so yes, when someone says to you, I'm not going to talk about Madam Web because from what I've heard and because this is about film celebration. You're like, wow, how bad was it? Jesus.
What are you implying? What are you implying, man?
The funny thing is, it's like, even in a parody sense, I feel like I could come up with a 5-minute video, maybe even 10 minutes praising Madam Web.
You could do it. You could give it a try, yeah.
Yeah, you could throw some stuff in.
Cinema wins.
And
Do that.
I could talk
Yes,
about Sydney
exactly.
Sweetie's tits for 10 minutes.
Good God, I can't wait to see Cinema Wins try to make use of Madam Web. That we'll have to wait a while for that
We
one.
think he'll avoid that one. He won't do it.
Yeah, that was a difficult one,
Did he
isn't
do
it?
one for Morbius? Did he do one for Morbius?
That's a good question. I shall discover the truth.
Because if he didn't
on
do one
that.
for Morbius, my guess would be that he would not do one for Madam Web.
I mean, he's been known to target films, even the ones that are really bad, right? Sometimes.
Did you make a
but
Morbius
Morbin-
video? Sorry.
What?
We of course have everything wrong with because of course, but I can't see in everything all the Wins one. You know, I don't see it. Damn, I guess Cinema Wins did not do Morbius. See, that's cowardly. Come on, you got to get
That
in
is
there.
cowardly.
I would
You
love to
coward.
make that. That would be funny as fuck. You'd be like, you could do all the memes too. But whatever. Anyway, the
well.
when you're about film celebration,
lean
you're
into the meme.
familiar because, of course, Chris is with almost every aspect of film creation. There's got to be things in Madam Web you notice that you can say, you know what, they did that pretty well. They did this pretty well. They did this. They did this. They did this. You could actually.
I mean, you know,
What's crazy is you
Yeah.
could check out like quotes from the producers, even, or the
could do
director, or the writers. You could see what they said about what they did with the
well,
movie.
hell, you know, if you're struggling to fill up the runtime, you can do what Chris typically does, which is just name the writers and directors for no particular reason at all. Like
That's
with
like
no
a
attempt to
freebie
tie
2
in.
minutes right there.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but he
Um,
did he not with this one? At least in the place he usually does, right? Because right at the beginning he usually says
Well,
this film was written by, directed by at the beginning,
well,
but he
remember,
didn't do that with this
isn't a
one.
review. This isn't a review,
Right.
So it's not that
Which-
format. But if he did, he
Which-
could.
Which doesn't at
and
all.
the thing is,
Go ahead.
yeah. No, go for it.
I was going to say, which doesn't at all put the idea in someone's head of why aren't you naming the people that were responsible for this?
Well,
Say their
who was
names.
responsible
Say
for
their
it, though?
names.
That's- Who is responsible for Madam Web? Who could know? It's not like it's in the film.
responsible.
At the end of the film, it doesn't say who is responsible for what given task. No, it's a mystery. It's
It is.
elusive.
Group justice.
Yeah, off to a good start.
In the film, I'm going to tell you that this is not a movie review of Madam Web. I am not about bashing filmmakers, artists. I know how.
What are you implying?
So this is where I feel like a lot of people are not even listening to not only his video, but the clip that Lauren provided on Twitter. He's either a very bad speaker, or he just said something that's pretty blatant. I will not review the film because I am not into bashing filmmakers or creatives.
That's just bashing it. That's just with more words.
Yeah, you're just saying if I did a review, it would be full of all the terrible
it's more
negative
than that,
things that I
though.
would say.
It's on top of that, it's the implication that movie criticism as a practice in general is film bashing.
Exactly. Review equals bashing, which is interesting because if I was to rewrite his script for him, knowing what I know about him, I would have said, what you should say is, I know a lot of you might have expected some kind of hilariosity review, but as you know, for several years I've retired those, and I'm more about trying to find the films in the world that sort of inspire, and that Madam Web didn't inspire me in any particular way. So instead of talking about the film, I wanted to talk about something that's happening in like the industry. That's what you could have said, but no, you said I'm not going to review it because I don't want to bash it.
And also,
what I think he's saying,
yeah,
what I think he's saying without saying it is, I'm better than you. Better than you. No, I'm serious. It's like I'm better than you because
I'm not going to fall into what the lesser people would want to do.
Yes.
Those hedonists.
Yeah, he's being, in my opinion, kind of an elitist prick, but like also like it stirred a whole. And Mahler, I think I sent you a link to a story which I thought was awful about can movie critics be filmmakers.
Right.
There are a lot of critics who are filmmakers. I'm one of them. John Campea made a documentary about movie trailers. Stuckmann's made a movie. I think there's clips in one of the videos I sent you. Like, so what he's saying is like, I'm better than you. I'm better than you because I'm not going to do this. Also, I might end up working for a studio, so I don't want to say these things, which is sort of, I don't know. I think he's making his intentions pretty plain.
It makes me feel like he's it's just I'm better than you in a way that we would consider him lesser than us.
I've matured, I've grown.
I was like, I'm gonna temper my opinions and decide what I am and am not going to cover because of my aspirations and who might be upset by that in terms of who I want to work for. Which is like we all know it. Like that's what the game is.
Yeah,
we all know. He's going, no, I'm good because of it.
It's like, no, it's not. It's not the kind of person I want to be. And it's like, no, it's just you don't want to step on the wrong, you don't want to step on anybody's toes, basically.
Yeah, if the wizard visited him and told him, well, no one, if you made a video on Madam Web giving your honest opinions, it will not affect any career aspirations that you have. And if he knew that and believed it, then he might do it. It might just be about...
the reason he wouldn't there is because he's got to keep it consistent, right?
Probably, yeah. That's probably the only reason why not.
So yeah, that is the assumed motivation for many people. And by the way, before anyone assumes like, oh, you're just taking the worst route ever, this is the overwhelming majority of the opinion from his audience, is that he's trying to be careful so he can ingratiate himself into the industry of film related mainly to Hollywood.
And that in a sense he's failed because it's pretty obvious he thinks the film sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could just not talk about it.
If I'm watching a film reviewer and it becomes clear that they are tempering their opinions and being selective with what they cover because of that, I'm like, oh, you're already like like you're a traitor, but you're not even getting anything from it yet. Like you're preemptively betraying us.
I guess I just find it funny that you get the cred for being hyper positive when you've made it very apparent that you think the film sucks by saying like, well, I watched Madam Web, but I'm not going to cover it. It's like, what do you think?
There's nothing to celebrate.
Exactly, because I'm about film celebration. What do you think you've said? But just because you haven't said the word Madam Web bad, it doesn't register that what's being said is Madam Web bad.
Which is exactly what's been said, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Some in the chat phrased it well. He's kissing the ring for an in. And that's kind of, that's basically it. He's already sort of surrendered himself to something before he's even getting... Not even before a guarantee, before anything, right? He's just like hoping if I act like this, then then they'll love me up there. When it's not. I mean, I saw his Melanie movie. It sucked. So I don't know.
There's also the angle that if, say, for example, there's a behavior that everyone here is doing that I refuse to do, and I say I don't do it because I know better. Anyway, moving on. Like, excuse me. Hang on. Like, what do you mean? Like, that makes us all feel a little uncomfortable. And it's like, oh, don't worry,
like,
you
what do you
wouldn't
mean?
know. You wouldn't know. Like,
I didn't say the negative words. I only implied the negative words.
and this is a very common theme: is that nobody's detecting his negativity because he's couched it in positivity.
Right. And
Yeah.
what's he in fear of, Mahler? I mean, like, even the stars of this film knew it was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like, some of them might actually come out and publicly state it very soon. Dakota Johnson hasn't even seen it. Probably won't.
Probably won't.
The
There's
willingness to
So if you're afraid to like criticize something that's universally loathed and mocked, they're not going to respect you in the industry anyway.
There's so many films like that. There's so many films that we know at the time they're bad, and then like years later, whatever, some of the actors are like, "God, that was a piece of shit, wasn't it?" You're like, "Yeah."
It's the fact that once they know that he's willing to say these things openly and publicly, and then couple that with the the reviews that he's done in his past on YouTube, and it's like, oh yeah, we can't. I don't know if we can trust this guy to keep his opinions to himself, even if he's saying it out loud. The thing we're all thinking, he's saying it out loud, and who knows when he'll open his mouth again.
And that's the thing. I feel like he'd be a much more well-rounded and easy to interpret as honest and full of integrity person if he just said, "Oof, Madam Web, that is a." You could even do this in a nice way, like his fucking patented "I'm totally not shitting on this thing" way of like, yeah, Madam Web has some severe issues with pacing, with performances being very much inconsistent. That's the nice way of saying the acting was bad. What's a nice way of saying the story made no sense? It's like the story was difficult to follow.
Or he could just do the compliment sandwich, start with a praise, then just shit on the film, and then end with a little praise, and then it will be like,
you don't even need
to
praise the film. You could be like, Dakota Johnson is a very experienced actress. I've seen her in, and then names a whole fucking IMDb list, and then is like, she's fantastic. And I feel like in this film, a lot of what she's capable of wasn't quite captured. Like,
maybe the direction wasn't clear, or we had competing visions for this character.
Creative differences.
Like, the cinematography was actually pretty interesting. When it obviously in this film's case, it was like, oh, it didn't look very good. But
you get like had he said that instead of I can't say anything about this film, like damn.
Well, part of his problem is that he has to signal to everybody that he is doing the noble thing of not shitting on anything. When he could just not say it and then just do this and not talk about Madam Web or not talk about whatever films he's watched that he thinks are bad. He could just like not do it and not tell anybody.
You could just talk about studio interference. You could just go right into that. You don't even need to be specific about a movie.
Yeah,
or this one.
Well, so this was bait too. Which I don't. Like being like, Madam Web, here we go, and then at the beginning it's like, I'm not going to talk about that. Like, oh.
Well, it's not bait then, because he put right at the beginning that it's not what he kind of signaled it was going to be.
Well, when you put, what was this video originally called? Like, we need to talk or something?
We need to talk, I think, something like that.
Yeah, and then Madam Web is in the thumbnail, or is it? I can't remember.
Yes, it is.
It's like, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's up to. Yeah, she's got the fucking meme of her just staring blankly, and then him like doing a thing, It's like, oh, you're gonna give us the nuanced perspective on Madam Web. There's another thing I've seen a lot of people say is like, oh, you can't handle one video that's not negative about Madam Web. It's like, this is negative about Madam Web. What do you mean?
Yes,
This is a negative video about Adam Webb. We're 34 seconds in, and already he's made that abundantly clear.
It seems that what he really wants to do is acknowledge that it's bad, but then lay all the blame on other people, because it's almost like it's a weird sort of self-interest where it's like, I don't want people to make fun of my movies because movies are so hard to make. So like, I need to create this culture where we assume if a movie is bad that it was the studio's fault.
But that's not going to apply to his film, right? Because it was Kickstarter.
No,
Yeah.
Like
well,
crowdfunding of some kind, right?
yeah. So you had a hell of a lot more control than most people do at a lot of higher studio level sort of filming. But then, of course, you have the angle of why can't all of them handle being made fun of? Why? What's gonna happen? It's just like it's seen as like some horrible thing. And it's like, I don't know. Why can't you just see it as funny? Why can't you?
Not the best industry to get into if you're thin-skinned. Just saying.
No. I mean, no public. I mean, not even as being a YouTuber.
Yeah.
No, yeah. That's what I was saying at the beginning. Is the YouTube like if there was a things to be prepared for going in, it's like be prepared to be fucking slaughtered semi-regularly for your character. Don't be surprised when someone says you're the worst human being on the planet because you said a Star Wars movie was bad. You're like, oh.
How hard it is to make a movie. I do not know how hard it is to make a movie under the studio system. I was able to make an indie film without a giant corporation breathing down my neck, which is
true, and even that sucked. So
you haven't
seen it
yet.
We haven't seen it.
It's not out.
We can blame Kickstarter
film.
We can blame Kickstarter interference on that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's got a feature
Backer
film.
interference.
Oh, he's got a feature
also,
film. I haven't seen
this is kind of the nature of like I don't really get the angle because it's like, Chris, do you think you're gonna work for Sony ever?
No.
Because of this video? Do you think that's all? And it'll be like, well, yeah, I don't want to work for Sony. It's like, okay, sure, but I'm just saying, you know, that's like a bridge that's incinerated at this point.
Because
I mean, I don't know. Does he think you just get to pick who your producers are? Like I did.
What do you mean?
And also, isn't this when he said he can't imagine what it's like to do that, you know, inside of the studio system? But isn't that what he's wanting to do?
I'm sure he wants that, yeah, eventually. So that would be I guess, because he almost implies that's a bridge to be crossed when you come to it. But because he can't know the pressures of it, he would never want to bash someone underneath something like that. In the same vein that someone makes you a shitty house, but then you find out they didn't have any limbs, you're like, oh wow, that's horrible. The equivalent being that they didn't get any choices under the studio they were part of, so how can you truly make fun of them? But we'll get to those arguments,
system,
of course.
Yeah, the studio system that made Madam Web terrible, which is what he's saying without saying it, is part of the system that I'm trying to get into.
Yeah. I mean, somewhat, yeah.
Well, again, hence
So,
why
like,
I find
okay.
it so strange. Like, I don't really see what the goal is, you know? Like, I'm not going to bash filmmakers, but I'm going to bash the people who are responsible for financing the films. Like, I don't know.
And I
if
hope
that's
they finance
particularly
my
good
films in
idea,
the
but,
future.
Good luck
you know.
with that, Chris.
Also, still people saying wrong thumbnail. It's the right one. Nothing I can do.
It's a
sorry.
YouTube thing.
It's the YouTube's fucking with me. I can't do anything.
You just get to look at Cranberry Juice Madam Web for a little bit longer and enjoy that.
Yeah.
YouTube's been acting funny last couple of days, so
Enjoy its sugary tart perfection.
yes, it still works, kind of.
I'm not calling Madam Web tart perfection, just to be clear. That's not the way that you
Even
think.
though you should.
Yes.
is not the privilege that S.J. Clarkson had when she directed Madam Web.
Did you catch that he says he has no idea what she would have gone through, but then he does say definitively she did not have the experience of like having full control like I did.
Well, and it's weird.
Really?
It's like,
That's
so
interesting.
You're telling me that she didn't say anything about working on the film, anything about her experience
Well, so-
working on the film, or the decisions that she made while making it.
If you're going to do a
we've got
video
no
like
clue.
this, where you're opening up insight and discussion with your knowledge of the film industry, however limited or expanded it is, then maybe it's worthwhile just looking into what she said. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Give it a little shot, give it a look.
Maybe you should also acknowledge that she's an executive producer on the film.
What? Uh-oh. And,
Well,
and a
then-
co-screenwriter.
Not
No,
even
Mhm.
being executive producer gets you anything these days. Oh my goodness.
Well, and not
Did she
being
interfere
not,
with herself?
not signing the contract and agreeing to be a part of this for money gives you any kind of responsibility now as well. It seems that we were all just ignoring that. Like that feels weird. Like you sign on, you put your name to the paper and to the credits, but that doesn't mean that you should have any responsibility as to the quality of it. It's like I feel like already that's kind of the point of the contract, isn't it? You are selling your talent. And if you're like, yeah, but what if they don't use it? It's like, okay, but you're still a part of the project at that point, and you still got paid for it. And I'm sure if
We're
the film
part
were
of the talent
great,
and the
you
scope
would be
comes in.
claiming it's your talent that helped create it. You know, it's just interesting how that works.
Breathing down my neck, which is not the privilege
You
that
don't have a
S.J.
neck.
Clarkson had when she directed.
Like, he has no idea if they breathed out her neck, or if they were like, you know how to make movies, right, Clarkson? Yeah, go ahead. You do you. He has no idea. He even said he has no idea.
This could be the movie she
Assuming it,
wanted to
yeah.
make. It happens all the time. All the time.
That's
all the
the-
time people make the movies they want to make, and they're just terrible.
That's the funny time, I think, where if there was a studio filled with suits and none of them came to set throughout the whole thing, they just trusted the director, and then at the end, everyone's like, wow, the studio ruined it. The studio's just like, what the fuck?
We know
Well,
it's happened with
we-
games.
was,
We know it's
that
happened
was-
with games.
I guess it's funny because wasn't what they said with the Marvels was that there wasn't enough oversight on that film?
Yep.
Like, because the producers were stretched too
Which
thin
is
that there
so
wasn't enough
funny.
oversight. That is really funny.
I mean, that was
I
the
love-
issue with BioWare and Anthem, is they just like showed up.
yeah.
It
That's
was like,
right,
oh,
they
it's been
showed
all
up
of
and they're
these
like-
years and millions of dollars. What the fuck is this? What have you been doing this whole time?
That's like
Well,
JJ,
no,
where
that's
they
like-
gave him all that money. They're like, what have you made? It's like, nothing yet. Like, you know, give it
But I'm
time.
working.
Oh
I'm
boy, it's
working every
coming.
day.
I love how backhanded of a comment it is. Like, this movie's so bad, I'm just going to assume that you had no say in it. Executive producer, writer,
This is what I
director,
mean.
lady.
You're so fucking right. If she was here with him in this like call or whatever, and he's like, man, that movie had none of your input, huh? And she's like, what the? Yes,
Well,
of
I'm
course
the
it did. What do you
executive
mean?
producer, you fuck. My name is on the credits and everything.
Well, that's the thing. It's going to come
Or I
up
guess
later,
it'd be
but
interesting if she just asked, "Oh, so you've seen my work?"
yeah.
Look, right? I'm a very busy man. I got a lot of
I'm
I got a
very
lot of
busy man.
work under my belt. I got a lot of
Like,
work
yeah, I
to
love
do.
your
I
work
don't
in
see everything.
film and TV, and it's like, which episodes? And you're like, oh fuck,
Yeah.
come on,
God damn
like,
it.
leave me alone.
How'd you get in here? How'd you get in my house?
And then you just start hearing typing. It's like, what are you doing? Wait, hold
Listen,
on.
this
hold on.
this is my blue cred room. How did you get in here?
Hell yeah.
Madam Web under Sony, which I can only imagine was monumentally difficult. This is not
What if she said it was great?
Well, yeah, you have no idea, and you know, in the lack of information, you could say I don't know, and you can actually act like you mean that you.
Well,
don't know.
imagine she
Well,
said something like,
mm.
"We set out to make a great film, and that they feel that their voices were heard," sort of thing. Like, imagine she said something like that.
Wow, that'd be weird.
It would be weird, and you know, it would be the kind of thing that makes you think, like, "Oh shit, maybe films can just be bad because of the people making them aren't very good." That
I
could
mean,
be.
if we are
well,
going to accept the idea that not everyone can be a good filmmaker and making films is difficult, it only logically follows that
Yeah,
a
but-
lot of films are going to be bad.
what if that discourages them from continuing, Rex?
Well, you know, maybe some people should be discouraged from certain behavior.
Wow, look at Fletcher over here.
Maybe. I'm not committing to anything.
Oh, I
I
figured
make-
Rag was
I
maybe
make
going to
no
say
claims.
the Fletcher line. I thought he was going to say.
thought he was
you
building
know,
to it,
that
yeah.
They wouldn't be
Oh,
discouraged.
Ooh, what Fletcher?
It
line?
was that it was the conversation about, like, you know, whether or not Fletcher's methods, like, that they would discourage somebody, and he said, you know, someone like Charlie Parker would never be discouraged. That was his logic, is that the person who would become the greatest of the great could never be discouraged from doing
Yeah,
it.
that's what I meant.
Which
yeah.
obviously there's plenty to talk about there, but
Yeah.
it's just an interesting line. It makes you think.
That's
not going
right.
to be a video about Madam
Dude,
Web and
Whiplash
telling
is
you
such a like
Oh, I love
great
Whiplash.
film. Oh, it's one of my favorite films.
Good boy.
mentally difficult. This is not going to be a video about Madam Web and telling you whether or not you should see Madam Web. There are plenty of people on this platform
You just said you can't even bring yourself to review it. Why would you have recommended it? Like,
Yeah,
like, do you think that's a mystery?
padding
Chris?
time.
No, well, you're not wrong about that.
as well as a website dedicated to aggregating reviews and giving it a number that's going to inform you of that, and you can choose to listen to the
Chris, when you
Out of-
have
Thank you for
films-
explaining aggregates
know.
to us, Chris.
he would tell you his channel's all about trying to highlight and recommend films. When you say you're not going to do that for Madam Web because people can decide from all the other stuff that's out there, it's like, you mean you're not recommending it?
That's just
Yeah,
a no, Chris.
And because you don't think it's good, that's why.
Absolutely nuts that, like, he can try and convince you even for a second that he's like, hey, maybe I recommend it, maybe I don't, but I can't review this because it's just that bad. Like, but I might recommend it. The funny thing is, I had like a partial recommendation on the idea of just don't pay for it, but have fun with it. But even then, that's not really a recommendation. You know what I mean? It's just kind of I don't think S.J. Clarkson would appreciate me saying it's funny.
What? That it's a good meme.
Yeah, the film is a good
For
meme.
the memes.
those voices if you want. The
By
information
the way,
is out there.
Chris Stuckmann is he is a tomato meter approved critic on Rotten Tomatoes.
I do remember. I think he even made a video, or at least it was a part of one of his videos, saying he was ecstatic the day that he got approved for Rotten Tomatoes. He saw it as major affirmation that he was a critic.
Yeah, wasn't there was that, and then there was like getting to go to the critics. What was it? The Critics' Choice Awards. Like he got to go to that as well.
Yeah,
Chris gets to go to that too.
You're in good company with Movie Bob.
Ooh.
Wait, is Movie Bob? Oh, right.
Movie Bob is a tomato approved. Yeah.
Anyway.
There. What I am compelled to make a video about is something that I heard pretty much every writer, some directors, and most actors bashing last year, and that is movie studios. But before we go any further...
No.
Now, chat, you've heard us make fun of BetterHelp several times. I've decided in the edit for this to put in context so that you can see. You may be aware of the context from, what is it, like a fucking decade ago now? The controversy that BetterHelp got into?
It was, I feel like it was one of those early controversies regarding sponsorships.
Oh, well, my timeline in my head's all fucked up.
Something like that.
It feels like it was ages ago,
yeah. 8 years ago, I think.
In any case,
that's a while ago.
That controversy alone means that the company itself has been built on lies before. If they've corrected them, fine, but it's still something I'd be like, yeah, I'm not supporting you, as in I'm not taking sponsorships from you. He has, and you'd be like, okay, maybe the company is pure and clean. But I was streaming I think it was, funny enough, it was Suicide Squad or something like that. It might have been Arkham game. And someone in the Discord had linked a controversy they got into just a year ago. And I decided, fuck it. Instead of having the ad play, we'll play that over it instead. We got a little robot to help us to read out give you guys context of what BetterHelp got up to about a year ago.
I do want to give a special thank you to the sponsor for this video, BetterHelp. The past few years have been so life-changing for me, becoming a father, dealing with the Hollywood
shared
strikes,
customer data while promising it was private, says FTC. Online counseling company BetterHelp has agreed to pay $7.8 million to settle charges from the Federal Trade Commission that it improperly shared customers' sensitive data with companies like Facebook and Snapchat, even after promising to keep it private. The proposed order, announced by the FTC on Thursday, would ban the same behavior in the future and require BetterHelp to make some changes to how it handles customer data. According to the regulator, the sign-up process for the company's service promised consumers that it would not use or disclose their personal health data except for limited purposes. However, the FTC alleges that the company instead used and revealed consumers' email addresses, IP addresses, and health questionnaire information to Facebook, Snapchat, Criteo, and Pinterest for advertising purposes. The FTC also says that the company gave customer service agents false scripts to try and reassure users that it wasn't sharing personally identifiable or personal health information after a February 2nd, 2020 report from
the robot read 2020 as second 020 report.
Oh my god,
everyone you know what?
They're coming for our job.
Wait, the robot voice has more personality than Chris. So.
First off, it's true. Yeah, thank God. Thank God we have something less monotonous.
Right.
But I was thinking you log into BetterHelp thinking that you're going to get a therapist, but instead you don't even know you're getting Stuckmanized.
Oof. There are so many sponsorships you can take. Don't take BetterHelp. Find someone else.
You can just Google. You can just Google them and be like, BetterHelp reviews.
In the very short Wikipedia article, like the briefly discussing this as a topic. You can read it in like 10 minutes and then decide, I guess, whether or not you want to. I don't know, man. It's
10 minutes. Like, wait, Fringy. 10 minutes. That's like 2.5 Hill House reviews.
Oh.
Well. Yeah.
But Rags, that's like a whole season of TV. That's effective and efficient, okay?
Oh yeah. I love him because he's so concise.
Mm-hmm. This is bad, by the way.
Yeah, they emailed me too. They're like, "Hey, you want to sponsor?" Like, no.
Well, yeah, because that's how they fucking increase their user base. They use the credibility of creators. That's how it works, and I want to move past controversies like this. It's like, oh, we did a little data sharing. That's all. Like, yeah, no, just
we kind of lied to people and sold their data to people.
kind of told
and
our
said,
representatives to tell people that was not the case. Yeah, just a little bit of that.
We told
Jezebel.
Facebook about your relationship with your dad. Sorry. Whoops.
Us.
I'll expose
what
some of its
these ads
practices.
for hot
The
dad
Commission's
toys?
complaint accuses the company of misleading customers by putting a HIPAA seal on its website, despite the fact that no government agency or other third-party reviewed BetterHelp's information practices for compliance with HIPAA, let alone determined that the practices met the requirements of HIPAA. BetterHelp.
That's really fucking bad. HIPAA. That is
HIPAA.
the HIPAA. All right, yeah, it enforces federal civil rights laws that protect the rights of individuals and entities from unlawful discrimination on the basis of race,
According to
color,
this,
nationality, and...
they put the
Yeah,
seal.
only the government's allowed to do that, guys. Okay,
They
just want to
put
let you know.
the seal on their website, even though they had not met the requirements or determined that they meet the practices. Like,
Jeez, that's pretty fucked up.
that's pretty bold, I would say.
That's
Like,
that
damn.
is bold. That's like wearing a that's like impersonating a police officer.
Betrayed consumers' most personal health information for profit, said Samuel Levine, FTC Bureau of Consumer Protection Director, according to the agency's press release. The Commission says that used consumers' email addresses and the fact that they had previously been in therapy to instruct Facebook to identify similar consumers and target them with advertisement, helping it bring in tens of thousands of new paying users and millions of dollars in revenue.
So, if anyone's unclear, they would gather data, send it to Facebook, and using that, we can then figure out from other profiles who's best to target ads at to get them to sign up to BetterHelp.
Allegedly,
More batshit
they what was it? The $7.8 million.
Yeah.
So for the record, the FTC investigated them for this, and they said, "Okay, fine. Here's $8 million. Leave us alone." It's like, oh, wow, jeez.
And we totally won't do it again.
Yeah.
Trust me,
If
bro.
the FTC's
Yeah.
order ends up going through, the $7.8 million would go to customers who signed up for the service between August 1, 2017, and December 31, 2020.
Stuckmann. Clicking on that link helps support this channel, but it also gives you 10% off your first
my
month.
goodness.
and
Good
helps
timing
you
there.
connect-
Ooh, that's good at it.
It's
Yeah, I
just
like
it's
it. I
just
like
a bit awkward, isn't it? And I don't know. Just get Audible. Audible.com. They're good. What about Manscaped?
They're neat.
Or
Oh, I
Dollar
can
Shave
personally
Club.
vouch for Manscaped. Manscaped, I got a Manscaped
Meta
razor, and
PC.
That thing works fucking good, above and below. I'll fucking guarantee you.
Look, it's just even at the best of times, just doing like broad blanket recommendations for a mental health service, even in the best of times, seems like, oh, careful.
I feel like I'm not
Like,
personally qualified to recommend therapists to people.
I don't know. There's just something about it where it's just like, oh, all right, come on, like, careful now.
It seems like YouTubers just pick it up so they can look more empathetic.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
it's
you're right.
marketing for them too.
I think it's just for a lot of people, especially. I mean, Chris should know better because he's been in the game a long time. But if you're an
He was
up-and-coming
around
YouTuber,
when
you're
they had
starting
their
to get
first-
traction. He was around with the
Yeah.
original one. Yeah, you're right. But a lot of the times, these companies, Raid Shadow Legends and all that other shit, they say, "Hey, for like 30 seconds of effort, we will give you this this amount of money." And if you have no scruples, or is it scruples? Is it
Scruples.
scruples or
Yeah.
scruples? Scruples. If you have no scruples, then like, yeah, 30 seconds for like hundreds and hundreds or thousands of dollars. I mean, I would be a fool to say no to that. It's such easy money. All it costs is my reputation. I don't even have to care.
Can't imagine ever saying, "Hey, sign up for therapy. It's a great way to support my channel." Like, that's
But I need therapy because I watch Chris Stuckmann.
Well,
and it's a vicious loop.
Maybe it's a little on brand for him. Maybe.
And there's the meme too of like, I actually use this one and it's good. Like, why do you say it like that? Like, I needed help because I'm a father and a filmmaker, and I've had therapy on there that's real good. I recommend it. It's just like,
Can you tell by my sad eyes that I have
Yeah.
gone through therapy?
I really love fatherhood. Yeah, great.
with a therapist and see if it helps you. Once again, that link is betterhelp.com/Chris Stuckmann. Thank you so much to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video.
Yeah, lol, I hope you don't commit suicide because BetterHelp gave you a bad therapist. Lol. Anyway, Madam Web, which we're not talking about.
Yes, back to not talking about Madam Web.
In the case of Madam Web, this movie was put out by Sony in association with Marvel. Probably not to the level of association that Tom Holland's 3 Spider-Man movies were.
What gave that away?
Yeah.
Why did he say 3 Spider-Man at the same time it showed the 3 random lady chicks that were their own? It is interesting. Like,
Rags, he's
alright.
just put on the trailer. Okay. Oh,
Buy that, Chris. Oh my God! It
he
must
shall return.
Dun,
You saw
dun,
that
dun,
weak ass
dun.
Spider-Man outfit and bolted.
Oh god, yeah. We will be gaining someone else very soon. In any moment from now, it'll be very exciting.
This video is inspired by essentially every live-action film that Sony has had some involvement in since Spider-Man 3 in the Spider-Man verse. That being Spider-Man 3, The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, Venom.
Sorry, can anyone... What did you just say? Like, the...
He's saying that this is inspired by all of those movies. This video is inspired by all those
In the
movies.
Spider-Verse.
But why didn't he start with Spider-Man 1 and 2?
And he also...
Because
He said
were
Spider-Man
good.
verse, which feels... you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Spider-Man verse.
Well,
Because
and
it's
also,
safe to
it's
shit on
something that
Spider-Man
is-
3.
is worth adding as well. Columbia Pictures are like primarily responsible for the MCU Spider-Man films. It's like a joint production, but they pay most of the bills and they make most of the money. So, like, you know what I mean? It's like it has to count as part of that package as well. It's different, sure, but they are primarily responsible for those films.
Also,
He's just he's go ahead. I was just going to say he's tailoring it for his argument, right? He's only picking the bad ones because if he
Correct.
includes the good movies that Sony has made in that time period, then that kind of
Well,
are we meant to assume that there was just no studio interference on any of the other movies they made?
I was about to say, you're almost there. It's going to be that Spider-Man 1 and 2 are so good that we know the studio didn't ruin those. But all the other ones, being Spider-Man 3, Amazing Spider-Man 1, Amazing Spider-Man 2, and I guess Madam Web, and Morbius, and probably Craven.
Well, if they're so terrible, why did they ruin those?
Well, but isn't that funny again, though? Like, 1 and 2 weren't ruined by the studio. The others, though... By the way, I'm not bashing
And
films.
also
No.
yeah, exactly.
No.
Let
That
there
one's
be
safe. Pioneers
Oh, yeah, the
cleared the
Venom
mines
films
for
too,
Spider-Man 3
Yep.
before, so we're good.
3 in the Spider-Man verse. That being Spider-Man 3, The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, Venom.
Sorry, just describing that collection of films as the Spider-Man verse is funny to me. It's just like, what a strange,
What a strange
way to-
collection of
Yeah.
movies, yeah.
It is, and it's not correct.
No.
I guess
We-
they're spider-related,
Yeah.
sort of.
I mean,
yeah.
they're related movie-wise, but not within the universe at all.
Yeah, and then you
I-
can't select them and not and keep out Spider-Man 1 and 2. Like, I'll include
Yep.
3 because I didn't like it as much as 1 and 2, so it must have been
Oh,
the studio.
Do you think because you've paused here in the middle? Is he going to say the Spider-Verse films?
Oh, he's gonna mention them.
Oh,
But
okay, yeah.
let us welcome the Critical Drinker.
Hello.
He's
Hello,
here,
Sam.
he made it.
I think I'm mentally and physically prepared to get Stuckmanized this evening.
Yeah.
You're
All
never
you've
mentally
missed-
and physically prepared to get Stuckmanized.
All you've really missed is him saying, "I will not bash Madam Web because it's too awful to do that to."
Okay. We're at that point, are we?
and BetterHelp promotion, which we don't need to go over that again. But yeah, there's a watch
If you need
together
therapy
link.
after seeing Madam Web, yeah,
I've got it,
BetterHelp.
yeah. So I think I'm at the same point as you guys, 412.
That's the one. We're getting stuck into his opinion on the Spider-Man verse as he described it.
Stuck in to his opinion.
Stuckmann in.
3
What? I don't get it.
in the Spider-Man verse. That being Spider-Man 3, The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, Venom. Let There Be Carnage.
If someone selected all those movies and said, "What would you group them as?" and if someone said bad movies, I'd be like, "Yeah, I guess you say that." And someone else said the
I'd go
Spider-Man
with
verse.
Spider-Man
I'd be like,
movies.
what are you
I
talking
just
about?
thought-
Spider movies.
You know when he began with that, I just thought he's going to list every single movie, isn't he?
He is. Yes.
Yep, he did.
He's bashing them all. Stop him.
Morbius and Madam Web. Since it got pushed
See the way?
Was Morbius
did you
a
get
Spider
that?
movie?
Like, Well,
Yeah.
it's in technically it's in there's even Spider-Man references in Morbius, but the way that he said
okay,
that though,
okay.
and Madam Web, it's just like we have to
What are you
we
implying?
have to wonder whether or not you'd recommend Madam Web, huh?
Mhm.
Oh, so he is not saying the Spider-Verse movies. Okay.
Well, it's just funny because they are, again, they're Sony films. They're like the awkward ones that make it really difficult for people to just say that they all suck and that and that Sony should sell the rights back, which they're never going to do. Why would they do that?
So-
But
Well,
So
to be,
is he
to be
going-
clear, he's created a category that doesn't exist in order to make his point.
pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah, because the actual category is all of them, or you split them up into their respective series.
Yeah, or you go by director, you go by like whoever produced it individually. You could go by company, but I get again, it doesn't fit the point he's making. Like, there's nothing he can do to fit the point he's making.
Nope.
And for the record, Disney Marvel hates all these movies, but there's nothing they can do about it, right? So they I guess because Sony owns the rights outright, and Disney Marvel needs Sony more than Sony needs them right now. They need Spider-Man. So they just have to put up with this shit, but they freaking hate it. Problem is,
They must so regret that 1980s deal that they made.
absolutely.
Sell
And
the rights away.
the only problem is now Disney Marvel doesn't have a leg to stand on because the lines have blurred between Disney Marvel and Sony Marvel movies. At least Sony Marvel movies are funny, right? But
Yeah.
there's no difference between the Marvels and Madam Web with quality. None at all.
Oh yeah, I mean, Madam Web brought joy to my face. I laughed out loud.
Yeah.
The Marvels was just
Your
like, dear
face
God, let it be
specifically.
done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they're both written with about as much care.
It didn't give me an erection. Yeah.
They're both terrible. Like, the idea that Madam Web is distinctly worse than all of these other superhero films that are coming out. No, it's just that Sony Marvel movies actually get rated accurately, but Marvel movies
Marvel
don't.
slop passes
they
by
don't get
somehow.
rated well.
Pushed
It's
back
a weird
due to the
image.
strikes last year. None of us got to see what Sony did with Kraven the Hunter, but we will this year, so I can't.
Can you see how he kind of wants to include it because he knows as well as we do Craven's probably going to be terrible. Unfortunately, that's just kind of what the winds
Sony
are
does
saying.
with it, not what the director does with it. I don't know who's
Mhm.
directing Craven, but still, say again.
really comment on whether or not Sony treated that property with respect. And of course, I know that
When he says treated
Oh,
that
are we
property with
into that?
respect, is he talking about the
We're
source
into that
material? Or is
now.
he talking about the process of making a film?
I was about to say that seems like a strange thing for him to say because like, oh, now we care about respecting source material or the characters. Has that been a thing that he actually ever has
I
given
don't
a
feel like
shit
I've
about?
ever heard him talk about that outside of, I think, Dragon Ball Z, like the what's that film called? I've never seen it, but it's like known as one of the worst films of all time.
Evolution.
Dragon
That's
Ball
the one, yeah.
Evolution, yeah.
And so I think he cared about the source there, but like I've never known him to say like whether or not these films are good based on his familiarity with the source material. But it sounded like that's what he was saying.
so I can't really comment on whether or not Sony treated that property with respect.
So he's got a Spider-Man
And of
shirt on, but he can't comment that it's disrespecting Craven by not having fucking Spider-Man
I
in the
don't-
movie.
I genuinely don't believe that's what he's referring
That's
to.
pretty-
I
Well,
think-
I mean, it's
No,
fine.
but
Like,
it's
he can't. I guess he's just
stupid.
saying he can't pass judgment on the film before he's even seen it. So
Yeah.
fine.
Of course.
It's a pretty obvious point from Chris. But okay.
Yes, he's very obvious.
course,
I'm
I
gonna-
know
Madam Web is a film directed by a director named S.J. Clarkson, who was also an executive producer. That's his fucking reviews.
yeah, but we're
it's
getting way more this time,
mind-boggling.
Gary. We can
Oh,
got clips
yeah.
of Spider-Man. Look at him go.
that Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man films don't necessarily relate to the Sony Spider-Man universe that they're trying to set up right now, nor do Andrew
Oh,
Garfield's
thanks.
movies.
But neither does Spider-Man 3. But you mentioned that one.
Yeah.
True. It
But this
does.
is not about that.
Also, what is
Also,
this?
that's distinctly worst footage.
Yeah.
Where'd you get this
Yeah.
from?
It looks like, that looks like the color
bootleg?
grading. That is not the color grading. That is something is
No.
wrong.
By the way,
This
These
looks
are-
like
By the way,
It's weird, 'cause these are older
self-proclaimed
films, so
filmmaker. Just
Yeah.
saying. Yeah.
It's
I'm,
like-
s- I'm
these-
surprised
these-
I don't see the word slot lights on net
Yeah.
on the screen right now.
Hey, some of us blur those out, okay, Rax?
Yeah.
Hey, nothing against. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
You got to take what you can get.
That's right. So is he telling? Wait, is he telling? Did I just maybe I misunderstood this? Is he telling us something else? This video is not about.
So
Is that what you just said?
What I think is happening here is he wants to talk about how
Okay.
the studio has ruined many films in the Spider-Man universe Obviously, it didn't ruin 1 and 2 because everyone says 1 and 2 are really good. It ruined 3. It ruined Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. It ruined Morbius. It ruined
he needs to be careful
Venom
on
1 and
that
2.
because some people like the TASM movies.
Have we gotten? Obviously, I'm coming into this a bit late. Have you guys already discussed the sort of faulty premise at work here that like anytime something bad happens or anytime a movie turns out to be garbage, it's clearly because the studio had to meddle in it and not because like the filmmakers are just bad?
It definitely has that flavor sort of coding the video.
That's going to be the consistent theme.
That we're heading.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if you'd discussed that yet, or if you're going to wait until he gets further into his video, or what.
We sort of, I think we may have mentioned it, but yeah, we're tackling it as he goes.
Relate to the Sony.
Okay.
Yeah, like when he watches the Spider-Verse movies, does he say, and maybe he did, I don't know, because I don't fucking watch Chris Stuckmann, but would he say, Sony Animation Studios or whatever, they really knocked it out of the park with this movie?
Well, he would have to because they're the production company.
He does mention it in a sec.
Have to, so.
Yeah.
Spider-Man universe that they're
because and by the way, this is not criticism. He is trying to create a narrative, and it's like, okay, so that's fine. Does the information match the narrative? And I think already it's falling apart.
The information doesn't match the narrative in that you really can't talk about the Raimi Spider-Man films as being part of this like broader plan of cinematic universes because they predate that. We're talking about films that came out 20 years ago. They just don't fit into the equation. There's different conversations to be had about those films. Obviously, Venom, Spider-Man 3, that's like the main one.
Well, that's what he meant, though, was just spider-related films from Sony that are connected to this IP broadly, but are different continuities, though technically they're not now, because the MCU fucking dragged them all together. But I was just going to say that, like, his point of view is talking about the studios ruining stuff, but he's, he just has to conveniently leave out examples that would obviously ruin the narrative, is what I want to get at.
They're trying to set up right.
And besides, none of us, I don't think here agree that it's entirely Sony's fault that Morbius, Venom 2, Madam Web, Spider-Man 3, Amazing Spider-Man 2, all of them varying degrees of quality, that it's all the studio's fault. It's like, no.
Well, it just doesn't follow. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, okay, so Sony said you gotta have Venom. Did they tell him to do the dance scene? Was that did like Sony tell him he had to do that? Or was that his idea?
I've seen it discussed.
I think you summed it up more on Twitter, where you basically said his narrative seems to be like if a movie turns out well, then the filmmakers are fantastic, and if it turns out bad, then it's the studio's fault. So there's this like defaulting of blame where like the creatives can't do anything wrong, essentially, which is just such a faulty premise to go on. There's plenty of creatives out there who've not had any studio interference who turned out absolute garbage movies. I mean, like, look at Taika Waititi with Love and Thunder. He had very little studio oversight on that one, and he got to do anything he wanted and indulge his every whim. And look at the movie we got.
Well, the studios are at fault for not, keeping
stopping
him
him.
in check, really. Yeah, so it's really it still is there.
I would even posit the idea that sometimes studio interference might actually be to the benefit of a film, or at least like salvage a film. Like Josh Trank with Fan Four Stick. That man was an absolute disaster with that movie, and clearly was completely out of his depth. And so the studio stepped in. Like, sometimes it has to be done. Like, not every creative is up to the task that's been handed to them.
It's generally something that people just don't like to talk about. It's like a narrative that's too awkward, even though we know it's theoretically possible and it must have happened. We just don't have many concrete examples.
I'm certainly not sitting here defending like studio executives and saying, yes, they clearly have loads of great ideas on improving movies, because most of the time they don't. I just don't think it's an absolute thing where you can just say, yeah, any studio interference must be bad, and creatives like are always good at what they do, and if you just leave them alone, they'll turn out pure gold every time.
Someone in chat has pointed out an example that is pretty recent. Wonder Woman 1984. That was massive creative freedom. Patty Jenkins.
Yes. And Bob Iger himself said Nia DaCosta didn't have enough supervision. She had total creative freedom over the Marvels, even though she left.
Didn't Zack Snyder have a lot of creative freedom when he did Army of the Dead and
Rebel Moon?
Rebel Moon. Oh my goodness.
Oh dear.
And I think someone in chat also mentioned Ghostbusters 2016.
Yes.
True.
That was a different regime, but yes, that's Sony, and there was total. Well, yeah. It's I always forget her name. What's her name? Was the CEO? Tom Rothman's the CEO now. The woman is on crack.
Pascal, was it?
Amy Pascal.
Amy Pascal, yeah.
And yeah, I was going to say that the way I think they were trying to account for that, if they were posited that point of view, is that the films would have become worse had the studios have been involved anyway. Or that they were involved in such a way that maybe it's lies, or maybe that the creatives were under a lot of pressure, you know? Like, there's just going to be, like, trying to find excuses because we really shouldn't be critical of the directors and writers. That's mean. And, it's like principally we shouldn't, but I would rather them drag us to, like,
I'd have a lot to like to say about that, but I guess we should wait until the.
Well, yeah, we're going to get there. Yeah, I'm also going to...
I was going to stir the pot just a little bit and mention the Star Wars prequels.
Yeah.
Creative freedom.
So yeah.
I'm just saying.
I'm right there with you, Rex.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? When you have someone, everyone says, like, this is a very common narrative that George was too free. And it's like, oh, yeah, but he would have had other creatives pulling him back. And it's like, what if some of those creatives were producers? What if why is it impossible?
That's why they were in the room.
Why is it impossible for Mr. Producer Man to just walk in and be like, no on Jar Jar. No.
Someone should have. Someone who is writing checks should have said, I will
Gary
literally
Kurtz would have
rip this
said no.
check in half if that orange monstrosity takes another step. Why does he sound like that, George? Why do you make him sound like that?
I would probably even go as far as saying that it's a necessary part of making a good movie, that the push and pull between like the money concerns and the artistic concerns is a necessary component for making a good movie. Like
It's certainly going to be necessary for it to keep an industry afloat in any sort of way that we have. I mean,
did you hear
when we... Yeah.
Sorry, did you hear the bad news about Joker 2?
Wait, what's
the
that?
budget's the budget's $200 million.
Damn.
Oh no!
How do you get a $200 million movie? Like, I assume there's not going to be a huge amount of
It's
like
a musical.
VFX
Violins aren't that pricey.
Yep.
Oh, I don't know if that's going to work
that's
out
a
for
bad
them.
sign.
Yeah,
that's a really bad sign.
Yeah.
What was the original? Was like well south of 100
50 million. 50 million.
Yeah, it's just 50.
Oh Jesus
just
Christ!
50.
See,
they've conditioned us to be saying just.
I know.
I know. Yeah. And with a lean crew and stuff, imagine what you could make with $50 million.
Cries in Godzilla.
Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man films don't necessarily relate to the Sony Spider-Man universe that they're trying to set up right now.
They don't.
Looping the footage.
Thank you for that, Chris.
Well, thanks, Chris.
This is what I mean. This information is like, you wouldn't say this information is old. This information's not information. We're like,
No, he makes videos like the first person watching this is completely new to the world. You know, it's like it's like an ostrich. You know, they have the
cinemas are large buildings where people
20
congregate
seconds
in front of a big screen to watch a film.
A hospital. What is it? A building full of patients, but that's not important right now.
Movie reviewers, developers toolkit. What was it? Movie reviewers toolkit is what this would be.
Oh yeah.
Andrew Garfield's movies, but this is not about that. This is about how Sony treats their characters and their properties, and more importantly, how they treat their filmmakers. And what exactly is going on? Because I have so many questions. When you look at the films I mentioned that Sony has made, there's, of course, division from people about whether or not...
I find this example interesting because a guy who directed Venom decided, you know what, I'm going to work with Sony again for Uncharted. So I guess he felt that he was fine enough with the way that it worked to make another movie with them. So I guess that doesn't matter, though.
Well, what are his comments about the production of Venom, I wonder?
Is that a Sony film as well? Because that's a guy who did it. I can't remember, but like, yeah. And has he said anything about his experience making these films and whether he got to make any choices at all?
What's really interesting is someone in chat is asking, why is Chris's head so square? And I thought that they meant Chris Gore because he has a Funko Pop head. And then I was like, oh no, this is a very deep piece of commentary. It goes, oh my goodness, Chris, both Chris's.
All right.
Are good, and some people like more than others. There's plenty of people who like the first Venom movie, but I think there are more people who are a little disappointed by it, and especially the
Oh my God, he verged on criticism there.
Whoa,
but you get
a little
calm down.
People are saying,
do you get how
they're
this
not even
narrative is
disappointed,
fucking
but they might be
falling apart because he's like, I'm including Venom, even though plenty of people liked it. So, You know, he already knows, like, this is awkward. But anyway.
Sequel. But plenty of people enjoy Spider-Man 3 well enough. I'm one of them. There's a lot of things in Spider-Man 3 that I have fun with, although it's clearly not as good as 1 or 2. And there are people who enjoyed The Amazing Spider-Man 1.
How could you say that?
That sounds like
you say that?
Did you just bash that movie? Did you just bash it?
How could you say such a thing?
It's the inferior of the 3. It's worse than its predecessors. Chris,
I thought you were about celebrating film.
Doesn't sound very celebratory there, Chris.
You might have hurt Sam Raimi's feelings now.
Drag the mood of the room down, Chris. Jesus Christ, we're trying to have a good time here.
1 and 2 quite a bit, but I think that if you were to look at a consensus, the consensus is that the live-action Sony-based Spider-Man.
Yeah, see, live action, you have to make that caveat because it means that you can ignore the other Sony films people like.
The category is getting more and more hilarious the more he adds like reality to it. It's like it's very obvious that this is the problem.
Of the Sony films that had a 6-day opening weekend.
I suppose something that is a little bit more complicated because the situation out can someone are the Sony Spider-Man games, are they the product of a license that they have with Marvel, or does that have anything to do with them and the film stuff that they've got? Like that they can make those games? Does anybody know? Because I actually don't know. But if you were to throw that into the equation, people really liked Spider-Man PS4. People don't feel quite the same way about the new one, but like that's is that part of the equation as well? Because that's Sony. It is Sony. Sure, it's PlayStation, but it's still Sony.
And also now he's appealing to this consensus that's out there. He is shrugging off any responsibility that might go to him, Chris Stuckmann, speaker of the words, and onto, well, this is what the consensus is. I don't have to approve of it or anything. I'm just the messenger telling you what the consensus would say about these movies.
Well,
I make no claims.
Is that one could, I'm not saying you should do this, like this is a lot of effort. One could Google the names of the people and the films and then look at articles where they've talked about making the films and then see which ones talk about how, they had a vision and it was destroyed, or that they had a vision and it was realized. That could be something you could do. That might help you find out which ones the studios kind of messed with or didn't, instead of what he is obviously admitted to doing, which is, I have 10 films, 7 of them are seen as bad, 3 of them are seen as good. 7 of them have been messed with the studio.
Yeah.
It's like, how did you do that? What? How did you know that? What the hell? And then people are like, what about the animated ones? He's like, wait, I'm talking about live action, okay?
I don't know. Well, maybe he's got some killer evidence that he's going to present to us.
Looking forward to
it. Killer evidence like aggregate reviews, scores,
pie charts, bullet points.
Yeah, that's part of what being Stuckmannized is all about.
I want to see his conspiracy board.
I want to be numberized.
Is that the live action Sony-based Spider-Man universe movies have not exactly all been home runs. I haven't mentioned the...
What a fucking statement. What a statement.
Yeah. I know.
That is, I thought I was a harsh reviewer, but this guy's fucking brutal.
Why can't you just say that they mostly suck? They're mostly bad movies.
No, they haven't all necessarily been home runs.
It's about celebration, Friggy.
Please.
Yes.
This
but
is
now
celebration
he has to address the elephant in the room, which is what about the Spider-Verse movies?
Well, yeah, just for anybody who's not understanding, if I was to tell you I'm going to be criticizing these 7 films or however many he's listed, and I say they're not exactly home runs, like, are you saying they're bad?
Like, so they're triples? They're really, really good? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Tell us what you mean.
No.
The euphemism I hear him use quite a bit is, well, it's not a perfect movie.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not a perfect movie. It's like, could you name one, Chris? The perfect movie?
Oh, he'd say Blade Runner. He'd say, I knew it was perfect from the moment I watched it.
Yeah, after 5 times. After 6 times,
I think it was 5 times, and then he
5 times.
I think so, or 4, something like that.
He finally was able to take everyone's opinions and absorb them.
The thing is, he might be lying, and he still doesn't get it or anything. He's just finally said, you know what? I get it.
He gave up after the 5th try. He was like, "Fuck this, I'm out."
No Country for Old Men that he felt the same way. It's like, oh, damn.
I
Really?
think you can make a good argument that Chris Stuckman is a replicant, like in its beta phase, trying to figure out, just emotions.
He's a Nexus 3.
I'm gonna find him and be like, "There's a turtle in front of you that's turned on his back. It's baking in the hard sun, and
Yeah.
you're not helping it, Chris."
It slowly
tortoise,
zooms
yeah.
into him and he's sweating like, oh god.
Films, both of them being terrific. The way I view the two Spider-Verse movies is kind of the same way I view The Invisible Man and Split and Get Out and other films that Blumhouse has produced.
Chris.
Because Blumhouse has produced a lot of other movies as well.
That's
But
right,
those
Chris,
three really do seem like, damn, where'd those come from?
You get
What
what
are
he's
you
saying?
implying?
You get what he's saying?
You're babbling.
You
So
pick it
the
up?
other ones, you would not say, "Damn, where did those come from?"
It's
in
that thing
surprise,
again.
implying
You have
that there's
this
a certain kind of
huge library of
quality
films.
to expect.
3 of them. Wow, they're great. The others, well,
They're not exactly home run.
What
Yeah,
others?
moving on.
What others?
And also, again, it is just an interesting way of squaring it away because now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Avi Arad and Amy Pascal, they're both producers on the Spider-Verse films, right?
Oh,
Am
so
I
that's too
totally
bad.
mistaken?
No, Amy Pascal, when she was taken, she used to be CEO of Sony. Then there's the Sony hack. But on her way out the door, as she's being replaced, she put herself in charge of Spider-Man and her
Yeah,
production
she's
company.
okay,
Yeah.
and so she is. Yeah, so there's that, and also
With
aren't Phil
Avi
Lord and
Arad.
Christopher Miller, aren't they producers on them as well? They were the directors of the first movie. They didn't direct the second one, but they're producers, right?
Yes, they are.
They are,
How
yeah.
does that get squared away in the world of Chris Stuckman?
Those fucking producers, man. Not creatives at all. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Some studios have really good instincts,
Ooh.
and they can pick filmmakers and stories across the board that, for the most part, are going to be at least decent. I look at a studio like A24.
Which meaning that there are films that are bad
Ooh.
and studios that more consistently choose worse filmmakers to make bad films.
And the creatives that are at least decent, they'll pick.
Yeah, what do
It's
you mean
like,
at least decent? It's like, so there are creators who are not decent.
yeah.
Good old Chris.
And
That's
Chris,
not
is there
celebratory.
Chris, is there a way to identify a non-decent creative? Can we do that? Is it
Well, yeah,
possible?
Muller.
There's no such thing in
Instinct.
Chris Stuckman's mind.
With instincts, we've already covered this. Gotta
So
be instinct.
instinctually, we can discover whether or not someone is shit at their job.
No, instincts. Moving on.
Oh.
Also,
Pretty
A24
much-
has quite a few stinkers.
Oh, they got
Alright.
some real shit films.
Yeah, they do.
Well,
I mean,
it's
they have
sheer
some great
volume
ones,
of
don't
stuff
get me
that they
wrong, but,
produce,
like-
isn't it? It's like, okay, inevitably some of it's going to be shit. It's just that's their MO. That's how they do things.
At a
Yeah, they
studio
take more
like
chances.
Yeah.
A24. Pretty much most of their movies, if you see a trailer for an A24 film, you can probably bet
gods
that it's
flip a
not
coin?
going to be terrible. That it's at least going to be.
I don't know about that.
I don't even-
I
honestly.
don't know.
But there's so many
especially as
questions
time
to
goes
ask him.
on.
What
Definitely
like
disagree.
because he went with consensus before, but now we're on to like his own sort of rating system, and then it's like, so how are you determining this? And then like trailers, can you be more specific? Give me examples. Why are you just saying this so broadly? And it's because he doesn't want to step on any toes.
Be decent and maybe even really good. And I don't feel that way with every single studio. It's like a flip of a coin. You could get one of their best efforts, or you could get another one.
You say that as though
Wow.
that only applies to studios or producers, as opposed to also applying
Another
to
one.
directors and writers, which to an
Yeah, like
extent it
sometimes
is.
you can see. Well, I mean, you can be like, "Oh, Christopher Nolan, Interstellar is going to be great," and
Or
then you can
Tenet.
watch it.
You know,
Oh,
Tenet.
and then you can watch Oppenheimer and be like, "Oh, yay, cool." Like that's how
fucking
it works with individual
the same
creators.
guy with very likely hyper creative freedom made Prometheus.
Ridley Scott, yeah.
Yes. Oh,
Because like in my head for a second, I was like, "Yeah, that one bad alien film," and I was like, "Oh, that's two of them."
I was like, wait a-
Oh,
wait
Mama,
a
you sweet
second.
summer child, you.
oh,
Because-
hey, we were reminded today of Dark Fate for some reason, and James Cameron wrote the story for that. Co-wrote the story
That's
for
true.
that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
it was because,
again, James
Linda
Cameron
Hamilton
says he
said
wants
she's
to
not
make-
going to come
yeah.
back.
What happened to you, James? What happened? Why do you want to make Avatar films?
Because it's a
Why?
fetish. It's literally that's it.
Oh yeah, he wanted to see a pregnant
You're
woman going to war.
scientifically, genetically engineered to be sexualized.
God damn,
Look at their
man.
eyes.
Like,
Look at the nose.
And you don't
Look
like
at boobs.
who was like, oh, you can't say that. It was obviously the studio that made Prometheus and Alien Covenant the way that they are, and it's like,
Are you saying Avatar's a big? Are you saying Avatar's a big furry movie, Rags?
They're furry adjacent. I mean, it's
They're
on
furry
a
adjacent,
621,
okay.
but it's not technically.
Oh, I'm not
but
disagreeing. I'm
in
not
spirit-
disagreeing
in
with you at
spirit,
all.
Yeah, in spirit, yeah.
Avatar.
As a matter of fact, I completely agree with you.
Ridley Scott, because Napoleon just came out. I mean, it seems like he could do whatever the hell he wanted with that film. That's the impression I get from that film.
He treated historians like he treated the producers. Go away.
Didn't when he was confronted and told that French people hate the Napoleon movie, didn't he say like French people fucking hate themselves? Like why should I care?
He said a lot of things. He said a lot of
Fucking Chad Ridley.
I know.
Well, I mean, what was the other one though? Where like I don't know if he actually shot at the pyramids, but it communicated that he took Egypt. Oh,
You weren't even there. How do you know what he did?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was the worst.
You can't criticize him.
No, that was the studio that made him do that shot. You see.
Have you ever attacked Egypt before? You can't criticize it. Okay.
I'm pretty sure there were Transformers there too. That edit was accurate.
Dude, that edit was so good.
Oh, did you guys know that? I forget who was responsible, but you can get a 3D tour of the inside of the pyramid using like one of the someone took a camera on the inside, so you can go and check out all the places and stuff for the pyramid from the inside. It's all like a virtual tour.
Can you see
It's
like
really
the
cool.
sort of indents and stuff from the cannonballs in there as well?
No, you just see all the scrape marks from the haunted mummies and all the skeletons of the grave robbers who got
What about the
cursed.
T-Rexes?
No,
Is there any Transformers in there?
No, it was a power station for the Transformers. Okay.
Oh yeah, right.
Everybody knows
right,
that.
right.
Everybody
the
knows
Egyptians,
that.
They truly were ahead of their time.
They were.
And I do think it comes down to the filmmaker they're working with and whether or not they back off and give that filmmaker the freedom they need to tell a cohesive, coherent story.
What if they
Chris,
can't
What
tell
happens
a
if their
cohesive
creative
story?
vision isn't coherent or cohesive?
You know what his fundamental problem is? He sees all creatives through the lens of how he views himself.
Yes,
and presumably
I am creative.
Yeah,
I'm
and
team
presumably
creative.
he views himself in high regard, and so he takes his experience of making his own film and assumes that it's always like that. Everyone has a great creative vision that they're going to bring to life, and it's awesome, and the only thing that can ever get in the way is a studio meddling in it. That's his fundamental problem.
It's very idealistic, isn't it?
I mean, we see how that plays out. You know, A24
Very
gave
naive.
$30 million to Ari Aster, and we got Beau is Afraid. That movie's a fucking mess. There's nothing coherent and cohesive about that movie. The movie's a giant pile of spaghetti on the floor. That's what happens when you.
It's a wonderfully naive and idealistic view of how films get made. That anyone creative is just this beautiful shining light, and the studio is like this gigantic.
Producers.
Yeah, the producers are like this
holding them
horrible dark cloud that just descends
Getting their
on any
claws
production.
into everything.
Can we just almost reset a bit with how it's like, how does this work? You go, well, there's a guy who has a little camera and he's like, woo, look at me go, I can make things that entertain people. And there's another guy who's like, I kind of like I like the cut of your jib. I've got money. I can get you technology and people, and you can make a movie for me that'll make me money and you money, and we'll create something pretty neat. How's that? And they shake hands, and then the guy starts filming, and then the guy with the money says, ooh, I don't want dinosaurs in this, and then the guy's like, but I love dinosaurs, and it's like, we're gonna have to sort this out because I'm paying, and you're the guy who thinks he can tell the story best. We're gonna have to settle this, and it can go both ways, and it can be a good thing and a bad thing. That's what I mean. Like in theory, like I said, it was an idealistic point of view. It actually, in a sense, isn't, because in his worldview, studios just can't add anything worthwhile, nor can producers. It's just not a thing.
It's just bizarre. Like, there's never a point where a producer could look at a film and go, maybe like the character should say this instead, and it's like it must necessarily make the film. I mean, you know, like to get more to like I guess a more fundamental thing. There are some producers who like movies.
Yeah,
like,
there are.
There are some of them who like movies. And
I mean, they
enjoy
all
storytelling.
Yeah, they all don't want to take you spirit cooking and have your children play Twister at Tom Hanks' house.
No.
Sorry, did that get too dark?
What? What? Always with the Tom Hanks, Gary.
Well, on
somebody
that,
said it's like an episode of iCarly in the chat. By the way, are you talking about behind the scenes or the actual show?
Yeah, that was
That's
brutal.
a whole different.
yeah, because that's is it Dan Schneider, right? That's the one, the feet guy, or is that someone else?
I think that that's the
Dan
guy,
Schneider,
the
yeah.
iCarly guy, right?
Right.
Yeah, I read the autobiography of the girl who was in that, and it made from some pretty interesting reading.
Oh, that was that was the the one about the mum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's titled like "I'm glad my mum's dead" or something, and well, you kind of get why she got to that point, but yeah, there was some interesting revelations about what went on behind the scenes there.
Yeah, you know,
Anyway.
when they're filming scenes and we get all those stories of like an actor being like, I think this line would work, and a director might say, oh my god, that's an amazing line. Or they'll like one of the latest ones I remember is because the Arnie documentary was, he was like, I will be back would be the better line, more robotic, and then James Cameron says, I'm the fucking writer. Which is an Arnie has since admitted, like, yep, that was probably the best decision considering it's one of, if not the most iconic line in cinema. It's like it's in the top 10 at least, you know. I'll be back. And he said, like, I never would have thought that's what that line would become. And it's like, yeah, fuck yeah. But in the same vein, Arnie's produced plenty of movies, right? So what if he was on set as a producer?
And he's also talked very highly of producers. I listened to his audiobook where he was talking about on Twins, and he spoke highly. I can't remember the producer's name, but I recall he was speaking. You know, and yeah, he's produced stuff. A lot of creative. You know, Steven Spielberg produces lots of stuff. He executive produced Animaniacs. Do you think that because of that, like, and because he didn't direct any of the episodes, that every single perspective he ever could have offered on that show was detrimental to that show? You don't believe that because that's stupid.
Because Chris Doug will be like, well, no, he's Spielberg. You're like,
yeah.
Oh, wait till you see Clone Wars, Mahler.
Oh,
if you ever see Clone Wars, George Lucas signed off on everything, according to many, for that show.
Mean that every writer is going to be great. Two of the writers of Madame Web worked on another film in the Sony universe that has been heavily criticized called Morbius.
Did you catch how that's the harshest you'll ever catch him by him saying, I'm not saying every writer is great. Someone made Morbius.
Well, but then it's not like I thought Morbius was shit. It's like some other people criticized it.
Exactly. He's so. Why can't you just own a position? Why can't you just say you think that they wrote a bad film?
Yeah, he's just in case anyone thought that it's such a weird way of speaking because, like, I think a lot of people will be like, yeah, he did just criticize the Morbin movie, but at the same time, he's already said he won't be bashing movies, but he also criticized it in a way that was more so everyone else did. You know, like, so if it's an aggregately, in a sense, like if it's aggregate bad, does that mean that the film is bad? Or are you having your own opinion here?
No, he just has to bow to reality at certain points and say, like, other people thought that this was bad. The general consensus seems to be that this was a terrible movie, but I'm not saying anything about it.
Yeah,
he's having his cake and eating it too, in the sense of, I will
because
present
I'm a
reality.
celebrator.
I will present reality, but I will not implicate myself in the negativity.
And then you shake him,
you know,
and you're like, Chris, say something bad about Morbius, and he goes, well, it wasn't a home run.
Yeah,
I honestly like if filmmaking doesn't work out for him, I think there's a great career in politics ahead for him.
Yes,
I mean, maybe honestly, because like this shit seems to work. It's I remember it really is like kind of the black pill where you realize that you can say something incredibly mean, but if you say it in a nice, polite tone of voice, you can get away with it. Like, you can just slip away. You can get away with saying something harsh. Meanwhile, if you speak in a harsh way, but you're saying something that's pretty tame or even positive, just because of the tone of voice, it can be read in a certain way.
Yeah, the British have been getting away with it for years, centuries.
Story. That doesn't mean that every...
Oh, and so, yeah, the way I've edited it now is he said... you know, you don't always have great writers, but he will not be bashing Madame Web because it's the studio that fucked him up. But he's just admitted that Morbius, you know, probably had some bad writers. And you're like, does he know who wrote Morbius? Does he know?
Wow, because this seems like one of the few cases where people have actually looked into who wrote Madame Web. Like, because a lot of the time people just don't know who write films. But with this one, it feels like a lot of people are really aware of that.
If he knows,
really important. It's really, really important there's that news of Marvel retooling, and if it's a very long article in the Hollywood Reporter, but they tell you who's rewriting Fantastic Four, and it's people who wrote Black Widow.
Yes.
Superb.
Well, because the guy who's directing Fantastic Four was one of the directors on WandaVision.
Yes.
It is a little it's a little crazy when you start to see it's like, oh, and what did you have before this that you wrote? Oh, one episode of television or like one short film. Here you go. You're writing a feature film for Marvel that's going to cost $200 million to produce. And then once you do that, it's like, oh, you can get your own TV show. You can get your own, you get to direct the next Avengers film. I don't get it. I don't understand how that is the way that it works. Like, it seems to me that the normal way is you have to direct a bunch of films before they're confident enough to give you that much money to make a film for them, or confident in, that you're going to deliver something that either people are going to find like super entertaining or that's going to be critically acclaimed.
I don't know if they bring these people in on like multi-project contracts. So they say, like, we're going to start you on this one, but you've got like 3 more things scheduled in, and it'll be something. It'll either be TV episodes or it'll be a movie, whatever.
I think there's been a few overall deals for some of these guys.
Most of it's like they're casting directors now. That's all they're doing. It's something they can virtue signal about, and it's their approach because it's a producer-driven market now, and that's not what film used to be. Producers had a big part in it, but the director still was in the driver's seat. Much less so for television. For television, it was the producer, head writer, writer's room. Director just kind of did what the head writers told him to do. That's what's happening in film now. So that's why, in the beginning of the MCU, they had some pretty decent directors, Kenneth Branagh, but then they got away from them, Joss Whedon, because they were becoming a pain in the ass because they wanted to be creatively in charge.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Right,
like,
famous case.
Remember how he said that the MCU, he didn't include the MCU, and he said it was Sony-based, which was really weird, when we've got many examples of creative people leaving the MCU because they can't stand how it works. And we've not just in Phase 5 or Phase 4, it's like we're going all the way back to fucking Phase 2, man. Like,
like all the way back to the Age of Ultron, Ant-Man, and then, Scott Derrickson, but nobody cared because he got replaced by Sam Raimi, so who cares about what he wanted to make for Doctor Strange 2? That one I'll never get over. Like, that's crazy to me. That was a guy who left because he felt like his creative vision couldn't be realized and nobody gave a fuck. Like, nobody cared.
Because people like Sam Raimi more than him, that's why. Simple as. Yeah, because that's what I mean. This process that he's highlighting is so inept in terms of the actual information we have. Fucking Edgar Wright, that's like one of the most famous ones.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just weird. It's like, oh yeah, this is a problem with Sony. It's like, yeah, it's not a problem with Disney though, huh? Like,
no, I know, right? It's a problem everywhere, and it's how you work with it. James Gunn's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, some people here didn't like it. Some people did. Right. But it did okay. Then he effed off,
It was his movie. I wouldn't deny that. That's the thing. I wouldn't have expected anyone would. He would probably say, no, a studio didn't get to touch that one. You'd be like, because people liked it? Is that how we, how do we figure this out? And
how do we work this?
I think the reason he said the Sony-based one is to imply the Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home don't have
Even
this same.
Sony films.
This is what I'm saying. Like but why? Because in terms of aggregate scores, those do well. Like people on the whole score them high. So he can't include that with Morbius, can he?
Right now, it's safe to shit on Sony. Everybody's up for shit on Sony. Meanwhile, ignoring. First of all, that they make other films, but also that there are the films that some of these, some of the liked films, the generally liked films, the MCU Spider-Man films are Sony. They are like joint Marvel Studios, sure, but Columbia Pictures distributes them. They pay most of the bills and they make most of the money. That's why they don't want to give up Spider-Man, because they want to keep making money from Spider-Man films.
Yep.
But you have to take those as part of the equation. If you liked Homecoming or Far From Home or No Way Home, or you like the Spider-Verse films, Sony financed those films. There's no getting around it. They financed those movies.
And so, this section is just, if only there were a way we could discover the, let's say, aptitude of the writers that are attached to Madam Web. If only there were interviews maybe available, or comments from them that could tell us their insights and their points of view. Maybe if you just this is what I mean. I'm like memeing, but it's like, it is so easy, man. You just type their name in and you've got it.
You just do a little Google search.
Do a little research before you make a video. Sounds Strange, I know.
writer is going to...
Remember, he's the one with the insight. He's the filmmaker. We're just the plebes that make fun of everything, get mad at everything all the time.
That'd be great. 2 of the writers of Madame Web worked on...
Like, I legit don't know that he knows that the people who've worked on Morbius had any connection to Madame Web. I don't know if he knows that for sure.
Isn't that what he's saying right there?
No, I mean, like, in the sense of how the studio is entwined with them. As in, so he's saying, right, that they're not responsible. But the writer for Morbius is proof that not all writers are great. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's funny. It's like, again, and also, I don't know if he knows, but the writers for Morbius have written shit for always. That they've only written garbage.
Only
Gods of Egypt, Dracula Untold.
Goddamn
they only
studios
write
every
shit
time.
Movies. They write shit movies that fail, which is why I don't understand how they have a job.
They just have really bad luck. They just have really bad luck with the studios meddling with all their films.
Yes, every single time. Yeah, with Dracula Untold and Gods of Egypt and the story.
Yeah, some of you guys are laughing, but it's a great tragedy of creativity.
Yeah, who knows what we would have gotten
man
from
has
the writers of Morbius if they had creative freedom.
This man has written flop after flop, and you're laughing. How could you?
Another film in the Sony universe.
Yeah, so what we're about to see is 2 of the writers of Madame Web having an interview.
That has been heavily criticized, called Morbius.
How excited are you to have people finally see the movie?
I'm pretty excited. I mean, it's been years that we've been working on this thing, and the time has finally come to unveil it to the public. So, yeah.
Okay. So I'm a diehard Spider-Man fan. Been reading the comics since I was 6. You know, I think it was Amazing Spider-Man as a 216.
Yes.
Okay, 216. So I'm like, how are you gonna? You know, I've seen.
I was curious about that because
210.
The film, how are they going to like get around the whole Spider-Man of it all, having Madame Web and not Spider-Man? And you figured it out. How did you crack that?
Well, I always wanted to tell a story about a woman who was seeing the future, thought she was seeing the future.
Oh yeah, so I put on the question was how are you going to get around the Spider-Man of it all, and this is his answer.
And I'd be like, if you thought you were seeing if you saw visions of the future, you would probably think that you were losing your mind. And so telling that story and then finding the character within the Spider-Verse, that we told that story, and in searching through everybody, Madame Web has no backstory. And so that really
out of here.
What answer is this?
Is he saying like there is no Madame Web in this universe, so she basically doesn't exist, so she doesn't have a backstory established in this universe?
Most of the source,
so we can do whatever we want to do with it.
It's like they think she's a blank canvas that they can do whatever they want with. That's what it seems to me.
Which is how they treat all the characters anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But also, that doesn't answer the question at all.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But I mean, of course. I mean, they really respected the lore.
No,
he's not done. Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse.
The character within the Spider-Verse, that we told that story, and in searching through everybody, Madame Web has no backstory, and so that really gave us a lot of freedom, and all the SJ, everybody, the freedom to like tell the story that they felt would be, right now, but still set in 2003, so that you could have the song.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Right now, but also 20 years ago.
It's just nonsense.
He doesn't call it even make it in 2013.
It is nonsense.
That was just a word salad. It's pretty much like he had that stock answer for any question. It's like, fine, I'll just
and
bend
yet it was still very poorly rehearsed.
Yeah.
Well, it makes me wonder, don't you guys do rehearsals? Don't you?
You're writers.
Do you think about what am I going to ask?
This is
what
your
am I going to be
script.
asked?
This is your film. How is this the best you could muster?
I feel like we could make
It's
up
like
better
you had
reasons.
to learn about. It's like he's taking a test on somebody else's story.
Yeah.
Not that he is the source of all knowledge that the story is from,
It is making a lot of sense to me, the dialogue quality in
Yes.
Madame Web.
Yes, this is exactly what I'm getting at. Like, you go look into the people who created it, you're like, wait a minute, how the fuck are you guys created this? Who gave you this? Like, what's going on? And you check their histories, you're like, oh my god.
That they felt would be, right now, but
I love
still
that
set
cut.
in 2003, so that you could have the song Toxic.
Nothing he
I
said
feel
made
like
any
he's,
fucking sense.
I feel like this is one of those stories where you have someone who's sneaking into an event, like an assassin or something, and they're trying to steal like diamonds off a lady or something, and so
he gets cornered on the red carpet.
Yeah,
He's
he
just gonna
gets
go-
cornered, and he's
Yeah.
not actually the writer. He just has to come up with bullshit on the fly, so his cover isn't blown, so he could go through with the mission and steal the diamonds.
Or
Well,
this
and-
guy like an alternate reality version of the guy on the Game Awards, the Bill Clinton kid, who got up on
Yeah.
stage.
Yeah,
exactly.
Pretending like he belongs there.
The man had a plan, all right? Say what you will, but he had a plan.
And to be absolutely clear, he was asked, how did you get around the fact that, you know, Spider-Man, you got to get around that. And he says, yeah, wanted to tell a story of a woman who could have premonitions, and Madam Web's perfect because she doesn't have a backstory.
Yeah, so they had this. They had the story before Madam Web.
Like, you didn't even
So they
mention
had this
Spider-Man,
story.
but okay. Like,
Yeah.
Spider-Verse.
I feel like an easy answer to that would be, why would I have to work around the Spider-Man of it all? This is Madam Web.
Yeah,
You know,
you
this is a
say it was
prequel.
easy.
Yeah,
We
it's a
just
prequel
focused on a
story,
different
yeah.
character story. Yeah.
What's your take on all that?
My take on, well, first of all, I agree with Karam. Just so you know, Karam started the entire process, and then
So he's in on the robbery, by the way. So
Yeah.
they're both in
Oh,
on
yeah.
the robbery, and they're being caught. I'm totally in with Karem. That's I'm gonna make up his name.
Yeah, like
he's
he's-
out here.
Krem's the name. Krem.
Krem,
Yeah, Krem, my friend.
Krem.
Krem, that's the name.
Call him Cream.
I
He's
love
like
that.
looking over his
Creme.
shoulder, like, can I get a production person here
Yeah,
to like
I know.
pull me away?
Oh,
He's
dude,
scoping out an
it's
exit so he could run away.
Driggers, honestly
other-
funnier than that. Listen to who he was looking for that he couldn't find.
with
Yes.
Karam. Just so you know, Karam started the entire process, and then
He's my pitch man.
my writing partner vanished.
My writing partner.
Smart lad.
It's so
Dude,
funny
I love
because he
that-
was,
I
he was
love
looking
that.
for a lifeline and he couldn't get it.
I couldn't get it. I love that bottom line, the Spider-Man of it all. That's a good title for a video someday.
Yeah.
The Spider-Man of it all.
And then one of the things that we added to it was the three Spider Women, who we meet them in a place where they haven't become yet. So really,
We meet them in a place where they haven't
And
become yet.
ironically, we leave them in a place where they still haven't become them yet.
Yeah. Yes. But maybe
We
they-
figured
they-
we'd introduce
they
them to the
came.
story, traumatize them deeply, and then the film ends. So we're having lots of fun.
Yeah.
one of the reasons we set it back in time is so that, first of all, Dakota Johnson could be in the movie.
What does that even mean? We set it back in time so that Dakota Johnson could be in it. Nothing about that statement makes any sense.
Dakota
to me.
Johnson can only exist in
In a film
2003.
that was set in 2003.
We even said all the interviews to be in 2003 as well.
What is that?
She's actually 50 years old.
Did anybody
There is no Dakota Johnson. She died in a car crash 3 years ago.
in the Amazon while she was
In
researching
the Amazon while
Spider-Man?
she was researching
Spiders.
spiders.
But most importantly, to see three young women who, are destined, maybe, hopefully, if things go right, to become great
Don't bet on it,
heroes.
buddy.
Was he-
As
'cause
long
he-
as Ben dies, yeah.
He was almost about to say to see three women become heroes. It's like, oh right, that didn't happen in the movie. Whoops.
Oh,
To
it's
see
also
a woman
probably
set up
say
three
that,
other
yeah.
women to become
Yeah.
heroes maybe one day, perhaps.
Absolutely not that where we start, which is the essence of the Spider-Man character. I think.
That's the essence of the Spider-Man character, is it?
Is
The
becoming a
essence of
hero.
Spider-Man. Yeah.
Spider-Man is three young women who haven't become heroes yet. Okay, don't question it.
That's
They
Spider-Man.
haven't become yet.
Spider-Man is, I think the reason why people love Spider-Man, or I do, is that he just seemed the closest to me.
I don't believe
Right.
you. I don't
He
believe
seems
you.
the closest to you, so that's why you
No,
love
it's just,
him.
it's just, oh, I love Spider-Man. Do you?
I don't.
I don't know about
I don't
that.
even. I don't love Spider-Man. I think he's really cool and he's neat, but I wouldn't say like, no, I don't love Spider-Man. There's not a long list of.
Well, no, I'm just asking if they do.
No.
Like, really.
No,
when they say,
no,
oh, I
no.
love Spider-Man. Do you really? Really? Who do you think you're convincing? Like, no, you don't.
They just want to be. They just want to leave. They're in fight or flight mode right now, and they just want to go elsewhere. They just
they're
want to
not
skirt
eager
through
to
this
answer
night.
Any questions about their own movie? Like, I don't know. Jeez.
Spider-Man character.
The essence of Spider-Man. Yeah, Spider-Man is. I think the reason why people love Spider-Man, or I do, is that he just seemed the closest to me.
Yeah.
Right.
Ugh.
16-year-old.
It was grounded.
Grounded.
Yeah, I'm very
Trying to
grounded.
get
Are you a
girls, that kind of stuff.
16-year-old?
I'm a Hollywood writer. I'm very grounded.
I just He's got
It should've
nothing. He
been
actually has
around
nothing to
describing
say. He's got nothing to
They
say.
can't say anything about their own movie that they
Well,
got paid a lot of money to write.
Well, think about all the people out there who would kill to be in a position where they're wearing a nice tux, they're on the black carpet, and they're being interviewed by somebody about the film that they wrote and the characters that they made. People would kill to have this kind of opportunity, to have that be their job. And he's just I don't know.
And we all love Spider-Man
For
because
a second, Rags, I thought you were going to say people would kill to write Madam Web, and I just thought, nah, not really.
Probably is someone out there who would have been like, I would have fucking done it.
There's someone out there who's really disappointed with it as an adaptation of the Madam Web story and character.
Yeah, they might have said I would kill just to make sure it never happened. I would get in a time machine and Hitler gets a pass, but I got to make sure that Madam Web does not get made.
You could do it like in Futurama, where they keep going back in time to sort things out, and then they want to stop at Hitler to kill him, but eventually they're doing it so fast that Farnsworth's like, I'll just shoot him out the window as we travel. The little sniper.
Stuff like he was grounded, and so then in telling another Spider-Man story, or in the Spider-Verse, we'll say, it was like, we wanted to just take a woman who didn't have any special powers and didn't know what was in store
Didn't have
for her.
any special powers.
you know,
What do you mean,
God
Madam
willing.
Web is clairvoyant?
Excuse
Or
me?
does he mean
She
he's
is a
ahead of
paramedic?
He means
But
before.
if ahead of, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but Peter Parker didn't have any powers.
Well, yeah, but
before he
that's
got picked up
everyone
by Spider-Man.
almost. There's hardly any of the
Actually,
heroes
that's
overall.
Madam Web's
majority.
a mutant, so she did have the power.
Ah, yes, that's right. But not in this
Not in
interpretation.
this
They
No.
wouldn't know
one.
that because they probably didn't pick up a single
Well-
comic book.
Well, to be fair, Frank, she had no backstory, so.
That's true. She had no,
No
backstory.
backstory.
You know, it's like Madam Web never, ever been written about before ever. It's a totally original new idea.
You know, the movie opens this weekend. Big box office, big success. Sony says, let's do it.
I love that you chose to cut in on his face there.
That
That
guy's
expression,
thinking, man,
he
I'm
knows.
so glad I didn't choose royalties
Yeah,
over
this-
salary.
He fucking
yeah,
knows.
This dude, he doesn't need to be Madam Web to know where this movie was going to go box office wise.
Also, cameraman, what the fuck? What the fuck are we doing,
Yeah.
cameraman? What's
Yeah.
this? I don't want to look at the back of Screen Rant Man's balding
I think
head.
it's the interviewer's fault. He's moved around and the camera's static.
You think so, yeah.
Movie opens this weekend. Big box office, big success. Sony says, let's
Look
do
more
a
uncomfortable
sequel. Have you
quick.
thought about where the story will go?
I mean, I've got plenty of ideas, and after the movie,
Why
I'm
are you
going to
laughing?
track down the executive in charge of this and tell them all of them.
What about you?
Wow.
Oh, sure. We have
I'm sure you will.
Oh,
I got so many
cringe is
ideas, man.
palpable.
The ideas, they're just pouring out of me. So many ideas.
So many,
Yeah.
I just can't even say a single one. It's like,
Oh.
I'm telling you, maybe 5% of them are approaching quality.
Well, one of the wonderful things about this movie is that not only Miss Madam Web, becoming a hero, but you have these three incredible women who also are on their own journeys, both together and apart. So
Sure,
there are a
definitely.
lot of possibilities.
There's a lot of
yeah,
character- I mean,
they
and
become
to
real
say
heroes
nothing
by
of-
the end.
The guy asked
Yeah.
him,
Do they
like, where
just
does
let
Madam Web
people walk
go
behind there?
in the future? The first answer was, I got ideas. The second answer was, lots of possibilities.
Yeah. So
I mean,
just
she's blind and
non-answers.
paralyzed, so I don't think she's going to go too
Yeah,
many places, to be
Well,
fair.
that can't be undersold. That the origin story of this movie is she loses her ability to walk and see. That's it. She has the
those
powers.
are
at
the
the
powers she
beginning.
gains.
Yes. And she takes three women on various journeys that are basically porn scenarios, and we don't get the money shots.
Well, and she
Yeah.
should probably end up in several jails, like, by the end, in terms of all the shit that she goes through the
Well,
entire movie and what they tell us.
She was
She blew up
accused
the
of kidnapping
explosive
three women.
factory, remember?
Yes.
It
Which
was
is
got to a-
fireworks, explosives.
I do
yes.
love that, by the
She
way.
got
It's like,
to a
oh no, they're
dump
heading
of
to the
women.
explosive factory. It's like it's a fucking Michael Bay movie.
It's supposed to say Acme. It should have said Acme on the side. That would have
Yeah.
made more sense.
Guys,
It's one of the-
abandoned as well. It's like an abandoned fireworks factory that still has all the fireworks in it.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
open and accessible in New York. Just hey, free fireworks. Come on down.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was open and accessible. There was literally a hole in the wall that had not been patched over, that hadn't been like boarded up or anything, just on the
And
streets of New York.
security. Just free fireworks, everybody. Come
Listen,
and get some.
2003 New York was a very high trust society. All right.
One of the producers told the writers, we need to have an explosive finale. And so they said, all right, I got you.
I guess.
I can do it.
And so that was the studio's fault because I said it needs to be explosive, and the writer said, "How about in a place with just filled with explosives, literal explosives?" Yeah, good enough. Okay.
This interview really is like two aliens who have
a
been
little bit,
transported onto Earth, and they don't know. They just don't know what to do, and they're trying to seem human.
Yes.
So weird.
Who's a villain who maybe won't be quite so villainous at some point in the future. We'll see.
But sometimes what I've
Wait,
learned
he's dead.
and what I've experienced
He's dead.
myself.
Yeah, you got
He is
crushed by
dead.
Pepsi
Who are they
Cell.
referring to?
No one's ever really gone, and he's multiverse, so yeah.
Okay.
True.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right, yeah.
Everybody's dying
Ezekiel.
to see more of Ezekiel Sims.
Yeah, he was really good.
I honestly am. I loved every line he said.
He was.
I like the beginning where he shot that pregnant woman to death. That was really,
My
really
favorite part
endearing.
my favorite part was when his lines didn't match what he was saying on the screen.
Ooh, the ADR was brutal.
It
in
was
that film.
bad.
Yeah,
Everyone has noticed the ADR on that. It seems it is.
Oh yeah, it's terrible.
Not great. You had the act.
Anyway, the fact that he's like, got this position of don't be bashing the creatives. It's like, what if they're dumb as fuck and they say insane things and they talk, their justifications for making this horrible shit is like almost to the point we can't even understand what they're saying.
It's
What about that?
nonsense. What they just said was nonsense through and through.
I do like the idea of maybe the Screen Rant interviewer guy asks them a legitimately tough or critical question, and Stuckmann shows up in like a superhero outfit, and he stands between them and he says, "Get away from those artists, fiend. Go and interview someone else."
Did the studio send you? He's like, no.
Fundamentally, this might be something that you guys have discussed as well before I got here, but fundamentally, like, criticism isn't about being mean. Like, you don't have to be a nasty person to criticize something. If it's constructive, well-meaning criticism, like if you really care that much about being polite and not hurting the feelings of the creatives, you can provide constructive criticism of where their movie went wrong and suggestions for how they might have done it better. That's not a bad thing, but that would involve you having to actually like put some effort in, and you'd have to make more than a 5-minute long video listing all the production information about the film.
Furthermore, you don't even need to attribute the bad writing to anyone. You can just leave it open. You can just say the writing is bad because it is. You don't even need to say the writers are stupid.
And again, like, okay, if you want to say the writing's bad, fine. Like, do that, but then give us examples of why it's bad, like things that don't make sense within the story, and make some suggestions for how you could have fixed that problem. Like that's the essence of what your critique could be. It's solving problems for the people who made it.
You have a platform to, while you are criticizing movies and praising them, you also are in a position where you can show your chops and how good you are at making stories. See, here's what I would have done if I was a writer for a creator, a director for one of these movies. Not saying that I ever will be, of course. But if I was, I would do this and this and that, and here are the issues.
Yeah, and it's not about tearing them down. It's about showing them a different way that they might have done things and they might have approached it, and it's giving them feedback that will probably stand them in good stead going forward. It's like criticism is a vital tool for a creative to get better at what they do. Because if you just tell them that everything that they make is amazing when it's absolute dog shit, they're never going to have any incentive to improve.
It's a vital tool for life. Not just art.
Yeah.
We all have to deal with it in our own way.
It's not negative. That's the point.
Yeah.
Imagine you're the writer of this movie, and let's say the studio.
Oh no, I won't. No, I refuse.
Well, everyone but Rags.
Hypothetical.
Everyone but Rags. Imagine you're the writer for this movie. Imagine you wrote something that was actually pretty good, and the studio made you make it stupid. All right, let's just say Chris Stuckmann's theory actually happened. If you see a critic saying, "Oh, the writing kind of sucked. This is what I would have done instead," and it actually looks a lot more like what you originally wrote, wouldn't that be kind of affirming in a way?
Yeah.
That other people recognize that it wasn't good.
I think so.
Well, yeah,
This is not
everybody's
taking
shitting on
advantage of his
Spider-Man 3,
incredible
right?
platform and opportunity.
That affirms to Sam Raimi, like, okay, I don't need to feel so bad because they all think it sucks like me, or I don't. Does he think it sucks, or does he just think it's like worse than the other ones?
Spider-Man 3?
Yeah. Does Sam Raimi said like he hates that movie, or does he just not think it's as good? Like, has he ever really talked about it?
Yeah, he's apologized for it. And he's talked about the actual the Venom being forced in. That wasn't originally what he wanted to do. but he decided to be a team player. Yeah.
I guess I'm just saying that, yeah, that could be another instance where you just be like, yeah, okay. I mean, like, if it's not yours, then why would you feel bad about people shitting on it? If it's basically, like, not your creation.
David Ayer is out there talking about, I think that's a pretty good case of studio interference with the movie, whether, Suicide Squad was great or not. We'll never know, but he hasn't been quiet about it.
No, he hasn't. To be honest with you, I'd love more of that. It's fun.
I would too.
They fucked my movie. But obviously, you've got to be careful, because then you won't... And by the way, this is reasonable. If I pay someone to make a movie, I think they did a bad job, and I re-edit it, and then they say, fuck you, I'd be like, we're not working together in future, bud.
You fucked me first. I'm fucking you back.
One of my favorite examples of a filmmaker speaking openly about this sort of thing is David Fincher talking about Alien 3.
Yeah.
Comparing it to being ritually sodomized.
Oh my goodness.
That's what his experience was like.
Yeah, he straight up disowned that movie, didn't he?
Yeah.
For a long time.
Sure did.
And then Ridley
imagine
Scott
it'd be
was
more
like, ritually sodomize the alien. Interesting.
On my film, but on scripts that I've optioned to some studios, and it went nowhere, is that when people have power over you as a creative, when they're paying your bills and they're paying you well, they can tell you to do anything.
No, they tell you to do anything because that's what you signed.
These are very like the contracts to these must be insanely thorough.
Yeah. When they pay you, they're like, so this money is for what's in this series of papers, and you go, what's in these papers? And it says I get final say on basically everything, and you're like, you want to sign? You get the money, but you also don't get to be 100% free to do whatever you want. Some people would say that's kind of normal.
Yeah, I mean, would you take a job getting a whole bunch of money to be able to make a big Hollywood movie that everyone will know about if you know going in that this movie is going to be 80% my vision?
When I see it from the studio's point as well, it's like, okay, we're going to invest $100 million of our cash into this movie, and we're hiring you, we're paying you a good old whack of money as well, and the stipulation is that we have to have final say over what you make, because, it's our money.
$100 million.
I think that's something that needs to be, it's like people need to be reminded. It's their money. They're the ones who are incurring the big financial risk potentially on a film. Now, does that mean that they should be able to, what's the point of hiring a director if you're just going to make every single decision and they don't get to say anything at all? Like, why would you pick any given director unless you thought that their ideas would be more worthwhile, more interesting, or in a more cynical sense, more likely to make money? But I mean, they're probably going to have an opinion on what's happening in the film, given that they're the ones who are financing it.
And this is the annoying thing, because it puts us in this uncomfortable position of having to defend these giant studios who often fuck things up. But at the same time, the reality of the world that they live in and the way that they finance these movies, you can't just ignore it and say, oh, it's so unfair. This is how it's done, and it's done because they're the ones who pay for it ultimately.
It's
which
very
sucks,
easy.
But that's...
if you don't go in with a mindset of realizing that, it's I guess it's very easy to be critical of other people's money, but imagine that was your money that you were spending on a movie, and you're taking out a huge. I mean, again, $100 million is not possible to conceive of. Really, it's just a number.
Yeah,
we have to come up with. We have to come up with these abstract ways to try and understand how much money that actually is, because our ape/dog brains just cannot fathom a number that.
Well, I mean, I guess one way to put it into perspective, $100 million, that'll buy you, 30 houses in San Francisco? 30 houses, that'd be about how much it is. So, you can put it into perspective a little bit. It's a lot of houses.
It is an insane amount of money. Yeah, and when somebody else is putting all this money forwards, in a world where the reality is companies can die, companies can go bankrupt, companies can end, and that's a real thing, especially when you're dealing in these big chunks of change. So
that used to happen in old Hollywood a lot. One single flop would destroy a studio. So,
and we just don't know to the extent at which studios save films. There's just no records of it really.
Well, it's because it's not the story that people like of a producer maybe said, don't do that, and then it turns out that was the right decision. And, you know, it could be that the rationale behind the producers, you know, making that decision, it could be a really stupid one. It could be something stupid and cynical, but it could have ended up being the right decision anyway, creatively. That's possible. Or it could just be that the producer actually had a creative thought there that was more in line with what the film needed to be. That's possible. It's possible. That would be the thing that would have to be conceded. It is at least possible. It is feasible.
Not if you're Chris Stuckmann.
No.
Not in his world.
To state the obvious, as we cover an entire video of a guy just stating the obvious, what it lacks is nuance, right? So, like these are all nuanced discussions. Something that, again, I think we need to give this guy a Voight-Kampff test. I'm not sure he understands.
On that note, I think the nature of the fact that people can move in and out of producer roles or studio roles or start their own studios makes this point from him just useless. Because if he was to release Shelby Oaks and it makes $10 trillion, it's the best thing ever, and everyone buys 10 copies of it. Then he's going to start Stuckmannized the studio, where he's going to supply plenty of money to all kinds of creative people, and he's just there and he's enjoying it. And he grabs up this plucky new auteur who makes this incredible film on set, but at the end they're like, and then the hero slips on his own piss and cracks his head on the floor and dies. And Chris is there on set, and he's like, Can we shoot another scene where that doesn't happen, and then we'll have a look in the editing and see which one works better for the story, and they just go, Chris, what are you doing, man? He's like, what?
You're encroaching on my creative vision.
I want the piss, Chris. Let me have the piss.
Listen, you said creative should have complete freedom. You said I am a creative, you are the producer, and I want him to slip on piss and die.
Did you see the Borderlands trailer?
Oh, I just saw what's in. Yeah, I saw. I didn't see the trailer. I saw the image for it, and I mistakenly called it Suicide Squad multiple times to different people.
Yeah.
That's some bizarre casting. If that poster's anything to go by, damn.
I've seen the trailer. P is prevalent in it. So,
I think that I guess the theme of this video we're watching is that either you die a YouTuber or you live long enough to become a producer.
Yes.
And you have to do it, no matter what. It's like that scene in Vampire's Kiss where Nicolas Cage is threatening to fire his secretary, and he says, "You're the lowest on the totem pole."
Oh, he plays the entire scene as well.
I've chopped it. Don't worry.
Do you understand?
That face.
Well, but in essence, though, it's so funny to be like, this is so unfair. The fact that the people who gave you the money to sign a contract in which you had to perform certain actions in the work that they have offered you can actually make it so that you have to do certain things.
Imagine
you're an employee; they're paying for it. They're your
boss. Someone like, what if you paid someone to put carpet in your house, and then they were like, you know what? I'm thinking pink carpet, pink and green stripes with purple spots, and that's my creative decision for the carpet in this house. You would go, no, I'm paying you to install beige carpet. What are you doing? Like, no, listen, you can't infringe on my creative freedom here, right? I'm the carpenter, right? Well, people don't act this way to things that aren't movies, it seems.
We're verging on what you're supposed to do in that scenario if you don't want your creative vision destroyed. There's an option right there. You can take it if you want. That you didn't sign to begin with.
All it requires is you to put one foot in front of the other foot and then do that over and over again in a specific direction.
So the door
it's
says
called
exit.
Walking.
Yeah, you could lose your job, quit the project, cancel out. There's so many. What do you even call it when someone says, "Woe is me, I've been given millions to not complete the story the way I want it"? It's like, man, that sucks.
I mean, and if your attitude is, but I need other people's money to make my vision a reality, it's like, well, tough shit. Welcome to that's us. That's me. I require millions of other people's dollars to make my creative visions come true on the big screen. That's everyone, Chris. Welcome to the club.
That's regret, life. Funnily enough, is not even, at least the way I understood it this whole time, was not that the studio has prevented the creative from making the creative decision. The tragedy is usually they ruined what sounded like a better story. That's not necessary. Like, that doesn't mean that happens every time a studio encroaches on a creative. That's not how that works. That is just when we have all the detail and we know that, oh, wow, that was there? That seemed out of place. And yeah, it turns out the studio pushed that. And you're like, oh, I wish they hadn't. Vice versa, where Iron Man getting pushed into Civil War, right? The third Captain America film. In retrospect, that seems like it was a good choice, because they managed to bring in like a huge cast to make the film feel much more like it lives in the MCU actively, as opposed to if it was just a Cap film where he's a rogue Avenger and that Tony just doesn't show up. Like, okay, that'd have been strange. And so if we are going to say that that was a studio decision, like, oh, I mean, I guess they made it work, right? And that's kind of a symbiosis that doesn't get commented on. When the studios say, I want you to do thing, don't know how you're going to do it, but do it, and then the creative actually manages to make something from it, they're like, damn, I didn't want to have to do this, but if I do have to, I think we could do this. And then it's like, oh, wow, look at you both go.
There is... I mean, that's why, we've talked about it before on EFAP. It's just being able to communicate and compromise with people. They're giving something, you want something, you got to meet in the middle. This is just a part of life. It's just life. That's reality.
It's a quote that I remember from one of the Bungie vidocs for Halo 3, where they were talking about the fight, the battle between art and design. And to paraphrase, the concluding statement was along the lines of, if either art is really happy or design is really happy, then something's wrong. But if we're both kind of unhappy, then it means that we probably got the right balance. That there's that push and pull, that tug between what the artists want and what the designers want. And that the push and pull and the fighting and occasionally giving up and occasionally fighting for the thing that you want kind of synthesizes into the right balance.
Yeah.
That the idea that you're not going to ever compromise ever, it's like, well, that is just not conducive to working in a team. If you're working in a team, there's going to be compromises.
Also, a big part of being a director, being a good director, means being able to convince people of your ideas. Like, if you can't convince the studio exec who has a stupid idea, let's just agree his idea is stupid, and you're like, no, I really think it ought to be this way. If you can't convince him, then you failed a little bit too. I mean, maybe they're just the worst. Maybe they're a little tyrant who just wants whatever they want and they don't care about you at all. But a big part of being a director is being like, no, this is why I want it to be this way. It's important. All these pieces fit together. This is why. Like, that's what your job is.
Why have we made the director the person who's at the very top of the totem pole in terms of who has their creative vision, sacrosanct over everyone else? You have costume designers, you have visual effects artists, you have the script writers, you have all of these people.
Well, the reason why would be, I guess, the conclusion is that the director is the head of creative, basically.
Well,
That's their job.
Yeah, but in terms of...
Yeah.
But in terms of, like, why, like, if you were to ask Chris Stuckmann, would Chris Stuckmann say, no, it's okay if the director tells the person who does the costumes that it needs to be done this way, not the way that you want it to be done, or no, this set needs to be this way, this props need to be this way, not the way you want it done, and that's okay for me to do.
Because
ultimately what you're doing is you're telling them to do something when they're not being paid by you.
Well, right,
they're being paid by the producers just like the director is.
Formula is so clear because of the Scott Derrickson versus Sam Raimi thing. It's when two creatives clash, everyone sides with the one we think is better. So when a director, like a Peter Jackson, has conflict with, Jimbo Bajuba, who's sorting out the chainmail, and Peter says, nah, that's not good enough, you need to make it like this. We're not going to be like, trust Jimbo Bajumba, he knows what he's doing. We're going to be like, go with Peter. Peter's got like the... he knows what he's doing, and we got that sort of thing. It's like, yeah, and to an extent, that is probably the way you would need to do it, because we can't settle every single disagreement at every level of filmmaking with the budget and time we have. We just can't. We opt to go with, well, the director's going to get the final say probably, but ultimately the final say is follow the money. Like, who's fucking spending on this shit? And you'll get different people saying go nuts or not. That is a simple reality. But the thing is, with how much money is bleeding out these days, I'm surprised studios aren't taking even more control. Because, like, do you think Phase 4 and 5 in the MCU is a result of the studios getting the films they wanted?
I think it's a result of Kevin Feige getting the films that he wanted.
Yep.
Yeah, like, I would say he's got to be on the hook for that. Like,
he's got
to be. responsible. And
if the man is going to soak up the fame
But
of,
I think
if he gets to call him a Kevin
I think
Feige production,
once Perlmutter was out, that was him basically.
Oh, also, by the way, I've just been made aware. I had no idea this was happening. He's lost 10,000 subs for Stuckmann from this.
Because of this video? Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Really?
What?
And that's an
Why?
at least. Because it's Social Blade, which is all rounded now, but yeah.
Oh, no.
I guess because we will get there, but his comment section is angry.
Has he responded to any of this?
Not yet, no. I don't think so, anyway. Wait, were you gonna say something?
No.
I'm just surprised that there would be any pushback to this. I would assume
That is a little surprising.
Yeah,
I would agree.
I agree as well. I wouldn't have thought that people would be that mad, but they were. Also, my watch together is. Hang on, I need to reload it. Let me fix this as well. Oop. Gosh, all our faces are cut off right now. I'm sure people at home are terrified.
No.
I'm terrified.
Because
my beautiful face.
The internet cutting out problem has been solved, chat. Also, I saw some people still complaining about the ad placement. It is on the lowest setting now. I don't know what the fuck's going on with YouTube's backend if it's still not like fixed or whatever. Uh-oh, my watch together's just dead. Nothing's happening for me.
What do you mean?
I can't do anything. It's just like it's black screen with zeros.
Maybe. Did that do anything?
No. Funny enough, I can see that you're doing something, but it's just.
Well, it's at 10:30.
Again.
You want to refresh, and it's at 10:30.
Well, that's the thing. I fully reloaded it, which you'd think would do something.
Maybe try like in a different browser.
Yeah. Chrome sucks.
It really does.
Not that you're using Chrome.
Microsoft
Chrome is
Edge.
garbage. Yeah.
Oh, I am using Chrome, but I still agree. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been using Firefox. It's not much better, but it's better than
I
Chrome.
wonder if incognito will fix it. That's what I think I did last time, actually. Oh, I think it might be fixed.
Exactly what it feels like when you're
beautiful.
Yep, it's working.
Awesome.
Yay!
There you go.
That makes complete sense.
Yay!
For a second there, we were cut off from Chris.
You're creative dealing with a larger entity that has control over your creation, or at least your script or your story or your characters. When they can tell you what to do and you got to do it, it doesn't matter if you think it's insane. You have to find a way to make it work.
You don't have to.
Always, there's always a choice. You can always.
You don't
live.
have to. Well, it's
this is
not
what
even
happened
just
with
that
the Jurassic World movie that just came out. Like they lost a director because of creative differences. He left.
Yeah.
He left.
You
He
can't-
walked. He turned
Well,
around.
I mean,
and left.
even beyond the scope of you can leave, which is obviously the like that's the big old choice. You can just you can fight with producers. You can get into arguments with them about what you think is right, and sometimes you might win and convince them, and sometimes you might lose. That's also part of the equation of making anything when there's a producer involved. It's not like they can't be convinced out of a perspective that they have. You can fight for your film.
It's this crazy world where you have to collaborate with lots of different people in order to get a big project like this done.
Yeah, and everyone's beholden to everybody all over the place. There's a huge chain of command, essentially, right? Like, he's saying, you just have to do what the studio says. And it's like, yeah, and the director gets to decide what the actors do, and the actors have to get to decide what their personal assistants do.
Oh, and also, entities decide whether or not your film is rated PG-13 or if it's R-rated, depending on what parameters your film, whatever criteria your film satisfies.
Yeah. And you
that'll
gotta work
change
with
how
them.
many people can watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go to them and say, what do we need to change? There's a reason that blood doesn't squirt out alerts once his arm and head get plopped off. I mean, you got to make some changes. You got to play in the system.
Do some sacrificing.
Yep.
And we hear about I think some of the famous examples would be Chevy Chase and Dan Harmon on Community. Huge breakdown of communication between an actor and a director because of creative differences. Sean Connery, and I forget the name of the director of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, but that was a famous one as well.
Wesley Snipes on Blade 3, he refused to fucking come out of his trailer. He wouldn't even talk to the director. He had to do it via written notes.
Oh, and that was the rumors for World War Z as well, that Brad Pitt stopped talking to the director because he was so mad about all the reshoots.
Yeah. So this happens all the time, and you can push and pull with the power that you have. You can quit, you can try to compromise, you can try to explain. What he's talking about is one tiny aspect of a very narrow operation that happens throughout all of filmmaking and all of industry, basically. But he's making it sound like...
It's so bizarre that he would say this,
Well,
as
this is
though
what I
he's
mean.
got any position of authority.
If anything, he's damaging the conversation because he's making it seem like studios and producers are just fucking people that ruin everything.
Yeah,
like, he hasn't even mentioned the fact that they're the ones paying for the movie.
Well, it's like, if you want to make a film that's like a $200 million blockbuster, unless you have $200 million just laying around that you can invest in that project, like, what do you believe that because you have the idea, you have an idea in your head for a $200 million blockbuster, that you're like entitled to have the means to create that, and that once you get it, nobody can say anything to you? Never mind just producers, but what about the actors? What if they disagree with you on your creative vision?
The king.
And then it's like, well, no, I'm in charge. I mean,
I'm the
if you're
captain
paying
now.
all the bills, if you're paying all the bills, maybe you will be the one in charge. But
Well,
if not,
okay, so he's highlighted the nature of the money and the creative power. When they were making notes for Melanie, don't you think you had insane money and power levels over your actors?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they knew they couldn't push back too much. They want to have the job. Because that's how it works at all levels. I don't know why we're highlighting this.
Unless again, you're like a Martin Scorsese who's built up enough of a reputation that you get to basically say, I want to do whatever I want, and you're allowed to,
and in the
because
same,
you have the reputation.
In the same vein, the rapport that he has with someone like Robert De Niro, there's probably nothing they don't understand from each other at this point, in terms of like...
Yep, exactly.
You know, I think the character should do this. Why? This reason. Yeah, that could work. Okay. Yep. You know, like, or whatever.
Him,
like
or Leonardo DiCaprio, or, you know,
Yeah.
but if it was someone new, he might not give as much of a fuck about what they have to say.
Or if, for example, a Gal Gadot says, I think Wonder Woman should do this, you might just say, shut the fuck up, I'm the writer.
No, I'm not saying that's what happened on Madam Web and Morbius and all these movies, but I would not be...
Yeah, because you have no idea, because you didn't look into it at all.
No,
he did assume it earlier, though, so he is saying that.
He did assume it earlier, it's correct.
Surprised. Because when I look at Sony's involvement with the Spider-Verse films, I see Lord and Miller that have had massive success on the big screen in the past that have made...
Have you looked into what they've said? What if they said, it's a bit grueling because a lot of your choices get slapped down by the studio, but ultimately you still get to make something that people are inspired by? Like, what if they said something like that? Uh-oh.
I wonder what his opinion is on the reported crunch on Across the Spider-Verse. Good old Chris Stuckmann. I wonder if he has an opinion on it. And whether or not they have any amount of responsibility for anything that would have been brought up relating to that.
Of money for a lot of people and have proven themselves to be very smart at what they do, and I can totally see a company like Sony saying, why don't you guys give us your best shot and then we'll give you some notes. Now, for a filmmaker like S.J. Clarkson, who made Madam Web, she's had a long and respectable career directing television, but she's directing her first movie and it's a Sony superhero movie. When I saw Madam Web earlier today, there wasn't a single part of me that thought, wow, this is just a terrible filmmaker. I could not help...
They're really? Really?
Wait. You gotta see how he finishes the sentence for that to make sense.
Okay.
A terrible filmmaker. I could not help but see the myriad of evidence that has been laid at all of our feet that this is a studio that is simply retaining the rights to their characters, that does not care about the quality of this experience they're giving us.
Sure, okay.
So nothing she could have done. Nothing she could have done.
Present us with this myriad of evidence that's been laid at our feet.
Also, help us to see what you see, Chris.
Yes.
Help us.
Because also, they didn't set out to make a shit movie.
Nope.
Sony obviously wanted this movie to make $1 billion. They wanted it to be good. So they clearly did care about providing a good experience for the end user, the audience. They just weren't able to deliver it. Whose fault is that? Is it theirs, or is it the creatives,
or is it both? Or
why would they have meddled so much if they didn't care?
They promoted the hell out of it, yeah. As we
Did
learned,
bean counters,
I
Cap,
see.
they only
I
want
see
money.
something
73.
fading in. I see something fading in here. What is
No context for
what's
that
Here's some
yet. I want to
evidence.
talk more about what he said. So this
Yeah.
assertion that he saw the film, and by the way, this is another bashing the film. He said, like, I'm not going to call them terrible filmmakers. You're like, wait, why would you say that in the first place? It's like, oh, because it's bad. Right, okay. But he's saying, no, there's not evidence of that. There's evidence that the studio didn't care. What if he was faced with a studio member right now, a producer who said, I worked my fucking ass off for this. I care about Madame Web. I tried to make it work. The fucking director was an inept idiot. And, like, she fucked everything up. But no, I don't care, according to you, because I'm not creative, but she is, right? Because she's got a history in TV, which automatically means I should just let her do anything she wants. Which I did, by the way. Like, if he said all this to him, I wonder if Chris would be like, oh, fuck. Like,
well, yeah, like, not to mention her priors. You know, she did the Blood Moon prequel for Game of Thrones. They spent $30 million on that, and it will never see the light of day.
Right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's
Never gonna
wild.
see it.
Oh, someone
But
leak it to it. Find a way.
he's like, his whole
I
thing is
know,
trying
I'd
to
wanna see
protect directors and writers from the torrent of hate that they can often get from people who don't understand that studios ruin things by expelling a torrent of hate at all the people in the studio.
Yeah.
Like, how does this make any
studios
sense?
have all the gain from
I love the
this.
idea of like studio executives watching Chris Stuckman's video and being like, "Oh."
But also in
They
the
don't do
process
that.
as well,
Why is he so mean to me?
stripping the director of any of her autonomy or capacity to make any choices whatsoever.
Yeah, you're saying there's nothing she could have done. Nothing. That she was just
nothing
a
she could have done.
slave to the
This is
producer.
She was helpless.
Well, Rags.
She
Why
was a
did they hire her?
producer.
He said there was a myriad
Remember,
of evidence
she
that that's
is the
the case.
producer.
This is a
Okay.
golden tablet situation. He's not going to share this divine knowledge with the rest of us. We're just going to have to
No, he's not.
take it on. We're just going to have to take it on faith from Chris of all of these things. That would be a neat thing to point out, but I guess you don't want to be mean.
Two things.
So much
really
for being
quick.
a reviewer.
Worth remembering that she is also an executive producer. The other thing is
Yes.
that he just got finished saying, "No, I don't know that this happened," and now he's like, "There's a myriad of evidence that this definitely happened."
What's the
Part of it
evidence?
is that he's come away with he's done something really stupid. He's like made the apt observation that Sony is making these films so that they can retain the rights to Spider-Man, which is true. But then he's like run away with it to this weird world where it's like, oh, well, they don't, if they make a piece of shit that doesn't make any money, who cares? They don't care. It's like, you think they don't care? You think Sony doesn't care that this film is not going to make its money back and that everybody thinks it sucks? You don't think
They
that they
only have to gain. They have more than anyone else to gain. They not only literally get to make more money, they have now created a character and an IP that they can use to hopefully make money into the future. Now is the time. Like, if you're Sony, if you're not Disney and you're interested in superhero stuff, now is the time to fucking strike as hard as you can and make the best shit that you can, because Disney's dominance over superhero stuff, it's basically done.
Mm-hmm.
Now is when you need to be cashing in all of the chips that you can on making a great movie to pry away that, that Disney clout, that Disney dominance. They're fading. The king is weak. It's time to strike.
When he says there's a myriad of evidence, what he is referring to is when you watch the film, it's evident that the studios destroyed it, which is, as was just mentioned, incredibly condescending. Because if he had the Clarkson in the call with him and she said, bro, that's my movie, that it is the way that I want it to be, what the hell? I honestly imagine he would fucking crumble.
No, wait. Look, I'm not saying, look, okay? I'm just saying I love movies. I love movies, okay? I love filmmaking. It'd just be like, it would just completely crumble. I imagine that this position isn't held with that much conviction at all.
Yeah, and I guess on top of
he's
that,
caught himself in a terrible position where he can't admit that, creatives and like people who make movies and writers and stuff, they could be shit. They can be bad. They can do bad jobs.
It was revealed to be in a dream.
That's the way he talks about it.
Yeah. Well, so this is all under the context of him saying he's on his filmmaker's journey and he's done several videos on that, and a lot of people are defending him, saying he knows better than all of us because he's a filmmaker now. And I wonder if maybe in 10 years, kind of like we were talking about earlier, if he goes on his producer journey and then gives us the producer's point of view, and then a studio journey where he's just got his own studio and gives us that. And he's like, you know what? I've done some growing. I've done some growing, and it's just, yeah, producers actually have it a lot harder than you'd realize. Because who the fuck has ever advocated for the producer for the studio? Nobody, because it's just not a thing you do.
Yeah.
It doesn't match anyone's fun narratives to say there is that producer who cares about the art and is trying to make things work, but also doesn't want to go bankrupt.
They just catch all the flack and never get any of the credit.
Yeah.
Madam Web, which lands in theaters on Wednesday, February 14, 2024, is set in 2003. It's a time Clarkson felt she knew well and embraces with period props and a soundtrack that includes tracks from the time, including Britney Spears' Toxic, very apt for a spider bite movie.
God.
I remember the noughties, and I remember the 90s. That was my time, so in some ways, it was pure nostalgia, a joy to go back there. And a little hilarious, she explained. The young spiders were on set and saying things like, "Look at that phone. Oh my god, we remember that." 2003 doesn't feel like that long ago, but it was 20 years ago. That's considered a period drama now. You don't realize that.
By the way, the fact that all of the young actresses on the film were being amazed by the technology of the period-accurate props is probably the most interesting thing about Madam Web that exists.
Well, you may or may not have detected why I've put this in here, but obviously I'll explain it by the time we get to the end. If not.
Yeah.
That when you're thinking the visual effects budget is going on changing cars and LED screens that are flashing, but it was a time that was fun and exciting. It is certainly how I remember it, which was my youth. There was a vibrancy and fun, and the music in Madam Web did so much of that for us as well. There also wasn't the surveillance capitalism that there is today. That was a conscious effort on our part to make sure that it was only the villain that had any of this technology and that for everyone else, it was like, well, we know you can track things, and there are cameras around, but not to the extent that it is today. You couldn't tap into it as that option didn't exist. It was quite liberating because it meant you could tell the story without everybody getting on their smartphones. Getting Madam Web.
I don't know, man. Like the newspapers back then were pretty fucking on the ball.
That's
it's like
true.
She goes on the run with these girls, and like within a matter of hours, there's like front page news about it. That people are reading about.
Oh, it's so funny.
Yeah, that's how it was back then. Newspapers were amazing things. We lost we lost something valuable.
Sure. And right after 9/11, she was able to just get on a plane, go to Peru like that.
In like an afternoon.
In like an afternoon.
It was weird. It was
I love that.
It was kind of like what like a whiplash moment in the movie where he's like, oh shit, is she going to Peru, to the Amazon right now? Oh, this is happening in the movie. Yep. She's in the Amazon. Okay.
The fuck is surveillance capitalism?
Capitalizing on surveillance. I
think she just had to throw the word capitalism in there.
She did.
The fucking Soviets. Hollywood people will be like, oh yeah, get that fucking dig in against capitalism.
Look, it's better than surveillance communism, okay?
Yeah, the communists and Soviets, they would never just like spy on you all the time and encourage you to, rat on your neighbors. No.
Yeah, they were famous for being so laid back about
it's
their
very
freedom
free
of
and open
information.
society. Yeah. It's very libertarian society, the communists,
was a race against time, with the picture only being locked days before the film's theatrical release. Let me be clear, I could have worked on this for longer, but every director will say that the clock was ticking. I'm never ready, but we had exhibitors scrambling for it. It was all to do with visual effects, as those were the last things to come in. It's a very grounded film. Most of the visual effects, in terms of the clairvoyance, were done in camera with me and a diopter, making a lot of noise and smashing glass against glass and a flashlight. However, we did have a big finale sequence with many visual effects, and that took a bit of time to do. When it comes to the army of people that make me and everybody in the movie look good by bringing the visual effects to life, you want to give them as much time as possible. We also had some late additional photography, which was always needed because of the strikes. We had to wait, so we were turning those things around at the last minute. The very last shot was a computer screenshot that I did in a with 9 screens, so that took a long time to complete. That was the shot that I was biting my nails, waiting for to make sure that we could drop it in before midnight to deliver it. It was right up to the wire.
There's been too many examples of movies that all feel kind of the same. Like
interesting. It sounds like that's a director explaining her rationale for the creative decisions that she was making in the film.
No,
it was her movie.
We don't really agree that what she described had the effect she clearly hoped it and felt it did.
Nope.
But I mean, that's her film.
That just sounds like a director talking about their film that was bad, but they were talking about it like that sounds like a thought process was going into some of these decisions. A thought process that seems divorced from a producer just saying, do it because we own you. Like, it sounds more like, oh, well, I made these choices because they afforded me these opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Were theaters clamoring for this film, though? I question that one a little bit.
I was.
I mean, in February, there's not a whole lot going on.
Yeah.
Especially not on Valentine's Day.
Oh, tell me about it.
It's just funny that Stuckmann has assumed that she had. It's like, oh, well, this isn't her film, and then you just have her saying that it is. So, is she lying, Chris? Is she?
Do I believe her or you?
Is she making stuff up? Is she covering for the producers?
And for the reference,
Chris
article,
will never have read this. He will not have bothered doing any of that research.
That was the first article I found with her talking about the movie.
That's probably a lot of work, though.
Yeah, it took like 13 seconds, I would say, maybe, to find it.
No, Chris doesn't have that
took a break
time.
after that.
He doesn't have that kind of time to waste. He's a busy man.
It's unbelievable to me because of how confidently he believes he knows what's going on because of his insight as a filmmaker. When he's admitted he has no idea what it feels like to work under a studio, and then he's just so provably wrong. He doesn't respect this very strong, independent female filmmaker who is now being crushed under his low expectations of how she could deal with a studio. Like, as if he has any fucking clue, right? He already established it, but it's true. She's been working in TV for ages. She knows how this works.
Yeah, she should know the landscape. Exactly. She knows how the game's played.
Like, yeah, sure, it's her first feature, but hasn't she directed dozens and dozens of television episodes?
Yes.
Yep.
It's just like I actually feel annoyed on behalf of her, even though I thought her movie was fucking piss. That is like, yeah, let her own it. Let her be like, this is my movie. Fuck you. But no, it's like, no.
That all of the crazy stuff say, yeah, that was our script.
Well, it's just funny, right? Because if Chris was to point out things that are dumb as fuck, and then he's like, God, look at the studio's mess with that. And the studio guy is sitting there like, you know that meme with like the puppet with the eyes? It's like, yeah, that was us. Yeah, sure. But then the fucking director is like, what didn't you like about that decision? And he's like, well, obviously that it wasn't yours. And she's like, right. Okay.
Mishmashed early 2000s superhero movie. They can't seem to get out of that. No.
Interesting comment, because I completely disagree. I feel like it's been forever since we've been in the early 2000s mishmash of bad superhero movies. I kind of miss that era.
I mean, it's been 20 years now. Yeah.
We've had a brand new era of abysmal films. Yeah.
The reality is that there are people listening to us right now in the audience who did not exist when those things happened.
Well, and they're a different breed, man. You go watch like what are considered really bad superhero movies of the 2000 era. It's like
Fantastic Four, Rise
Spider-Man,
of the Silver
Daredevil,
X3, Daredevil, Catwoman,
Elektra.
Yeah.
Like this is an interesting thing. It's like, how many people in chat, I wonder, is this news to? Ben Affleck played Daredevil in a movie with a pretty high budget, and he had to fight Colin Farrell's Bullseye. Do you know about this?
It was a wild time. It was a wild time.
Oh, hey, and it's got a director's cut that makes the movie actually a little better.
Well, that's kind of what my point is.
And I'd watch that movie.
I remember that film being way more entertaining than the slop we get these days.
Yeah,
Halle Berry going meow is way more entertaining than a lot of stuff. Yeah, it is. It's funny.
And then, if you were to actually get a little bit more serious, some of these films are better than these new Marvel films that are coming out in terms of the integrity of their scripts. Like, genuinely, some of these films are better than, like, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
I freaking love the Ghost Rider movies. Unapologetically.
Yeah, that film's probably better than Quantumania. It's probably better than Multiverse of Madness in terms of its script for as bad as it is.
This is what I mean about his lack of insight. He's arguing to us that we're still in that era. It's like, no, we're not.
No, we're not. We're in a worse era.
The reason why he's saying that is because that's an observation people have been making about Madam Web. And for some reason, he's broadly applied it to all the films when I don't know that anybody was saying this about Venom. That Venom feels like
no
film
one.
that came out
But people were saying that about Madam Web, at least I was, in a more positive sense. I was saying, like, oh, it's refreshing.
It's a fun, bad movie.
In a negative sense. There were plenty of people saying it in a negative sense. Because these are people who still think that the new Marvel films coming out now, for as bad as they were, aren't as bad as like X-Men: The Last Stand or Daredevil or Catwoman. When let's be real, again, X-Men 3, if you were to look at the writing, for as bad as it is, it's probably better than Quantumania. It's probably better than
just accept that it was. I mean, like movies as a process, the way that they're made, the styles that develop over time, it takes decades for these things to when we landed on the moon in 1969, allegedly, it was Apollo 11. Apollo 11, right? It took a lot of tries, a lot of different things had to get done, Gemini and Mercury and all this stuff for us to land on the moon and actually get there. So if you want to compare that to like the heart or the peak of Disney or of superhero cinema, which is like the MCU at its peak, a lot of stuff had to crawl out of the mud and evolve and die and try to get to what most people sort of identify with now as the apex superhero movie. So to be able to look at Madame Web and be like, oh, this feels like something that's out of time. It feels like something that's just different. It's legitimately a neat feeling to have. And oddly enough, something I kind of wish that we'd go back to in a way.
More experimental for sure. Because what's funny is like that one line from Magneto where he says, Charles Xavier did more for mutants than you'll ever know. My only regret is that he had to die for our dream to live. That's better than anything in Quantumania.
Yeah, exactly. Or just
pretty
the
smart
look
ants.
that he gives him right before he dies. And then it's funny. It feels like back then, for all of the problems that they had, they still had some general understanding of, oh yeah, the character should probably go on an arc, or there should be dramatic moments of consequence. Even these most basic sort of building blocks of storytelling that are gone now.
No matter how many times we've said to this studio, we would prefer it if you went a different way.
Well, that's not true. Venom made $800 million, so you told them more Venom. That's what they were told.
I'm still baffled by that, if I'm honest.
I'm not baffled.
How did that make $800 million?
I know.
It's Venom. It's Venom. People like Venom. That's it.
It's true. You know, like the principal photography for Venom was just over a month. So they did the principal. Yes, they did the principal in San Francisco. And they shot it right near my wife's salon at the time when they did that big jump. You know, that jump is right near her old salon. Yeah, the principal photography was just over a month. They turned that thing around so effing fast, man. It was crazy.
I think it's genuinely one of the most forgettable movies I think I've ever seen. Same with like Venom 2 as well. Like I would struggle to tell you a single thing that happened in either of those films.
That's kind of funny. I actually remember Venom all right. I kind of like that movie. It's not good at all, but I kind of like it.
I remember Stupid Sexy Venom, the girl Venom. I remember
She Venom.
But that is Venom.
I don't remember much else. That's about it.
Look at that
I remember Venom telling Eddie that he was a loser. Just calling him a loser to his face.
And it's one of Tom Hardy's
banter.
worst performances of his career, like bar none. Like he's a great actor. He's terrible in that movie.
I like him. I like him in it.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the accent. It's just so shit.
It's so shit.
We allow all opinions.
Yes.
And with the excellent examples of their two Spider-Verse films. And I can't help but think, who is this for? Who wins here?
The director. She won. She's very happy with it.
And also, remember, Chris doesn't know, as far as we know, Chris doesn't know if those two Spider-Verse films had incredible studio interference.
No.
And Lord Miller didn't actually have a lot of what they originally wanted to be in the movie. He doesn't know that. Or at least I've been given no reason to think that.
Well,
he doesn't seem to know anything else.
Sony gets no props for letting them have a lot of freedom. That doesn't like go on the scorecard for good decisions that they've made.
Yeah.
It's just neutral.
Yeah. They can't get a break. They get all the flack and none of the praise. Regardless.
And as for who won, like I do take some level of gratitude that we had this in the sense that I absolutely love seeing someone genuinely try to do something and do it so horribly wrong. Like it's just The Room would be the go-to example where you're just like, look at that.
Yeah.
Isn't that fucking hilarious?
Neil Breen.
And so much
Neil Breen. Yeah.
So much entertainment comes
we all
from
know
it.
that name.
Yeah, and so like be like, who won? It's like, well, we got to have some fun. She got to make the movie she wanted to make. The studio lost, obviously. You know, they're the biggest losers in all of this.
True. They should have had better instincts.
Kinda, yeah. Like, if only the studio had involved themselves further, or gotten the right people to make this movie, or cancelled it before it ever fucking got going.
Who should we hire to write our movie?
Is it the
Morbius
audience?
writers. They did a
Get the Gods of Egypt guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
It seems like it isn't, guys. Is it the creatives? Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Whoa!
I said this was coming.
Now, creatives involves director, writers, and actors. Actors are creatives too.
Is that Sydney Sweeney? I will not blame her tits.
Reporter asked Sydney Sweeney what's the most exciting thing about joining the hashtag MCU with Madam Web. That I can't talk about it. It's so hard because I talk so much. It was amazing. It was incredible. I'm so excited. I'm just really honored to be a part of this.
Well, shut up, you lost. Chris Stuckmann told me.
I love it. Gary, wasn't it you that told me that like her and Dakota were like fucking tagging like Marvel and stuff in the
MCU?
Yeah, well, I hope that as well. But yeah,
that would have made the movie.
They were like hashtagging like MCU and stuff when they were talking about this.
Yeah, so on their Instagram they tagged Marvel Studios because they thought this was a Marvel Studios production.
Well, I mean, look at the picture. Even the Marvel Studios is in the tweet.
Well,
yeah.
The thing I'm obviously looking to highlight here is that he's just gonna have to call her a liar, and I don't even mean that in a. We've done that before. We say like they're lying for the sake of whatever, but it's just like I just want to hear Chris say it. Tell me that Sydney Sweeney's lying. She did not enjoy her time with it. She did not have an incredible, exciting time or anything. It wasn't amazing. Bullshit.
I love not incredible. She was not excited, and she was not really honored to be a part of this.
He definitely knows that it was not the creative's fault at all. At nowhere in the process of making this movie did a creative ever make a bad decision.
No.
Ever.
No.
He knows
Madam
that.
Web to Sydney Sweeney is
inconceivable.
Halle Berry's Catwoman.
We got some extra director quotes now.
People look at your filmography.
The black is the interviewer, and then she's the bold is interviewer. She's the not.
They might think that it's a big leap to go straight from television to a big budget film like this, but you did direct a massive pilot, Game of Thrones prequel, Blood Moon, a few years ago. Even though it didn't work out, are you glad that you shot something on a large scale before jumping into Madam Web? Every experience I've had to date has led me to this moment. I've done over 100 episodes of television.
Seriously, Chris, like, just read up what she has to say. Like, seriously.
This is public knowledge. It's in for the point of these interviews is to be read by people.
Yeah.
That's why they're there.
My previous massive failure led to this massive failure. I'm so proud of it.
It all leads in, you know?
Well, out of curiosity, why did the Blood Moon prequel not work out? Was it
studio decided it was not worthwhile, like it wouldn't make it, you know? Just as the kind of thing that probably happens a hell of a lot more than we'd ever realize, but it was crazy because how much did it cost, Gary? Was it $30 million?
$30 million.
Insane.
I guess you gotta measure a lot.
Well, imagine thinking like you spend the 30
really bad.
And then you're like, we ain't wasting more than 30. Okay, we're cutting it off there. Like, you guys have fucked up too much already.
As well, doing all 4, 5, and 6 parts, which in themselves feel like you're making 2 or 3 massive features. That's as many as 6 hours of filmmaking that I was helming. And I would say that everything I've done has led to this moment. Really, it has all given me the foundation from which to leap. So how complicated was it to shoot all these different variations of scenes in order to account for Cassie's visions and then the reality that actually plays out? Yeah, it was a challenge. I was like, we're going to have to shoot these scenes 3 times, right? We're going to need 3 times the amount of time. To which I got a no laugh. So I had to be quite meticulous in the planning. Most of the clairvoyance was done in camera, in terms of me creating that effect with the diopter. It was often shooting with Dakota and explaining what was happening. She, at times, wasn't seeing what was happening in the direction, so we'd have to do that separately, especially when there was stunt. So it was quite challenging. I've never had call sheets and sides with more notes on them in my entire career. I want to thank you for not including a mid-credit scene. In general, I've grown so weary of post-credit scenes that often lead to nowhere, at least in recent memory. Was it important to you to just tell a satisfying, close-ended story on its own terms? Yeah, it was about telling a great story. My father always used to say, if you have to say something, stand up, speak up, and then shut up. So when I got to the end credits, I felt that we'd said everything we needed to say in the film. It's up to whatever is next to take on the baton.
It was about telling a great story, and we'd said everything we needed to say.
Yep.
But Chris,
If
she
only
failed.
she knew.
She lost.
If
lying?
only she knew. If only she knew that she was actually a slave, that she had no input, she had no.
She
Or
was
is she
control.
lying? Does
How did
Chris
the producers
believe that
pull the
she's
wool over her
lying?
eyes?
Does he believe that she is a liar?
He must do. Because this all sounds like she not only loved making it, but that she had loads of control. And she's described in detail that she did everything she wanted to do, and she wanted to tell a great story, and by gum, she got to say what she wanted to say.
It sounds like the only interference she really had from the studio was that she wanted a longer shooting schedule, and they say, now you only have this much time. Not what you have to shoot and what you have to write.
I've already noticed that.
According to somebody, Drinker and I know, when it comes to making a movie at Sony, the only time the studio will really interfere, it's not creatively at all. It's just budget. It's just budget. That's it. So you
Maybe
can
they
try
should
the thing
interfere more in the story.
Maybe, but the approach is
don't say that.
You're free to do creatively what you want, but it better be within this amount of money. That's all.
Oh, and
money is
for the notion that if he did say she was actually lying, like he had the balls to actually say that, which I don't think he ever would, I would be like, don't you think it's a bit of a strange lie? Like the amount of detail she's putting into these lies, like all this stuff about everything
ultimately
she did.
for what? To ingratiate herself to Sony again, or to say that she's willing to fall on the proverbial sword for a failure of a movie? Like what's the goal here? Instead of coming out and saying, yeah, I had all of these ideas and they were all cut down by Sony. I wasn't given what I was needed. They wouldn't work with me, and that's why Madam Web failed. It's not my movie. I don't take credit for it. It was all on them to do this, and I was stifled.
And yeah, he could have found all this out himself.
Said that
because I feel like this would change his whole perspective if he read all this.
If he, what was it? 12 seconds, 13 seconds.
13. Yeah, I was going to say don't under exaggerate by saying 12, Gary. Jesus. 13.
I'm sorry. 13-second Google search.
Yeah, which it takes a lot.
That's like 1/16 of a Hill House review.
I think you might have invented a new word as well, Muller. Don't under exaggerate.
Don't under exaggerate.
Double plus good.
I could not help but see the myriad of evidence that has been laid at all of our feet that this is a studio that is simply retaining the rights to their characters, that does not care about the quality.
They had plans to launch an entire franchise out of this. This wasn't.
They were setting up 3 superheroes with this movie. 3. They were setting up a trio.
This was big plans.
Everyone's claiming that
we're doing here.
He's a big grown-up boy for not being mean to the film because ultimately people are trying hard to work on them. He had no idea that she worked hard on it. He thinks that she barely got to work on it at all and the studio ruined it, even though the evidence is as clear as fucking day that you can find it. And the fact is, you could make the video on Madam Web saying, look at the diopter that they used to create the special effects with the clairvoyance. This is all done in camera. This is really fucking cool. You could have said that. But oh well. All you're going to say is that there was evidence, there was no way that it was her film. No way.
This definitely has the "well, God told me" kind of vibe to it, where it's just I'm asserting that this is the case with this movie. No, I've not.
Well,
sought
Rags,
out
he's a
any
filmmaker.
I didn't look for the interviews.
Are
That's true. He's a filmmaker.
I don't think so.
Filmmaker.
You know what? I have not made any shitty films, Mahler. It's true. I have not made a single terrible film.
Let me guess. You're an article reader. You read articles and then you think you have insight. Fucking idiot.
On occasion, I've been known to peruse interviews and articles to
that tells you
see
nothing.
What's going on?
What tells you stuff is making a short film and then just assuming everything. By the way, this is the man who's celebrated for his insight. I hate it. Like, what the hell? It's not fair.
Yeah,
he doesn't research shit.
Yeah, it isn't fair. This is actually not fair. There is no God.
Quality of this experience they're giving us, and I can't help but think, who is this for? Who wins here? Is it the creatives?
That was a weird.
Definitely not.
I love that he says definitely not when she would have described this. You saw how she described it. I don't need to fucking repeat those clips.
Well, yeah.
Wait, so are you repeating certain clips of his?
Yes,
or
on
am I,
purpose.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah,
Is it
the director seemed more eager to talk about the movie than both of the writers were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just had nothing to say compared to her.
Someone said, you seem to think you have insight. You all act like your knowledge is somehow superior. It is. He's got none. We've got some.
Yes. We are better than Chris Stuckmann.
In this case, on the topic of how much control did the director have of the movie, I have more insight than he does because I read a quote from her. That's more than he's done.
There you go. You have more of a myriad of evidence than he
And I
does.
also saw the movie. Whoa.
Oh.
So did I.
Well, the thing is, he said that's where he's got most of his myriad of evidence from. I still love him to contextualize that.
Yeah,
are you suggesting that he didn't see the movie?
I think he did.
No, he definitely did. It's just that he has nothing to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's every one of his reviews, okay?
Heyo.
Making a lot of money because they keep doing this over and over again. Sometimes it makes sense to make a Venom movie. It makes sense to make a Spider-Man movie. Those are characters that are going to generate money no matter what. Morbius and Madam Web, Kraven the Hunter remains to be seen. That is not the same level of reward that a studio might receive.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, exactly. I was literally... The year that Guardians of the Galaxy came out is the year that The Amazing Spider-Man 2 came out. Guardians made more money than The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Made about $100 million more money.
And it's a damn good movie.
This is just a stupid point. If you make a film that's really, really, really good, even if it's based on obscure characters, you can end up making more money than the shit film based on the much more popular character. Absolutely. This is just like not true.
I mean, not even to say that, not to say that he was a fictional character, but like Oppenheimer, we have a recent biopic movie that's like 17 hours long, and it's really good about a guy that people just never really think about in common parlance. That's basically dredging up a superhero no one's ever heard of.
Yeah,
and then make $1 billion. Like, I understand where the thinking comes from, but if it was a really, really, really good movie, Madam Web, it probably would be making more money than it is right now. I would guess that it would be not to say that because a film is good that it necessarily will make money. Good films have failed, bad films have succeeded. But it can't hurt to make a good film, you know? Surely it can't hurt.
But that it looked good, at least, you know?
Well, how did the creative decision come about for a studio to say, you know what, we need to make a sequel to that Puss in Boots movie that was really mid and no one ever talks about or probably even really remembers, but we're gonna make a sequel to that. How do we make it stick and have cultural impact and get, make a lot of money, and how can we do this?
From producing a Spider-Man or a Venom movie. So why are they making them? Is it to retain the rights? Is it to get some kind of financial break? Potentially. And in that case, they probably don't care that much about each and every one of us.
You just made an assumption on an assumption on an assumption. You have no idea.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they probably don't care. Why? Because they're probably doing this just to retain rights. Why? It's like because they probably wouldn't do it with Madam Web like a Spider-Man because she doesn't have as much pull. That's great, man.
Well, she does have a lot of pull. Her web connects all.
That's right.
That's true. She connects the whole world.
Who forks over our hard-earned money to sit in a theater on Valentine's Day when they could have been doing anything else.
He's so mad. Stop taking her agency away. The director made her movie.
It's very misogynist of him to...
Yes, it is. You should be stopped. Chris Misogynist.
Cancel Chris.
Let the woman film the pee scene if they want to, Chris. You're stifling creativity.
Give me the piss.
Give it to it.
So much about the filmmaker experience.
Wait a minute. Wait, sorry.
Wait, rewind that.
Wait, what? What was that?
What?
Oh, it'll make sense.
Is it to retain the rights? Is it to get some kind of financial break? Potentially. And in that case, they probably don't care that much about each and every one of us who forks over our hard-earned money to sit in a theater on Valentine's Day when they could have been doing anything else. I care so much about the filmmaker experience.
Any man who must say, I am the
filmmaker
is no true
filmmaker. I
like it.
This is the reason that this is here specifically is because I'm fucking annoyed at this point that he's said so. Like, I care so much about the film experience, the filmmaker experience. He hasn't looked into what she said about her own film at all. He's made so many claims about her position in the film. Doesn't care about her. He's a liar. The phony.
And yet, he will say this line over and over and over again. I care about films. I care so much about filmmaking. I care. He just keeps saying it over and over and over again.
He's insecure about it. He has to constantly remind us.
It should be apparent in the way that you talk about these things that you care. You don't need to keep telling everybody that you care.
I believe Jeremy Jahns cares a shit ton about it, and I've never heard him say, boy, I sure do love movies.
It's yeah.
Again, it's like Tywin said. It's like you said.
Anything else. I care so much about the filmmaker experience.
Any man who must say, I am the
filmmaker
is no true
filmmaker. I care so much about the filmmaker experience, and I am so aware of how crushingly difficult it can be to make a film.
Yeah, it was about telling a great story. I felt that we'd said everything we needed to say in the film.
I care so much about the filmmaker experience.
Hey, you know who lives in this house? A great big phony! That's right, a phony lives here! A big fat phony!
But I also care a lot about
I'm real happy with that one.
Classic Family
Real
Guy.
happy with that one.
That's taking it back before the show was not just.
I want to know this is a very scuffed set of editing that I did over 2 days, and I wasn't a call with Friggy where he was like, some
you should put in the phony one. You should put in the phony.
Audience, and I want people like myself who go to these movies to have a good time and to feel like they invested some of their.
Dude, I had a good time watching Madam Web. I said this.
I had a good time.
It was funny as fuck.
Yes.
Absolutely worth the price of admission.
Oh God, yes.
Something that gave something back to them, that inspired them in some way, or made them just happy for.
What were the people that were inspired by Madam Web? There's probably like one guy out there who's like,
oh yeah, like for that guy, like Madam Web will be the defining film of his life.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, what
I'm
about the
very happy
negative
for him.
inspiration? What about where someone says, "Fucking hell, that was so bad, I could do better," and then they do it, and then they make it better.
You know what this feels like though? I feel like he's trying to work himself into a rage about this. Like it's like he's trying to get himself psyched up to have a really passionate rant, but I'm not quite feeling it.
And he just
doesn't hurt myself to feel.
He doesn't have the information to be as pointed as he wants to be because there's so many assumptions.
Well, it reminded me of that review of the year video that you showed me of his, where it was like, "Wow, what a crazy year it's been, everyone." And it's just like I don't really feel the craziness coming from you, Chris. Like,
oh God,
gee whiz, guys.
Do you remember when in Whiplash where he's like Fletcher is getting more and more on board in the finale with because he's trying to sabotage him and then he's sort of getting into it. Do you remember that part where he has his hand and he like lifts it up and he looks so fucking into it, like the passion of let's get this fucking drumming going. That is something Chris Stuckmann I don't think has ever experienced. That sense of passion, that like yeah, let's fucking talk about this. Like maybe before
because I think people would have less of an issue with him if your premise is I'm not going to criticize movies that I hate, I'm just going to praise the films that I really enjoy. I mean, okay, fine, it's your choice, but like, okay, do that in a way that actually shows us why you're passionate about these films. If there's films that really moved you and you think are fantastic, really dig down into why they work. And
the
show us
was great, and the story.
Exactly.
Great.
Show us how much you care and why you like them. You claim to be like such a fan of the art of cinema. Demonstrate that, because if all you're producing is like 5-minute videos of you in front of a webcam, just reeling off production information and then giving the most milquetoast surface level analysis of the film, what are you demonstrating there? You don't seem like a person who's passionate about filmmaking.
Yeah.
He does come across as just the low. Well, look at the effort that goes into the videos. This is more effort goes into him getting in his car and driving to the theater and back than goes into making the video because he just sits there.
I recall it was that quote where he what was it? He said it was something along the lines of, our task as critics isn't as hard. We just have to, turn on the camera for like 30 minutes or, like it only takes us 30 minutes. It's like, it only takes
very revealing about your process.
It takes you 30
minutes. Gives me 30 minutes just to get started.
Well, the funny thing is, nobody knows if he meant 30 minutes spent recording or 30 minutes spent on the entire thing, as in 10 minutes recording, 10 minutes editing, 10 minutes uploading.
I mean, at this point, I'd guess that he doesn't edit his videos. That'd be my guess at this point.
You can see cuts. Oh, but you mean like edits as in someone else?
I mean that someone else does it. Yeah, maybe that's not the case. Maybe he still does it, but
who knows?
A couple hours, and Sony and their treatment of these characters seems to be doing the exact opposite. Currently in the industry, it's the Wild West when it comes to spec scripts, especially. From what I understand, a lot of spec scripts are not even being read, very rarely, in fact, unless you're a very specific kind of movie or a studio is looking for something so particular that you just so happen to be that perfect thing. From what I understand, lower budget horror is still being looked at, especially haunted house things or things that are very marketable. But in
That's the opposite of Wild West.
You know what things are being looked at? Things that are very marketable.
That's a new phenomenon right there. Oh boy!
I just want to make sure everyone understands the incredible insight of this man who's been inside the industry. What stuff they're interested is in stuff that's marketable.
Okay, yeah, it was more of he just said it's the Wild West, but nobody's reading spec scripts. What?
Haunted houses? They're in.
So
I'm not sure the Wild West metaphor really works.
Yeah, I'm a little confused on that one. Because there was a time like in Artist's Alley at Comic-Con around 2011, 2012, where Hollywood producers were optioning just comic books and throwing out, $5,000 or $10,000, which is a lot to a, up and coming artist, and buying properties left and right. That was the Wild West. That was the Wild West.
Slowing down.
Like a scramble for stuff because everyone's just excited and they're taking every opportunity that comes their way.
Like that South Park joke where it's like, "Hello, Netflix, greenlit."
This feels over now. What he's describing feels more like a depression or a slowdown where everyone's waiting to see.
Yeah,
what
it's
the
like
next
the gold
thing's
rush is over. It's over. All of the pioneers
it's long over.
They're going back to the cities. They're leaving the frontier because they were looking for gold, and now they're leaving.
In general, the industry has no idea what it's doing right now post-strikes. They have no clue. Movies are selling for almost $20 million at festivals from first-time filmmakers, and other movies that seem like they should be selling really big because of the names that are attached aren't. Nobody knows exactly what's happening right now because
I could tell that nobody knows exactly what's happening, Chris. I feel like we've gotten a lot of that from you today, but that's, you know what? There are things you can still find out pretty easily. Just saying.
Everyone is so beholden to this algorithm or whatever Netflix is telling them people want to see.
Stop. People do know what's going on. It's called contraction. Old Hollywood is dying. There's talks of Warner Brothers possibly being sold off again. It's merged, three times in the last 4 years? Paramount's going under. So those are two of the oldest studios in Hollywood.
Peacock.
Yeah, and they're all going to fall apart. And Silicon Valley runs Hollywood now. Yes, that algorithm, that Netflix algorithm, rules you now. That is your boss. That is your daddy. And that people saw this coming a long time ago, and they just couldn't fight it. So they have less money. You have a lot less money. You had an opportunity over the last 3 years when there was some creative freedom, when people were just throwing shit at the wall. And you know what the writers did? They sucked. Everything sucked. It's been the worst era of Hollywood ever. Worse than the 50s, worse than arguably the early 80s. I like the early 80s, but Quentin Tarantino might argue with me on that. It's been the worst era of Hollywood ever. Plus, they have competition now. They have real competition, which is you and I, and themselves. A lot of people can now just have this endless library to go back and watch good shit.
Yeah.
So they're kind of fucking done.
And
this is an old model that needs to change and didn't.
The amount of sort of like, old legend directors and industry people that are commenting on how bad things are right now too.
Yeah. It'll change and it'll be around, but there's going to be just new bosses. That's all. And fewer studios. And keep in mind that the three entities that'll probably rule Hollywood, two of them don't even care. They're vanity projects. Amazon's a mail-in service. Apple makes phones. And if they get tired of that, they're out.
Is so beholden to this algorithm or whatever Netflix is telling them people want to see. This is creating an almost robotic-like dystopian conveyor belt of movies that we are essentially supposed to kneel at the very end of, open our mouth really wide, and just consume.
Where have you been?
I mean,
where have
this is fascinating. Guys, I just realized there's been a lot of bad movies lately, and the studios just kind of expect us to accept it. I've just noticed this.
But I won't make fun of Madam Web.
I want to celebrate.
It's ironic because guys like him are partially responsible for this conveyor belt of absolute garbage because they sit there and blandly praise it. Like, you, sir, are one of the biggest and most, well, maybe not the most influential, but one of the biggest movie critics on YouTube, and you praise movies that are garbage and you refuse to criticize them, and you contribute to their success, and you contribute to that conveyor belt that you claim to hate so much.
And how does the conveyor belt get stopped if you're never going to criticize films? Which, even in the case of Madam Web, a film which you obviously believe is part of this conveyor belt, but you won't dare say anything about why it's bad.
Well, you see, that'll make things worse. Not sure how that works.
Nope.
And then ask, when do we get the next conveyor belt thing that you have generated for us from your algorithm robotic AI thing, whatever that is? Because
that was really funny.
Because when I watch
why not just watch the really good stuff and then praise that? And then if something's bad in the first episode or so, or you hear bad things, you don't have to watch the bad stuff. There's still good stuff being made by creatives. I mean, we watched, Silo recently, the first season of that. That's really neat. I'm excited to see the second season. We got stuff like House of the Dragon coming out. There's all sorts of things out there that are full of, creative, decisions that are interesting and cool. And if you just want to focus on the bad, I guess if you want to focus on the bad, you can. But there's more good stuff that I could ever possibly watch, even today. And Chris, you could be helping that if you tried a lot harder.
Yeah, if you celebrated harder.
There wasn't a single part of me that thought,
and and also by making decisions to say, I am not going to criticize Madam Web, you're not doing your part to steer people away from the bad content and towards the good stuff on the conveyor belts. So, you literally are part of the problem, and this video is part of the reason why.
Your algorithm robotic AI thing, whatever that is. Because when I watched Madam Web, there wasn't a single part of me that thought a writer sat down and came up with the idea of the final fight happening underneath a giant neon Pepsi Cola sign. I just don't.
That's not why it's bad, just to be clear.
Yeah,
that
it could have
isn't
been
the
really
reason
good.
why it's bad. It could have been cool. It could have been.
Before we make the point anyway, he's about to undermine his own point.
I don't think a writer sat in their apartment in LA and thought, that's a good idea. I'm pretty sure Sony said, we have to incorporate Pepsi in some way and deal with it. And
that's it. That's the only limitation they had, is that they had to incorporate Pepsi in.
Doesn't that completely undermine
7 billion ideas?
At this point, the fault lies with the writer. If they said incorporate Pepsi and that's what you came up with, that was your fault.
Oh yeah.
I make the bad guy drink Pepsi and he has diabetes and explodes. Yes. Do it. Yes. Inject it into his veins, Madam Web. Do it. Make him explode.
It's just that, had he not said the second bit, we would have said, well, I mean, if the studio had said something involve Pepsi, you didn't have to crush the bad guy with the Pepsi sign.
And why the P?
Well, I did say that a lot of creatives are interested in getting
so you
their
can
P.
see his head through the little loop. Oh.
I guess you could do that.
Oh, you know what? I thought it was just P for Peter Parker. I don't know. That's what I was thinking.
I thought it was P for Piss.
No, that's it. No, so you can see his head through the little hole is probably it, dude. Oh my god,
really
I didn't think
is.
about that. Oh no.
So the little loop.
It's just
see,
so weird
that was a creative decision to have the pee fall on him, so
Oh.
that you could see his little head in the loop.
He'd killed by the pee-pee.
Oh, dude, could you
It's so
imagine if it said
strange
that in
that
the
he's-
script? If it said the P falls on him in the script, but that you can see his head through the little hole in the P. That would be so funny.
The little pee hole.
It's a strange thing for him to fixate on, because the product placement is the least of this movie's concerns.
At this point, I don't if it happens every once in a while. Sometimes people will drink drinks, and sometimes the logos of those drinks will face me. That just happens when it's conspicuous.
I think more conspicuous would have been funnier at this point with how bad the movie is. If she had said,
I know.
we can't defeat him, but by God, we can have the great taste of Pepsi, along the way. Or
It's the choice of a new generation. Yeah.
Well, because Madam Web's blind as well, she can take the Pepsi challenge at the end.
Yeah.
I'm Madam Web, and even I can see why kids prefer the taste of cinnamon.
Do you guys remember the Skittles from Shazam 2?
Oh, God, yes.
With the unicorns. Oh
Yeah.
no. I do
remember
remember
the Pringles from Ghostbusters 2016.
Yep.
She literally says, "Taste the rainbow." She literally
She
says
says
those
it,
words.
yes.
Skittles
She says,
are
"Taste the rainbow."
the power of Skittles is incredibly plot relevant in Shazam 2. It saves the day.
It saves the world.
Yeah.
Dude, there was so much shit last year. That would have been memorable, right? That kind of bad would be memorable, and it gets lost in last year. God.
Oh man.
That's one for the record books.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it's like for a lot of these creatives. I just heard a story today about someone who's working with a massive entity studio, I won't say what it is, who has hired that person to write a story based off of a very interesting hook. He wrote the whole script, came back to them, and they said, you know what, we don't really like that hook anymore, but we still like your story. Can you make it work without the hook? And this poor writer is trying to...
This poor writer, he could say no.
Poor writer.
He'd be like, nope.
He could say no,
Yep.
or he could say, "You know what? That's an interesting challenge.
You know,
I'll see what I can do."
That writer has a studio on the hook who wants to, turn his idea into a movie. That's a lot more than most writers get.
Yep.
That poor writer who was chained to a table being paid 2 shekels a day.
Well, like, what if you said, so my movie is a buddy cop, but with an alien and a demon, and the alien lands on like a world filled with demons, and they're going to be going on a buddy cop adventure. You write the full script. It's really funny, really engaging, full of great action, and then they go, can we drop the alien and the demon thing? Is there a way you can make this work with, like, because the budget for this is going to fucking skyrocket if we go to do the CG and the makeup and the world changes and stuff, and then just go, fuck you, you've ruined my whole thing. It's like,
just make it a social commentary about, like, maybe upper class white people and the way that the police engage with minorities in the inner city and da 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 da. You know,
Talking about
it's really
Bright?
make it, something. No.
well, in any
No,
case,
I'm
my
not.
point is, if their request destroys your whole movie, then yeah, okay, back it out then, I guess. Or can you actually maintain the spirit and the heart of the whole thing you were making by altering the thing they want you to alter? You don't have to make it so the villain was crushed by the Pepsi sign. You don't have to do that.
The writers are wondering why their cubicle is underneath a big Pepsi sign. Why is my office here? It's very distracting. You know, like, don't think about it. Don't worry about it. The pea's looking a little loose up there. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't be
Also,
afraid
I
of the big
believe
pea.
that in competent hands, the villain getting crushed by a Pepsi sign could actually be good. You could do that.
He could be
Yes.
the greedy CEO of Pepsi Cola, who is ultimately crushed by his greed. And that is
Yes.
The implementation
no,
defines any idea. So, like, you can have the worst idea ever, but you can implement it with incredible skill and still turn it into something fantastic. It just comes down to the skill of the writer.
A lot of people have talked about, like, if they, they've written a better movie if they made this like Final Destination, where she can see a bunch of deaths, she can't do much about it, and you can make it about free will and put some fun, make it rated R and a bunch of crazy murders and tie it in, make it a capitalism is bad analogy that Hollywood loves to do with Pepsi falling on.
Yeah.
There's
but also drink Pepsi.
And also drink Pepsi. There's a million different ways you could have probably made it good, like a fun horror movie, but they just made it a porno movie without all the porn.
Maybe the villain could be Dr. Pepper.
Ooh.
Coke would have been the villain.
Make
for
Dr.
sure.
Pepper German. I will take over the world, Mr. Pepper.
To figure out how in the world they got hired to write a story based off of an idea and are now told to write the exact same story, but without the idea.
Write whatever story you want. Just no one's going to pay you for it. They want something specific. So either do it or don't.
With
It's
how you
fine.
described it, there's
to
so many reasonable ways it could have happened. If your hook was actually kind of sounded interesting, but your story was way better than the hook.
I could say, as someone who's written novels and screenplays, ideas go through all kinds of evolutions over time. Stories change, things get added, things get taken away. This is just the nature of the business. This is how it works.
You know what's funny? If someone said, here's my hook, alien crash lands into like a big old jungle where an operation is happening with a bunch of like army dudes who are going to be saving blah, blah, blah. And then someone says like, that does sound interesting. And then you see the completed film and you're like, maybe we should lose the spaceship landing part, even though that was kind of the hook. I feel like now, because I'm of course describing Predator, a lot of people seem to agree, and I do, that we don't need that part at the beginning. even though it's obviously there to make people go, ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that in The Thing, the one thing that I would change about the movie is to not have the opening scene be an alien ship going to Earth.
Agreed.
Even and like I said, you could describe both of those scenes as hooks to keep people like, oh man, I remember that alien scene, so when's that going to happen? That's going to come up at some point, right? Even though this movie's been much more normal for the next half an hour. Point being, there are many reasonable ways this could happen. He's described it as like insane. He's like, wow, how could this possibly have happened? It's like, I don't know. All kinds.
Except the fact that the writers said that they had this idea before Madam Web. So much for your hook.
And that's exactly the type of situation that so many writers find themselves in. And I would not be surprised if a lot of these Sony Spider-Man universe movies have had very similar conversations bouncing around their meetings.
You mean just different people who are deciding different things at different times? Yeah, that'd be crazy if those things happened. Imagine paying hundreds of millions and then wanting to have some input in the movie. That's just so nuts, man. Fucking hell.
It's maddening, and it does good for no one. So what are my solutions for this? It's the same solution I've said for a couple years now.
Just let creatives do whatever they want. That'll always work. That's the best the industry can be.
Sure.
Because I've started to make more discussion-based videos about the industry and how we can communicate with them and get better films and start to enjoy the theater-going
by criticizing
experience
them,
more,
Chris.
And not just hope that a great film
I
like
thought, according to
Godzilla
you,
Minus
Chris,
One-
like pretty much every film is great. You're just about celebrating films.
No, they're at the point now where just if you're creative, you're fine. There is no like good creators and bad creators, even though he's already said, certainly implied that there are in this video alone. But obviously we know that he thinks that because he's had a whole career talking about that, but only recently has decided he's not allowed to say that anymore.
One comes out
also,
of Japan.
since you mentioned it, I just want to give a big rest in peace to Carl Weathers here, talking about Predator and everything. So,
yeah,
salute
that's really
to you, my good
sad
man.
news.
Rest in peace. R.I.P.
So that we can enjoy that here. And it's the same thing I've always said. They hear us through our wallets. If a movie comes out that is genuinely great.
They also hear us through our speech where we shout about how bad they are.
Yeah.
I don't find it funny. They hear us through our wallet, a much clunkier version of vote with your wallet. But
Yeah. Hear us through our wallet.
You know how you can influence the bottom line on movies is by telling people not to go see them because they're bad.
That's right. Avoiding the bad ones is
using your
exactly
influencer.
If I do not go to see a movie because it's bad, that is similar to going to a good movie and spending money because it is good. Right? But how will I know what movies to avoid, Chris Stuckmann, popular-ish internet film reviewer man, if you do not tell me which ones to avoid? You should tell me where the mines are in this field so that I do not step upon them.
And we happen to see it in the theater. That's fantastic. But then buy it to own on digital or buy the Blu-ray of it. Let them know.
Don't own it on digital.
I was about to say, do not. Yeah, don't do it.
Yeah, and what if not everyone can afford to buy every movie they think is good on physical? Sorry, that's just a reality. And then a lot of people, like Chris, you got to address why people buy Netflix. Why do they do it? Is it offering something that they can't get other places? Maybe. It feels like that's a much more complicated discussion than we can save the industry by buying the films that we like. And what if we like films that are shitty, Chris? What if I like Madam Web? What if I buy it to show my family because I think it's so fucking funny?
Yeah.
Is more.
What if I want to break up with my girlfriend and getting her a sealed copy of Madam Web is exactly how I plan on doing that.
Well, The Room became hyper successful from. I guarantee you wouldn't push back on that. It's like, am I allowed to support that? It's like, yeah, but that wasn't studio interfered. It's like, wait. So can creatives be criticized? Can they be bad, Chris? Tell me.
And that's what we're getting with Oppenheimer. It's what we're getting with Barbie. When you see a movie where it's like, okay, that creator, Greta Gerwig, took an IP, Barbie, and made a completely original movie out of it, and it became.
Yeah, the studio didn't mess with Barbie at all. Definitely, you know that because
it's all Greta Gerwig.
The studio was present in the film as characters. Just to be clear, they were in the movie.
You can find it online. She's talked about it in interviews. The studio basically made her like justify every aspect of the movie to them. They're like, do we need Ken singing a song? And she had to like explain why she thought it was necessary. So like they're there putting the pressure on, like explain to us why all this is necessary, why we have to spend this extra money on these giant sets for the dance sequence, stuff like that. So they interfered, if you want to call it that. They were there the whole time going like, we need to make sure all of this is necessary and important. Whether they did a good job is another thing. but they were involved. They didn't just say, do whatever you want, here's a blank check.
Counterpoint, he watched the movie and liked it, so the studio didn't ruin it.
Oh, damn.
Okay. Yeah, gotcha.
Well,
Okay.
fair enough.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Became the highest grossing
We've been
film of the year,
served.
and it's nominated for
Oh, and also it made a lot of money, which is also evidence of something. I'm not sure.
multiple Oscars, even
And
though
it was
she
nominated
totally
for
should have
Oscars.
Yeah, that means also that the studio didn't touch it.
nominated for director. They hear that. They understand. All right, so IP is.
They hear that her justifying all those decisions to them is something that's important when filmmaking, and therefore in future they will make sure to do that with other creatives. All right. But I mean, he doesn't even know what we're supporting. He has no idea. He's just like, I like Barbie. Get that movie money. Go on. Okay, Chris.
Ish, but original. Got it. And that's okay. Like, there's so many openings for filmmakers to take very original ideas into things. In an ideal, perfect industry, the filmmaker-studio relationship would be more of an understanding, loving relationship. But the problem right
This
now
is a business, man. This is a business where millions, hundreds of millions of dollars are at stake.
His view is that the loving, understanding one is, I get to do whatever I want with your money.
Basically, yeah. Here, it's the trade meme. Like, you offer me $80 million, you receive question mark.
So many studio executives, people who are making the decisions, did not come from a place of creativity.
Look, we saw what the Madam Web writers said, okay? That was that was crazy. All right, that was just nonsense.
Does he think that Lord of the Rings had no studio interference at all? Do you think? It's like, no, that was just Peter Jackson. That's all he did. He didn't have to...
New Line Cinema, like what, a couple years before that, was responsible for making Dungeons and Dragons, right? So they probably were like, holy shit, we gotta be careful.
Well, and you know, how much does studio interference come down to? It has to come out at this date, and then the director says, I want more time, and they say, nah. Comes out at this date. And of course, that can vary as the answer to that question of whether that's reasonable or not.
I mean, wasn't it ZeniMax that said that, wasn't it ZeniMax who was like, you see this with games, they said, Skyrim needs to be out November 11th, 2011, 11/11/11. So, and then that game had some,
well, yeah, that's the thing. It varies, it's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable for a company to say, we would like it done, around about this time. But when it gets to the level of unreasonableness is something like with Modern Warfare 3, where we need a new Call of Duty. Yeah, but this is like DLC. It's not, we can't and if you want us to turn it into something that's even close to like a full game, well, that's all well and good, but it's coming out this year. Fucking figure it out. Like at that point, you could start going, that's probably not great. But I imagine that he wouldn't disagree with the idea that a studio can have a reasonable expectation of when a film is going to come out, or a TV show, or a game. Like, is it studio interference if the studio says, we want to have the new season of television out by September, because that's, when the new season starts? Is that
Again,
fair?
I think Chris is extrapolating his experiences as an independent filmmaker and thinking that's how it should just be for everyone, because he essentially provided the finance for that movie himself through crowdfunding, and he didn't have a studio on top of him. He was able to take as long as he wanted over it, and he had complete creative freedom, presumably.
And I wonder,
so he just sees, he'll see that and think, well, this is a great way of making movies because I get to do whatever I want. I can take as long as I want, and nobody's really here to question me because I'm the one that holds the purse strings for it. So every movie should be like this. It's like, because what you're doing isn't a business. It's not a vanity project, but it is just something that you were able to make happen yourself.
It might be a vanity project, especially if it is if you're using Chris Stuckmann as an example. He sort of is in a way kind of in an unfair handicap where he already has this following of people who are going to, like, whenever a YouTuber releases something, there needs to be part of that person who understands, I'm going to have a lot of people who already are very predisposed to liking the things I do and say and create. So I have to take that into account, and I can't make that experience that I have as a result of that. I can't project that into other people's experiences like I do with Madam Web or something like that, who don't have that advantage.
They were potentially managers or agents or people outside of the creative space in Hollywood who worked their way into a place where they're now telling creatives what to do.
Yeah, they're
That's
not
the-
creatives themselves, you see. They are distinctly different and outside of that wonderful circle. And besides, even if they were in the circle, they would still be like shitty creatives, probably.
He seems to think that a loving, understanding relationship means the producers understand that they know absolutely nothing about storytelling and they should just let the filmmakers do whatever they want.
That's how that works. Especially, you know, if Spielberg is producing and he's a part of a studio, he automatically now has become the person who doesn't know anything and should leave the creative alone.
There's so many producers that were filmmakers. There's so many of them.
Yeah, and there's producers that became filmmakers, right?
Actors who became directors, and I mean, you guys covered Star Trek. You guys covered Star Trek 4. You know, Leonard Nimoy directed that. So,
Case for all of them. The case
Yeah,
for
William
many of
Shatner
them.
directed 5.
Well, we won't talk about that right now.
We won't talk about that.
Next month, drinking next month.
Yeah.
And they don't have ideas. They just have.
They don't have ideas.
They don't have ideas.
They
don't
have
ideas.
What?
Even
And
that
yet
one,
somehow they have access to these hundreds of millions of dollars, yet they have no ideas. How did this occur?
How is this?
even that
like,
one.
How is this
infamous-
insight?
That one. I was just gonna say that one infamous producer who kept trying to insert like a giant mechanical spider into every movie, and then
John
finally
Peters.
got a chance to do it with Wild Wild West. He had ideas.
That man had
There's
ideas.
one very specific
That's what
idea.
killed Superman Lives.
He was Barbra Streisand's hairdresser, and then became a film producer.
Even he
John
had
Peters.
ideas, Chris.
Even he had ideas.
Yeah, you mean a non-creative?
Everyone's
That's what that is.
everyone's got ideas.
Hey, being a hairdresser is creative.
No,
Okay.
non-creative. I heard the only creatives that exist are the ones that make films, all right?
What to
Especially
do.
Barbara
That's not the
Streisand.
case for all of them, but it is the case for many of them. And they don't have
there you go.
ideas. They just have like
I don't get the angle. Does he seriously think that he can get any job from like any major studio when he says things like this?
Lol,
He says it
yes.
in a nice way, and he's insightful according to everyone else.
I mean, he's like, yeah. I just find
He
it
is
funny,
he is
that's
a
all.
tomato meter approved critic on Rotten Tomatoes.
That's true. He is.
Tomato?
Tomato.
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 Approved critic on Rotten Tomatoes.
Not
He's
to be
burning
confused
a
with
lot of
potatoes.
bridges. A lot of bridges with producers being burned here in
Him
studios.
setting anything on fire will be the most exciting thing he's ever done.
Well, I guess that's what makes this video stand out, is that it is exciting in the sense of what are you doing? Like,
Yeah.
why do you think? How is this the winning strategy? This is very much biting the hand that feeds. Like,
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
It's a
what
big
he's
fuck
thinking,
up.
but okay.
His fans are
Yeah.
annoyed. The fucking people who he's trying to defend, being the creatives, feel absolutely condescended to if they have even a remote sense of dignity.
And the producers, it's just you're sitting on them completely in their entirety, their chosen profession.
And he thought I'm sure of course he thought he had the creatives back on this one. I got you
Yes,
back all
he
the way on
definitely
this
did.
one.
I'm on your
one of
side.
you. I'm a creative myself. He says,
I'm your white
"I'm on the
Stuckmann."
skateboard. How do you do, my fellow creatives?
Have you heard of Shelby Oaks?
inklings of what the market might want. What's selling big? What's not selling big? Well, we need to go towards this path because that movie sold really big. People are looking for this. Our Netflix algorithm is suggesting that we need to make a movie about kung fu pirates who also cook.
Yes.
That sounds awesome.
You mean One Piece
Yeah.
that was
So-
extremely
Piece.
successful?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What is
Pirate,
he doing?
what was it? We
He
watched
says it.
Pirates and an
What-
Adventure with Scientists.
I loved
Do
it.
that.
Yeah, that's right. And they wanted to
Yeah.
do more. They wanted to do more Adventures of Pirates in an adventure with crazy, bizarre, like you would never think it. I love how he says this like it's an inherently stupid idea. I love it. It's so.
If you-
it's so.
Like
It's just like
businesses providing their customers with things that they want. ultimately.
Well, isn't this one of the most old? It's one of the oldest meme templates that we have. Is taking a film, not telling you what the name is, and describing it in an accurate yet amusing way to where it sounds ridiculous, and then everyone's like, "Oh shit, he just described Jurassic Park or Lord of the Rings or something like
Mhm.
that." It's one of the oldest
Yeah,
memes that we've got. It's an excellent
There's
template.
that, and then there's just the flip side of this. You remember in that notes from Melanie that one of the things that was kind of bizarre about it was that like part of the story premise was the idea that this Melanie character was very correct for just dismissing ideas on the basis of the idea itself rather than the execution of the idea. It's a really weird attitude to have when it comes to writing because yeah, like if you could just do, it's funny, right? The Family Guy joke in South Park of just get the manatees to get a bunch of different ideas and put it in there. And it's like, there's a joke there, but there's also like, what happens if you just throw to a guy, here's one thing, here's another thing, and we're going to put them together and figure out if you can turn that into something. That's how a lot of ideas come up, is like, well, here's something I like. But then I can just combine it with this other thing that I also like to create something new. Or, I don't know what the book series is called. Someone in chat will definitely know, but it's a book series that is predicated on the premise being a silly idea. Like that it was a bad idea for a book, and that the author took it on as a challenge to write a good book on the basis of an apparently bad idea. Codex Alira is what people are saying. It's just, yeah, like, I don't know. It's funny that this is One Piece. Like, this is that character from One Piece.
Yeah, it's like, what? It would be like a bunch of people fucking traveling across the world to drop a rig into a volcano. It was insane.
Stupid.
Like, oh, okay. Really weird that he chose something that recently did exceptionally well. I just don't really know.
Yes.
Also, I'm afraid Drink is going to have to leave us. For
Boo!
Okay.
Sorry, I was hoping to get through the whole video, but I just can't go that extra 6 hours. So
what's funny is
you abandoned our combination of Stuckmann and Madam Web.
I know, it's at the critical Stuckmann moment.
We've almost gotten through the Stuckmann part. We're almost to the drama part where the world explodes.
Ooh. Well, I'll be sure to watch the rest of this tomorrow.
Yeah, the drama mongress herself is here, so we have to check it out.
Fucking ruined everything.
It's all her fault. She ruined film criticism with one tweet.
Oh, heck yeah.
But yes, appreciate you, sir. Thanks so much for joining us. And I was about to say, like, you could talk about your channel, but I mean, who in the EFAP audience doesn't know who you are right now? I don't know. Maybe one guy. Talk to that guy.
Yeah, I do criticism of movies and stuff. It's on my channel, Critical Drinker. There you go.
He mainly targets the
good video today
because creatives are immune to criticism. Okay.
Yeah.
Be nice.
But yeah, thank you for having me on for this. It's been a true pleasure, and I will catch up with some of you on Open Bar tomorrow night.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you later, dude.
Alrighty.
Bye. We will see you later.
Bye bye.
Toodaloo. He doesn't even know that her web connects.
God, thank God he's gone.
I know, right?
Oh, jeez.
Happening, and it sounds like a joke, but I'm swear to you, it's not. It's not a joke.
We know it's not a joke. I watched that show. It was a big deal.
I mean, and also, it's funny he says, like, that sounds like a joke. It's like, yeah, it sounds like a pretty old joke. It sounds like Osimo from the episode of South Park that came out 20 years ago. Of just, what about Adam Sandler?
Well, I mean, like, you know, with the success of One Piece, there would be conversations like, do people like pirates? Do people like kung fu shit? Do people like extravagant, over the top stuff? Like, what is it? Was it the sets, the acting? Was it the writing? Was it the source material? And they're going to have all these conversations because, yeah, they want to make money. They're in the business.
They want to make money, and like, what is chasing trends really? It's like trying to find what people want so they can give it to them. Like, what's wrong with that exactly?
He's like, wow, how ridiculous. Like, okay.
Put in positions of power who want to be creative, but aren't creative. But they're...
Stop saying that. Just
who want to be creative, but aren't creative.
We shit on studios more than most, but we don't say this.
Isn't that a crazy thing to say? Like, surely everybody is creative in some way. Surely we would have to believe that that's the case. That everybody in some way, shape, or form, in some discipline, in some way, is creative. And it's like, oh, well, there are people who want to be creative, but they're not. As says Chris Stuckmann. You know? Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
I'm definitely not comfortable with calling a whole class or profession of people uncreative. That seems a little rude.
Would I probably... Oh, man, there's got to be some, right?
All of them as a whole, you know what I mean? Like that there isn't a creative person in a whole industry or a whole profession.
I mean, I don't know.
It's just funny that he can ordain that they are not creative. He can just ordain that they are incapable.
Yeah.
They do not have the capacity for creativity. Not even that their ideas are just kind of lame, or that they're not very good at realizing their creative vision, but that they are incapable of one. It's just so funny that you can say that, but you say it like this in a really boring, monotone voice, and then people don't notice that what you said was really mean. Because that's fucking
creative.
It is.
People.
That's
my
incredibly
harsh. Action figure behind me. He's very creative. I've unplugged the controllers from my Nintendo 64. I'm afraid of cables.
Put in a position where they now have to tell creatives what to do. And that's why you're seeing a lot of these things that you're seeing in film lately. And the
Puss in
hopes
Boots
are
2,
that
House
more
of the Dragon. Oh, he talks about the bad things. Sorry, I thought he was referring to the bad. Okay.
filmmakers are able to break through with like an indie film. Look at Nolan. He was able to kind of prove himself. He took those steps. You know what I mean? In the case of a lot of these filmmakers who make their first movie as a giant studio film, the studio does not look at that filmmaker as if they are an equal.
Did the Spider-Verse guys make some indie film first, or like how did they?
They did Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Oh, I like that movie.
That's not like an indie movie, though, is it?
Yeah.
It was
Didn't
funny.
they do? And then the Lego
I like that
movie,
movie.
right?
Yes.
So they got a background. But I guess it's funny to say this about S.J. Clarkson, since maybe.
Are you talking about Lord of Miller, 21 Jump Street too?
Oh yeah, that's right. They did that as
Yeah.
well. So they had a big. I guess it's interesting that he's saying this about S.J. Clarkson when she's been directing for a long time, like for television, sure, but that's a portfolio. That's a background. That's a resume.
Oh, Phil, the chat saying Phil Lord did Clone High. I loved Clone High. That was great.
I've not seen Flown High, but I've heard it's really good.
Cartoon, I think on MTV. Yeah, it was good.
Chris Stuckmann seems to be saying that the only way to get like respect is to start indie and then do big, like studio movies. That like he seems to think that if your first movie is a studio film, you can never get the respect. You can't even earn the respect. Which I
With
just
all
don't
the movies
think.
and stuff,
I think it's.
there's got to be examples to the contrary. There must.
I
be.
think what he's saying is that they pick these people so that they can control them. Which maybe there's some amount of truth to the idea of just, oh, you made one indie film, here you go, you're on a Marvel film, you're probably going to listen to the things that we tell you, compared to someone like Steven Spielberg, where you drop him into a Marvel movie, and they're like, do this, and be like, I'm Steven Spielberg, I'm not doing that, I'll do whatever I want.
A lot of the time they hire some of these people, like when Joss Whedon gets brought on for like Snyder Cut or something, presumably they hire a lot of people because they're like, can you fix this? You know how things work. We don't have to explain to you like how to get the right people in the right places to complete it on time. That's what we want. Basically a bunch of horrible things like, I want it this length, I want it out by now, and I want it to be complete, go. Can you do that? And then it's almost like a contractor. They're like, oof, this house is falling apart, paint job needs to be done, you're missing all the plumbing, but yeah, we could probably get it done.
I imagine the contracts regarding this stuff are Lovecraftian monstrosities.
Mm-hmm. So like, yeah, they almost want. We want to go back to that time where you'd hire someone because you think they can complete the job, as opposed to you hire someone and just hope for the best.
And you don't just hope for the best when you are investing tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in something. Or at least that certainly would not be my attitude, is to just hope for the best and hope my instincts picked the good ones.
They look at them as if they're someone they can boss around and tell them what to do because they're paying the bills, and what have you done exactly? And that's a lot.
I mean, to be fair, they are your boss.
They are paying the bills.
What have you done?
Why does paying the bills not matter at all? I don't understand. I want to have a big explosion. I'm going to get all these people to animate it. It's like, how are you going to pay us? It's like, pay you?
No, producers. You're here to make my vision happen. That's what you're here for. I'm the director. That's me. I'm in charge.
It is a risk to take a director who hasn't proven themselves yet, at least in terms of box office success, and just let them do whatever they want. It makes total sense to like have oversight over them and make sure they're not doing anything stupid. And you are their boss. You can boss them around. That's fine.
Yeah, you literally are their boss. That's correct. Yes.
A lot of what we're seeing now. So pay for movies that are good. Keep paying for movies that are good. That's the only way.
What if we disagree on what makes a good movie good, and what if good movies have studio interference?
Well, that's the big conversation, is getting into Chris Stuckmann about what makes a movie good or bad, but he's not even willing to have that discussion now. So it's almost like, well, we can't even engage with this part of the conversation.
Yeah, how am I supposed to fucking support movies that are good if I want to? What if I want to support Madam Web? Seems like you're saying I shouldn't.
Yeah, what if I say Madam Web is a really good movie? Prove me wrong, Chris. Well, I'm not going to bash films. Oh, I win. It's a good movie. Go watch Madam Web.
Yes,
they're
encouraging
like, though,
more Madam Webs.
If you went strictly by his word as opposed to his reasoning, it's like, should I support Madam Web? And he's like, I'm not making a review of that. You're like, oh, so I shouldn't. Right, okay, gotcha.
So I shouldn't. And he's like, no, Chris doesn't like Madam Web. No, wait, no,
I do, I swear.
No,
think that
I look. People have their opinions on Madam Web. I don't. That's me. I don't have an opinion on it. I feel not strongly one way or the other.
Yeah.
A lot of
the dial.
A lot of
to where
normal
it needs-
people are only going to see so many movies, so it really does matter that you steer them away from bad ones. I was talking to some friends, and they're like, "Oh, we haven't been to a movie since maybe before the pandemic. We should go see one." I'm like, "Well, there's nothing good out right now, so maybe just wait a little longer."
Yeah.
Don't
Well,
go
he
see
forgets
Madam
that
Web.
Yeah,
For a
wait
lot of
to- wait
people,
for Dune.
movies are a thing that they watch occasionally in between a bunch of other activities that they enjoy doing. Just like
Yeah.
with video games, not everybody is going to watch every movie. Sometimes people can't even afford to see that many movies because going to the theater, especially if you're like a family going to the theater, that can be
Not cheap.
expensive.
Yep.
And that's a lot of what we're seeing now. So pay for movies that are good. Keep paying for movies that are good. That's the only way that we can turn the dial
the only
to
way.
where it
Well,
needs to
shit,
be.
he fixed the problem.
gosh, I
I
mean,
stopped
there
right
we
there.
go. All right,
did it.
There
wrap
we
it up,
go.
boys.
There we go.
EFAP is done.
We
It's
saved
over.
cinema.
We did it.
Thanks
Look at his smile. Look at his smile.
It needs to be
Guys.
summarized. This whole video's point is support good movies, and we'll make it.
Dang,
Okay.
this is the kind of insight that I expect from an industry veteran like Christopher Stuckmann. Oh,
Guys, thank you so
man.
much as always for watching. I really do
Oh,
like
that's it,
making
okay.
these discussion videos. I do think
know.
that
Yeah, could
as
have
I
fooled
learned-
me.
So much
Yeah,
discussion.
he's-
What's the thing, right?
Dude,
It didn't look like he
Wait,
was passionate.
wait.
It didn't discuss shit.
Okay.
I learned nothing other than to support
Mahler?
good things.
Yes.
I had not watched this video because I wanted to wait to watch it for this. That was it? He just
That's
said
it.
make good movies?
That would support good movies. It's even worse because we don't know what the fuck good
Support
movies are.
good movies?
How do I identify them, Chris? You have to tell me what the golden tablets say.
Well, it's not Madam Web, Rags. We know that.
What?
I know
Wait,
it's
dude,
crazy.
Are you saying he implied
No,
Madam Web
no.
is bad?
No. People okay. People
Tell me
subscribe
the
to this.
secrets, Jimmy.
Yes. People. Not only people have been defending the shit out of him as being an insightful, like one of the best YouTube critics that remain because he's so honest, he has integrity, and now he has insight because he is a filmmaker. Unlike you lot, anyone can shit on a film. Not everyone can be a filmmaker with no insight. Okay, that takes fucking challenge.
Look, I could go buy an iPhone and shoot a movie that looks pretty damn good. It's really accessible. I just don't wanna.
Yeah, but if you
Another
do, you can then claim you're a filmmaker. So go.
Ah, well then I'm a filmmaker. I've made a shitty film.
Yeah,
Damn
let's
it.
make
I
that.
have.
I'll gather up
Should we
some
make this together?
boys. We'll make a
just like-
Jackass movie.
Just pull like Cap into my house with my phone. I'm like, just hit record and go. Say you go into the market to buy some cheese, and then you do, and then we walk over there and I like fall
And then roll
over,
the
and then I
end
say the end. I'm a filmmaker now.
Produced by A24.
That's right, chat. I'm the same as Stanley Kubrick because I've made a shitty film. That's right.
Well, it would just be so funny from that to be like, I have a lot of insight from being a filmmaker, and I care about the filmmaker's experience. And then you show that as your
I'm
short
like your-
film, The Man Who Fell Over Going for Cheese.
It's a working title, okay?
Yeah, I haven't decided yet.
What do you mean you're criticizing a president? Have you ever led the free world? I didn't
was
think
thinking
so.
of calling it
Exactly.
Prometheus.
Exactly.
Prometheus.
Have you ever died in the Amazon while researching spiders? I didn't
Right.
think so.
I
I didn't
did.
think so.
learn more about the industry. I have a unique position to be able to discuss ways that we can make it better.
Oh yeah, you have.
Filmmaker.
I have unique ways of knowing how to make it better, you see. For I am a
I will use my
filmmaker.
special filmmaker powers.
Here I go.
And hopefully, in the end, do what we all want: is to see good movies and have fun watching them. And
I did have fun watching Madam Web. Your system is
I
broken.
did.
It brought me joy, Chris. I laughed out loud, unironically. I laughed out loud.
Yes. We were cracking up in the theater. It was echoey because we were the only ones there. But yeah, and I had a ton of fun making my review. God, every second of that was joy.
Triumph.
Yes.
People said play it again. Maybe I will, because that meme took slightly longer.
Play it
than a
again.
second
Play it
to do
again.
it.
We'll do it.
Thank you so much, as always, for watching. I really do like making these discussion videos. I do think that as I learn more about the industry, I have a unique position to be able to discuss ways that we can make it better.
I am a
filmmaker.
Doctor
Ways that we can help it, and hopefully, in the end, do what.
It's so funny. It's so funny. The look on his face is just
the guy was acting his heart out.
He really was.
Yeah.
He was.
This
And then a few
motherfucker, man.
years later, it becomes a massive meme.
For who knows
does.
how, but it just did.
For several years, that was it.
Sat
And people
there.
watched it and probably thought, yeah, that's pretty good.
An untapped gold vein in the mountain. Vein
it's
in the mountain.
because
Yes.
people under the age of like 35 don't watch network television. That's why. Nobody had seen it who uses the internet.
Oh, just imagine.
What we all want is to see good movies and have fun watching them. And
There you go, guys. Support good movies and see them and have fun.
We just want to see good movies and have fun watching them. I mean, who could disagree with that?
Yeah.
Who would ever be mean to Christopher Stuckmann? He's so likable and reasonable.
feel inspired. That's what we all want, right? We want to see good movies. So
Yeah,
thank you, as always, for watching, guys. Look forward to more
You're welcome,
videos
Chris.
very soon.
The poignant
I've got
insight has
another
changed my life.
Yes. Do
feature
good.
presentation
People
video coming
want
out this
good.
Sunday. I'm very excited
Make
about it.
good.
It's definitely not a fun movie, but it is an excellent movie called Grave of the Fireflies. If you've never seen it, it's a really tough watch, but it's an absolutely monumental achievement that I have been wanting to talk about for many years. Guys, thank you so much. As always, look forward to more
You
videos
could do it
very
at
soon.
any time you want.
And if you like this,
Yeah.
you can click
Your
I've always
your
hated
videos
that.
are
He literally
your videos are 10 minutes and you just sit in front of a
he
webcam.
said
You could
that.
have done that
he
any
said
time.
it takes like half an hour to make his videos, and then he says to us, "Oh, it's been years that I've wanted to talk about this film." What do you mean? What are you talking about? Just
do
talk
it.
about it. Why'd you say it like that, Chris? Why'd you say that like you're being hampered by some studio?
but he
What have they
loves
done
it.
to you? Are they not letting you have your PC, Chris? Don't let them do that.
click right here and get Stuckmanized.
Yes.
Yeah!
Yay. He said the thing.
By the way, in case you guys wanted to know, Grave of the Fireflies movie review from Chris Stuckmann, 10 minutes.
Oh, I nailed it. Nailed it with the 10 minutes.
Like I said,
He
probably took him
probably
a
has
whole...
some trailer footage in that bad boy too. Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit much. But
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it probably took him like half an hour to make that video. Maybe. Damn.
Yeah. From
You know
it
what's
took
funny, though?
more time for him to watch the movie than it
But
did for him to
Ryan Kindle can make 3 videos in that time.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, but I was gonna say without anyone, just don't look, right? But go from this. His I have to talk about this Madam Web video has 615k views. How much does the Grave of the Fireflies video have?
20.
Oh no! Come on, give Christopher
It'll be higher than
Stuckmannizer
that,
better than
I
that.
think.
Come on, this
30.
is Grave of the Face. We wanted to talk about this for years.
I'm
32.
gonna go for 100,000.
I'm gonna go with 85,000.
Okay. Yep.
I already saw it, so.
Oh, never mind. Well, it is 79k.
Ooh,
Rex
okay.
wins.
That's pretty good.
Rex wins.
Not bad. Not bad. 10 minutes of insight too.
Well, 10 minutes. Well, I mean, once you get past the who does the voice acting and who directed it and what studio made it, really, we're basically ready to go home.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that was the video, right, everyone? So you got all the context now. That went to the internet, and then it looks like Jay Longbow might not be here, so she can't own this. But
I'm back.
She is. Oh, thank goodness. She made a huge mistake by expressing an opinion, which we can see right here.
He is so annoying, oh my god, lol.
12.6
just like Jay Longbone.
million views. Oh my god!
Yeah, that one got around.
Jesus Christ.
Jeez, you're gonna be making some. Does Twitter
You're
pay
gonna-
you for that shit?
You're gonna,
some
you're
money
gonna,
for the.
hey, you're
I'm
gonna make
get a good solid
$100.
$5 I'm gonna get a good solid $5.
Yo,
So-
you can pay for next month's Twitter check mark.
Yeah.
But what I want to highlight is in that video, Chris said way more controversial, stupid, uninsightful, boneheaded, idiotic things that could easily be considered very offensive than he is annoying. Right? But
he said it in a monotone voice.
And so that means he
Yeah,
didn't
he
say
said
anything.
it without any passion or
And you
insight.
said lol. That was your big mistake.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
said
that was
lol.
it.
You capitalized
and
God.
God and all
Yeah,
caps.
you
Yeah,
can't
and
do
God.
that.
Exactly.
You should have said laugh my ass off. That's the nicer one, okay? Or maybe even ruffle. But lol, oof. Next you'll put a smiley face.
No, she meant no. That's like the emoji of the guy with his hands up going. Ooh, that's not lol.
Oh, yeah, that guy's whooping. He's like, he's so
Yeah,
annoying.
he's going woohoo!
Woo!
Yeah, he's people yay.
I hate when people rag on Chris for not shitting on something, because he has stepped into the ring and actually made a feature film. He's actually made a
It
movie,
ain't
knows
out
how
yet,
hard
man.
it is, and now
No.
clowns on the internet have turned because he isn't just saying,
He's
movie
actually
bad.
made a movie,
So-
knows how hard it is. You know, a lot of people don't have to make films to realize that it's hard. A lot of people don't have to actually do the thing that they're talking about to know that it's hard.
Yeah, because we have
the
brains
fact-
and we can
The implication
hypothesize and
that, oh, well,
extrapolate.
now that I've made it, now I know it's hard. Oh, that's funny. I knew it was hard before.
Oh, and
having
also,
done that.
also, you could actually do the thing, and your experience might not be the typical experience that's associated with that
exactly true.
thing.
Exactly.
So it's
Yep.
not unreasonable that even if you've done the thing, you walk away with a more inaccurate understanding of what the typical
Mhm.
experience is than someone who's imagining it.
That's entirely possible. And then the other thing to add on to it is, yes, making movies is hard. Some people manage to make good movies despite how difficult it is.
Interesting. This is what we call talent.
We have seen in both like video form, interview form, just audio, whatever, of stories about how, God, I was writing this script for like 10 years, or parts of the script had to be completely moved around on the fly because of how difficult it was to implement some of the ideas, redrafting, all that stuff. And it's like, all right, so you don't know anything beyond that, do you? It's like, well, I also know from just behind the scenes of how difficult like costuming can be, all the materials and the sheer volume, and then getting things right and wrong, making it so that the person can actually move, that it's accurate to a particular request. Also, all the concept art, like the fucking reams of concept art. The fun thing about like video games a lot of the time is that you would unlock concept art and you'd be like, whoa, this art's fucking amazing, and it's just
Yeah.
concept art. Imagine the amount of fucking time I've spent on this shit. And then you just look at all the vidocs for Halo were mentioned earlier, but like a lot of games of a certain era would come with. I remember God of War, you would unlock all of the behind the scenes stuff once you finished the game. It was
behind the
amazing.
scenes where they talk about how they work 7 days a week
Yep.
for like 5 months. And you know, it's the pure, you know, even if you don't know much about films, if someone said, yeah, so, you know, they're working 6 days a week, 12 hours a day on the shoot, 12, 14, 16 hours a day, you're just like, oh, wow, that sounds like a lot of hard work. You don't need to be there to understand that that's hard work.
Yeah, and then I remember just all the different like audio commentaries that I'd listened to, and they'd talk about how there was a creature in Buffy season 6 where they say like this is so fucking awkward to shoot because it melted halfway through the scene, and so you had to have it attacking someone, but the actor it's attacking had to hold it in the shot to make it look like it was attacking him, and so the camera has to stay above his arms, so you can't see that happening. And just like solving problems like that is just like that's just funny and interesting, and how much of a nightmare that would be. I think the
You seen how they shoot pornos? Very awkward.
Nightmare on Elm
Very
Street,
awkward.
the blood waterfall, it was like one attempt, and that's all they had. They couldn't reset, they didn't have the money or the time, and I think it even broke, but that they got the shot. Like, it's the kind of shit where you're just like, God, this sounds like a nightmare. And it is a nightmare. The guy we mentioned on a past EFAP, it was when they were doing Halloween, I think, or no, Friday the 13th, a guy, when they were filming him getting hit in the eye with, like, the arrowhead or whatever, that he went blind for, like, half a year or something. Like, you know, arguably that's not a difficult thing, that's just a horror of production. It's like, yeah, I was aware of all of this, and I assume all you guys were from a very young age. I've never found this shocking, that this is hard.
Imagine working on the set of Batgirl.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah, you're either going to be dead or maimed.
Yes.
And so this whole, like, you know, he's so annoying. It's like, ugh, people are mad at Chris because he's not shitting on the film. It's like, he did shit on the film a lot.
He did.
Yeah.
And also, like, there's more to criticizing a movie, obviously, than just saying that the movie's bad. Like, I think we need to stop instantly making this connection between that's all it is, just saying the movie's bad. That
Alternatively-
all criticism is supposed to be the same.
Alternatively,
I found
there's
him
more to
annoying
praising
is
Oh,
well,
go
I
for it.
found him annoying because he was trying so hard to pretend that he wasn't basically criticizing the film
Yeah.
in his own way.
Well, so there's a great
Like,
irony here.
I'm like, this movie's so bad, I won't even reference it directly. Is that bad?
The great
And I
irony
wanna
is
be
that he
positive.
used to make videos, Chris, where he would be like, "This line of dialogue plays clip is very bad because of this reason," and then talks about it. In the video we just saw, he went about as far as just saying Madam Web bad. He didn't give us any reasons
That is
why.
kind of
And so
Just said it
then
was bad.
High Top, the genius, comes in and says, "You're just mad at him because he hasn't said movie bad." It's like, that's the only thing he fucking said about Madam Web. We're mad because we want him to fucking have some integrity, a backbone, talk about what's wrong with the film. Is what I mean? Like,
Be
I
a
don't even
movie
know
critic.
Did you even watch his video, High Top? Probably not.
Probably not.
He's one of the only critics on YouTube who manages to have an informed, meaningful opinion on something without being mean for clicks.
He was not informed. He was
Oh,
definitively
jeez.
wrong on several claims. He's not meaningful. Just because he's a filmmaker doesn't automatically mean everything he has to say is better than everyone else.
I mean,
So
they
cringe.
wouldn't give the. I mean, they wouldn't say this about the people who made Lady Ballers and stuff like that. I'm just saying, they wouldn't.
True.
Oh, fuck no.
Yeah.
You don't know how hard it was for Daily Wire to make that movie.
We get it. You're also trying to break into the film industry and will also go out of your way to not criticize Hollywood people you might want to work with.
And also, it's just
Our God, our King, he's there. Oh, look at his smiling face.
A critic who isn't willing.
Again, it's like you shit on Warner Brothers. Do you think that you're gonna get to make like a DC film ever? Do you think that's on the cards?
I'm sure it is.
He will personally bring his own red and blue lights.
That's true. They'll be so impressed by the red and blue lights that they'll
Save a
they'll
couple
have no
bucks.
choice but to let him direct a new Batman movie.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, but out of curiosity, do you agree or disagree with this statement from Eldon Guy?
A critic who isn't willing to hurt feelings isn't a real critic.
I agree.
I
Willing
agree with
to
Willing is
doesn't
the
mean you're
important
going out of your way. To,
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
have
If
to
you are
be
not
willing
willing to
to-
hurt,
A critic who isn't worried about hurting feelings, I would say. I don't know about
Yeah.
willing.
I
Yeah,
think
if
I'm,
you are not
I'm
willing
even
to
okay
hurt
with someone being
feelings-
worried about it, but that they still do it. As in, like,
yeah, we're worried.
I'm not. I
about
don't want someone to feel awful, but I've got to say what I've got to say. You know, that sort of aspect.
it. Yeah, sometimes I do
Chris
want to.
Stuckmann could have gone out of his way to say, "Look, this movie is really bad. We don't know if it was the studio or the writers. We don't know who to blame, but we can just assess it for what it is. It's really bad." He could make sure people aren't blaming the writers because they don't necessarily know if the studio interfered. You know, he could take that tack if he wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
To hurt feelings isn't a real critic. Hard disagree, my guy. If people don't like your movie, your
My
feelings
guy.
are already hurt. No
If people don't like your movie, your feelings already hurt.
Now that is a self-report.
okay.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ!
Yeah.
Oh man! Ooh,
Wow.
Oh, oh.
So Ryan
Look,
Johnson has
I'm a
famously
jerk.
said he wants people to dislike his films. So
Yes.
And we don't even have to go to people who aren't, in this call. Like, we are all creatives in our own way. It is fine. Our EFAP isn't for everyone. My videos and Mahler's videos and everyone here who makes videos, they're not for everyone. And they don't. I'm not gonna. My feelings aren't gonna be hurt if someone says, I tuned into EFAP, wasn't my thing, and I didn't like it. My
Yeah.
feelings won't be hurt. I'm not 8.
I'll make it. I'll get through the next day. But interesting how the guy said willing, and then look what High Top says next.
No need for film criticism itself to be harmful and mean. This is
Not
coming
what
from
the
a
guy
guy who
said.
made spiteful videos in the past, but then tried making movies.
Who said anything about spiteful, mean, and harmful?
Yeah, and
Jeez.
just because
Man.
you make spiteful videos doesn't mean that anybody who's ever been negative had a spite-driven motivation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do they think we're gonna do? Like, dox the fucking director in our video?
That's insane.
Right.
Like, yeah, this is our fucking address. Go there, fuck up.
This is where he
windows.
lives.
Well, and then he
I
does the
love what
exact
you
same
think.
thing as Chris, where
Tag
it's like
graffiti on their walls.
pats
Jets
our
the
head and
pigs.
is like, "Oh, I used to be like you, but then I grew up." And it's like,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up.
That's pretty funny. And it's
Yeah.
just so funny. Then I tried making movies and I realized how hard it was. Why do people not understand that it was hard before they started making
don't know.
films? I don't get it. How do you not understand? I don't know how to build a skyscraper, but my guess would be that it's pretty difficult. And that's like,
Well, there
you
are
don't
some
need
things
to,
that might
I'm not a
surprise
Michelin
you.
star chef. I can't cook a Michelin star meal, but I can look at it and go, you know what? There's probably a lot that went into that I can't do that's really difficult.
doesn't make the meal good. You know, the meal
Well, it
might
doesn't
still
make it by
suck.
default. Yeah, I still
yeah.
expect it to be good. Lots of things are difficult, but that doesn't change the fact that people have expectations of functionality and quality. Making video games is hard, but if you release a video game that's unplayable or that bricks your PC, you know, what are you going to say to someone like, "Oh, well, it was really hard."
Hey, you worked really
but,
hard.
like, you still delivered this bug-filled game.
Sure, they worked hard on Gollum.
Oh,
Yeah,
what
I mean,
is
there
this
probably
drivel?
was. Yeah.
Saying that a director or actor did a bad job is going to hurt some feelings. If you're incapable of saying those things, you shouldn't be a critic.
Yep.
True.
Yep.
I
True.
agree.
Yep.
This is
I said that S.J. Clarkson shouldn't be allowed within 100 yards of a camera for the rest of her life, and I stand by it.
literally how every professional reviewer should be.
Then how come you're not adopting the style, Brown Table, huh?
Yeah, interesting. Strive
If
to
you truly
emulate
believe
Chris
this,
Stuckmann.
start doing what he does. No more negativity. None. Only
And
celebrate.
we're just gonna
Never.
We're just
no
gonna not talk
criticism
about bad
of,
movies.
Well,
Is that
and
what?
it's just funny how every professional reviewer should say nothing, basically,
Well, no.
other than these
He said
really
literally.
insane. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
literally.
he
Yes,
said
that's
literally
right,
every
literally.
professional reviewer should not cover things that are bad or negative. If it's bad, if it comes like guys, I think somewhere along the way, some of you people lost the fucking plot. All right, these are not like gifts given to us for the human culture or whatever. These are products I have to pay movie tickets to go see. I'm taking time out of my life. I'm going to a theater. I'm going to a place I'd rather not be. I'm buying a ticket. I'm exchanging money for watching this film. It is a product. All right, this isn't a gift that I'm just supposed to accept and smile at. We have the movie studios and myself. We have what was called a transactional relationship. All right.
We also talk about how like mean and spiteful Chris is towards film studios. Like in
Yeah,
the
but
video.
they're not people.
They're not human.
He's very
Producers
negative.
have no capacity for creativity. That's what I mean. How many of the 43,000 people who like this watched the video?
Well, and even if they did, they probably... no offense to them, but I don't even know that they know that that's a harsh thing to say. I think they'd be like, well, yeah, but they're studios. They're reptiles.
Yeah, that's right. They're studios and producers are not people. And they have no capacity for creativity. That's true.
His video's incredibly negative, just not at artists. All right,
But it's
like
trying to be positive, and I guess that fooled all of these simpletons.
I think it is just as simple as if you say it in a tone of voice that people don't register as being harsh, you can get away with saying a lot. You really can. Compared to if you just, you know, it'd be like if someone can say calmly this incredibly scathing takedown of someone's character, but someone can say fuck, and they'll be like, oh wow, ooh wow, calm down, oh geez, you said a swear word, that's oh gee. It does seem to just be the way that it works with like communication for some reason.
it's that coupled with like weaselly words he uses a lot. Where like I'm not saying this, people are saying, you know, all this sort of dancing around it, making it as passive aggressive as possible.
Yep.
There's
PPL.
I wonder if there is this connection that has been made, maybe subconsciously in this sort of collective way. It's a little difficult for me to kind of put into words, but maybe you'll pick it up as I go. Right? A lot of these people, the High Topses, the Brown Tables, the Stuckmanns, cosmonauts, all the people that we cover, right? Typically, they have been eating this stuff up, giving it a pass for years. Are the Marvel slop, all the this, all the that, given passes to these sorts of things. And so I wonder if that in a way has bled into them having a kind of incidental developed culture of reacting negatively to those who react negatively to these terrible movies. And it's created this almost divisive split in this online groups of cultures. And I wonder if this is just sort of the next step of that happening, where now they're just being open and saying, but with Brown Table, you use the word literally, like this is what we should be. A film critic, you shouldn't criticize a film critic, and a film critic should not have negative criticism for these things, for the movies. It all needs to be positive. In the same way that they were always positive, way overly positive, for the years of crap that they've been, you know, given by Disney in particular, who's had such a big dominance in the industry.
They definitely have drawn a line, and they've thrown all of us in the same section, pretty much, of like, you're all there's one in here about how Gary, among others, has destroyed film criticism, which I find so funny.
That's why we invited him on, so we can
Way
get
to go,
some useful
Gary.
tips and tricks.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Gary.
Tricks and tips.
Sorry.
Look at you looking into interviews, reading articles, taking people for their word, taking creatives for what they say about their work. What's wrong with you? Fucking
I don't
idiot.
know. I'm not celebrating enough.
Not to keep talking about how great old school Bungie was, but there's so many instances where the developers were talking about how, you know, like nobody cares. You know, we can't just go, like, everybody's expecting it to be this good. We have to make it this good because everybody's expecting it, and good enough isn't good enough, and all of these kinds of attitudes that are conducive to working really hard and trying to deliver the best thing possible, rather than like, well, we tried really hard, rather than like, well, no, everybody here is working really hard to like meet this standard and expectation that people have. Just seems like a better attitude to have. Rather than, like, whenever anybody has anything negative to say, it's just like, leave me alone. It's like, well, I don't know, man. Like, when you create stuff and throw it out there to the world, like, people are going to have a perspective on it. They will. You just got to get over it.
This is
and
literally...
maybe they have something to say that's actually, you know, accurate. That it's, like, worth taking on board.
How every professional reviewer should be. PPL that are approved reviewers on Rotten Tomatoes should have this vibe. IMO goes double for Stuckmann as he's further involved in the filmmaking process. Also, everyone knows Madam Web is bad. Let's have one video on the internet talking about it differently. It's no big deal.
He just agreed that we shouldn't bash the film, just like Chris, and then he bashes the film.
And also, you want to turn internet reviews into a cabal circle jerk? Then the first sentence: people that are approved reviewers on Rotten Tomatoes should have this vibe, in my opinion. Just be positive. Just don't review things that if you watch something and it's negative, you know, maybe don't post that review to Rotten Tomatoes. Maybe just don't tell people that the movie was terrible, that the plot didn't make sense, that the themes are disgusting, that the characters are retarded. Don't say any of this stuff. Just keep your mouth shut, right? We're trying to be positive here, and that means that people who go onto Rotten Tomatoes to decide what they're going to watch on Valentine's Day alone, or on a weekend, or anything else like that, it's going to be nothing but, oh, every movie's apparently great, because all the critics are only leaving positive reviews on all these movies. They must all be incredible. Good job, Brown Table.
That'll save the
again, it's just funny. The conclusion of the video is it's the studio's film, not the creators. Don't shit on the studio's film. Like, you know what I mean? If you don't believe that they're accountable for the film, then who cares if you shit on it? You're shitting on the work of the apparently non-creative people, right? So it's chill.
Right.
But it's like you said, Mauler, the more fundamental thing is he says that the film is bad. Like, he says it right there.
Yeah. What's funny, too, is that he thinks that the issue is we don't like that Chris isn't calling it bad, when he did several times. Nobody saw this fucking video, did they?
No.
No, they didn't.
It's like, it's no big deal that he has a video that talks about Madam Web in a different way. It's like, what are you... Now you've gotten to a point where you think Jay Longbone's mad that he talked about stuff different. Yeah, okay. That's it.
As some people haven't seen the whole video, which is fine. Instead of solely criticizing Madam Web,
You just said that everyone knows Madam Web is bad. Let's have one video talking about it differently. And then you said if you haven't seen the video, instead of solely criticizing Madam Web.
It was pretty funny.
This doesn't make any fucking sense.
expands and criticizes Sony the company and the industry as a whole. Like how when Marvel VFX and...
Yes, like everyone does. Why are you talking about this like it's some new thing? This is another thing. I can't stand this narrative. All of us talk about the studios all the time. Why are we pretending like that's something people don't do?
It's the same when it comes to video games. Everybody shits on fucking EA. That's not like a new thing. Everybody shits on EA and Activision.
Oh yeah, and they catch unfair flack.
Well, yeah, because then it became the new thing of, oh, maybe BioWare just made some bad decisions on this video game. Maybe Rocksteady made some bad decisions on this video game. You know, like maybe it wasn't the studio's fault exclusively. Maybe it wasn't even the studio's fault principally. I mean, the publisher in certain cases.
Ends up looking whack. Instead of critiquing the artists, you critique the studio.
How about both?
Like
that's first off, that's not a great example because we have a lot of examples and testimonies of how the workers were literally just not given the time to do their jobs.
Yeah.
So
Also, yeah, this is the thing. How about both ... based on context? When we know who's
it
at
doesn't
fault.
change the fact that people still shit on the end product. People still shit on the visual effects that end up on the screen. Hasn't he made videos like talking about how like Marvel visual effects suck?
Yeah, but he may very well say like it's only sucking because of the fact that they haven't been given the time they need, which may very well be true.
Okay,
What I'm just trying to point out is that.
But then why didn't Chris just do the video where he said, "Yeah, Madam Web is shit, and here's all the reasons why. Studio's fault." Bye. Why didn't he do that?
Well, according to Brown Table, he did. He said he didn't solely criticize Madam Web. He expands and criticizes the company and the industry as a whole. And it's like, okay, like I said, these 3 tweets have different opinions.
Did he? Yeah. Yes.
While clearly I don't think there's anything inherently negative or mean about telling people your honest opinion of a movie, why do we have to get on Chris' case here? He's explaining exactly why he doesn't want to do it.
He did do it.
We gotta respect his decision.
He literally did do it.
He's being a snake. Whether he even knows it or not I'm not sure. He doesn't strike me as a bright lad. But he's doing the thing. I'm sorry that you are so simple-minded that it escaped you. It literally must be like you're living in a different world than the rest of us.
This explains Ryan Johnson fans.
How about we don't?
Oh wait, that was a good edit. I forgot it was in there. Okay, listen to the last thing you said.
Why do we have to get on Chris' case here? He's explaining exactly why he doesn't want to do it. We gotta respect his decision.
How about we don't?
I'll say it's also definitely different if you are telling people specifically that you don't believe a certain movie is worth their time or money. A night at the movies isn't something the average person does once a week, so I think those opinions are valuable.
Why wouldn't it be worth my time or money? Why would I say, you know what, Fellowship of the Ring, that's worth your time and money to go see in the theater. Is Madam Web worth your? Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that it's worth your time
it's pretty
or
funny,
your money.
you know. In Chris's video, who wants to have it be where he didn't tell anybody Madam Web shit and you shouldn't watch it, but the whole point of the video is it's shit.
I am not going to tell you how bad and terrible this movie is.
And then end on, well, yeah, go spend money on the films that you like, which everything that I've said in my video would heavily indicate that Madam Web is not that film.
These are the videos that this guy makes. Fucking loser.
This guy.
Oh boy.
What is
MPU? And I'm telling you, I stand by that King thumbnail.
Oh my god, the symmetry. The symmetry between the top two is perfect.
Dude, they're so mad at you. 21k likes of him just saying, fuck this guy. What the hell?
Guy. They
This
don't
guy.
like Echo. They don't like Rachel Zegler's retarded comments.
They don't like The Woman
reaction.
King, one of the worst movies I've seen in the last couple of years. Fuck that movie.
Why doesn't she like these movies? Unbelievable. Fucking This person's a fucking loser based off of them not liking.
Well, you said he was annoying. You said he was
on Rotten
annoying.
Tomatoes.
You stepped too far. You called him annoying.
Annoying, not really. Although I think it's fairly easy to give credit to filmmakers' efforts and the hurdles they have to jump while remaining.
To be fair, he's one of the more reasonable ones.
Critical. The social media landscape seems to favor negativity, so it breeds a lot of mindless movie bashing. I do think it's important for us to keep filmmakers' efforts in mind when reviewing even the worst films. I do think refraining from saying a bad movie is bad, while still implying it is, for the
Thank God somebody's gotten there, you know? He's like, he did imply it's bad. It's like, thank you.
sake of the filmmaker's feelings or your career prospects is a bit cowardly, or a smart business decision on his part. Who knows? I'm just a dumb
good to put
YouTuber.
a question mark there, because it was not smart. Shitting on producers is not smart if you want to work in Hollywood.
No.
Which
far
is
removed
what they're gonna pick up because they have brains.
from the industry. This is a layered discussion not suitable for Twitter anyway. If
I mean, you can you
you
can be not retarded on Twitter. It's possible.
It's possible.
Twitter trolls
it's
were
this
like
guy.
Chris, and actually learned how hard it is to make a movie, instead of just crying about them from your mom's basement, you two would make videos
It's
like
so
this one.
boring. It's so boring. Boring is what this is. You're a loser. Mom's basement. How boring is that? How boring are you? Like, is this the best you can do?
The reason we make fun of movie Bob for living.
Yes.
I mean, The reason we make fun of Movie Bob for the parents' basement thing is because he admitted it. He lives in a basement apartment. Like when he stacks up his cans by the window,
And then he
it's like,
tweets about how frustrated he is that a gust of wind knocks them over. It's like,
Oh. Opening the window is the closest thing he gets to going outside. Man, just cut him some slack.
I suppose the irony here is that it's always about the context of those things, because you could live in a basement and it's chill. You could live with your parents and it's chill. More so just
I like those underground spaces. I think they're cozy.
Over in Australia, like I kind of have a really favorable view of basements because they're so novel to me. Nobody has basements. Nobody has basements in Australia.
Yeah, we don't in Texas either. But Joe Russo just insulted every nerd, whether it's intentional or not. That's what he did. It's the same old fucking tired argument. By the way, go to his website. A lot of people confuse him as one of the Russo brothers. Maybe that's why he gets traction on fucking Twitter. He's not. And you go see the 3 films he made and go see what he looks like. So
that's true. I need to change my last name to Nerdotic.
There you go. Frank's Nerdotic.
Yeah, he didn't even. It's no argument. It's just it's what High Top did. It's what Chris did. It's like if only you knew. You're not grown up enough. If only you knew. And it's like I already knew.
Yeah.
What took you guys so long?
Why did you have to make a film to know that it was difficult to make a film when it's obviously difficult to make a film?
Like, duh, we all know that. We should know that.
You know,
it also doesn't excuse your shitty work.
No, it's fucking difficult going to work and making money and then paying money for your fucking shitty film. That's difficult too.
Well, I mean, it does feel like a matter of perspective, doesn't it? You know what's hard? Working in fast food, working in retail.
Yeah,
that's hard.
Fucking
and those people get paid a lot less money, and when they screw up, they lose their jobs. But like, meanwhile,
God forbid,
you get paid hundreds
these
of
fools
millions.
rolled out of their fucking art school that their parents fucking paid for. Don't have any concept of work. It worked hard. It was like 3 hours. My God, I couldn't look at my phone. Fuck off.
I will say a prayer for all of the lost souls who descend into the make-believe minds to make pretend.
Gary, how could you?
I could and I will.
Well, the better part of this is he does clap back. Gary, you ready? Because I got it edited.
I'm ready, baby.
Here we go.
Shut up. BTCH.
Oh, I'm served. I have been served.
Appropriate my
Got him. No, I'm just gonna roll it back.
That's my clip, damn it.
You'll like the edit, Gary. You specifically.
Make believe minds to make pretend. Shut up. BTCH. Imagine being this guy. This blame the writer thing is bonkers. Do trolls have jobs with bosses? Are those bosses infallible? Why are we blaming creative?
Nobody said the bosses were infallible. You're making this shit up.
Yes.
Look at this man. Look at the picture. Look at the photograph that's been presented to you. The writer
Look, all that the guy said was, "Imagine being this guy." It's a question.
It's encouraging you to engage in a little bit of imaginative speculation.
Yeah. It's the American dream. You can be a shitty writer and make like multiple movies and make money off it.
Why are we blaming creatives and not executive meddling? 1, because we don't have any evidence of executive meddling, and 2, because he's never written anything good ever.
And 3,
that's why I told you earlier. This guy's just got terrible luck. Every time Matt Suzama writes a banger film, those pesky studios, they just have to get involved and get their fingers into his golden story. This man, they're holding us back from the modern day Tolkien, is what they're doing.
Yes, they
Matt
are.
Suzama. I would have loved to see what Morbius was before the studio.
And they keep hiring him. He keeps agreeing to do it, even though they bastardize his vision every time. He's like, "Yeah, I'll keep coming back."
He's just, 95% of studio writers quit before their first creative endeavor is successful. Yeah.
And not executive meddling. I've read Matt's writing on 2 of these. It's good and not what's on screen. He keeps working because he's great.
Listen, Matt Sazama's not gonna fuck you, okay? It's not gonna, no matter how much you say Morbius was awesome. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that every writer is going to be great. 2 of the writers of Madam Web worked on another film in the Sony universe.
Yeah, that's right. Did you watch the video, pal?
Obviously, this clip highlights
did he not notice this?
In his defense of Chris, he's disagreed with him. Chris has made fun of Matt Sazama for writing Morbius. So, rip.
Yeah. Heavily criticized, called Morbius.
Chris Stuckmann hate is so fascinating because he's literally just some chill guy who likes movies.
And there
says a lot about how.
That's why everyone's mad.
Yep.
Because nobody
That's
understands
freaking right there.
anything that Chris
Chill.
has said. He's just said it in
Yeah,
a nice
that's right.
way.
That's
You just
right.
gotta
Don't
say
actually
it in
pay
the nice way possible. It really is like a way that you can just get away with saying a lot more things if you just say it in a flat or nicer tone of voice. It's incredible. It's stunning. It's fascinating. It does fascinate me that that's the way that it works.
Unassailable, yeah.
Chris Stuckmann hate is so fascinating because he's literally just some chill guy who likes movies. Says a lot about how much people just want to go for the quick, angry and loud responses now that when a critic is breaking down a movie with nuance and
There was no fucking nuance in that video.
trying to explain how hard it is to make something and
Nuance.
studio
I know.
interference.
There was
It's
no
so
nuance.
annoying. Every critic should be like him.
No.
No.
And
No.
none of you
No.
are going to change your operation to match his. None of you.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
He just said it sucks in far harsher a way than he realizes.
Yep.
This shit is so bad I can't cover it.
True.
So true. Correct.
Totally true.
Thank you.
Completely true.
No. What's annoying is the fact that YouTubers like The Quartering, Nerdrotic, and G+G have ruined film criticism so much they forgot what a real critic looks like.
Yeah, Chris
Does the
Stuckmann,
Quartering
okay?
even fucking review movies?
I don't even
Yeah,
know.
The Quartering, yeah, I was gonna say the Quartering doesn't review movies.
Chris
Gary,
Stuckmann is the only mature
Repent for your crimes.
You've destroyed
I will.
film. Look at you.
adult in the
Oh no.
I don't know how you can
You
call
should-
Chris Stuckmann's video mature at all. It's so childish.
It
It's
is
like
childish.
It's mature to a
expects-
9-year-old.
he expects movie studios to be charities for artists.
Mhm.
That's what he expects from them.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like a Make-A-Wish Foundation for a filmmaker.
It is. It is. Oh
The
my
Room.
God.
You should be more
No,
like
it's-
him, Gary.
No. And nobody should be like me or you. We should all have our own voice and
yeah.
do this thing called tell the truth. The
Mhm.
reason Mahler is here and everybody is here is because of people like Stuckmann and the corporate critics who went out there and they were bullshitting us for all this time. We just thought, shit, well, I could go out there and I'll try something different. I'll just tell people how I feel.
Well, and we never thought
And
that
it-
we would have a significant leg up on them by Googling the creators
No.
of the fucking films. But we do.
No, I mean, like simple. Yeah, it's not like we're it's not rocket science here, folks. It's
Seriously, you can just be like more informed by reading a Wikipedia article. You can just read a Wikipedia article and then know
potential is
more
out
about
there.
people who present themselves as authorities on a lot of subjects. It's incredible.
for Madam Web. I did sit through 2 hours of interviews, but it was fun. It was funny for one. It was, and I find it entertaining. But yeah, I sat through 2 hours of clips of interviews
You know,
before I even started.
What's funny is when I did the research and like development portion of the script for the TFA series, I think I made my requirement. I can't remember now because it was so long ago, but I think it was between 10 and 20 interviews per actor and crew member, as in like a writer or director. Which in that case, I guess would have been like 2. Was it Lawrence Kasdan and J.J. Abrams? I think. But in any case, people of significance behind the film. The amount of shit I found was insane. You guys have seen lots of it. But there's still loads to come, like of funny things that I've found. It's all in the script, waiting to be seen, because it's all out there. It's just like what was being discussed earlier about The Good Doctor. Nobody knew about the other funny clips because nobody watched the show. And they started sharing them on Twitter because some people were like, I'm going to go through this show to find them. And my God, there were some funny moments from that show, well beyond that one major clip. So yes, loads of come to come. Loads to come. That's what I meant.
Loads of come to come. Okay.
My 2 cents. This is what happens when film critics experience how difficult filmmaking is.
At least that's a slightly different bit of wording. They experience it instead of just knowing it.
Yes, which is the difference. There is a difference.
There is a
there, for
difference,
sure.
yeah, between what I like basically could safely say I know to be true, and I suppose actually having that confirmed doubly so by doing it
In
myself.
much the same way that somebody can understand that animation is difficult in that drawing several pictures that are going to be playing out every second, and then you balloon that out, of course, over the course of an entire film. You can understand that as difficult before being forced to sit down and actually do it for yourself, and then see how long it takes and how difficult it can be.
Well, and then you want to pose the
It's-
question. We have 2 people with the same budget, same interference from the studio, same film to make, same script to work from. They're both the director. They both go. One of them produces absolute shit, and one of them produces something amazing. So are they both the same quality of director, or is one better than the other?
I mean, one of them has succeeded because that's it's so funny how, like, you know, the whole conversation ignores, okay, maybe these are your circumstances, but what are you going to do? Are you going to constantly complain about the circumstances? Or are you going to try and solve the problem? Are you going to try and do the best that you can in the circumstances that you find yourself in? Like,
Well,
you can't just ask for the universe itself to bend to your will to create a circumstance that you would prefer. This is
Give
it.
me everything
What
I
are you
need
gonna
and all
do?
the time to do it, and make it easy as well.
Film critics experience how difficult filmmaking is. I'm not gonna bash on the filmmakers and actors personally for how Madam Web turned out. Twitter.
But they made
OMG
the
KSKSKSK he's so annoying STFU. Like WTF I don't get it. Loudly crying, loudly crying, loudly crying, loudly crying, loudly crying. He didn't say shit wrong. WTF loudly
Guarantee this person has barely any clue who Chris is or the video.
crying, loudly crying, loudly crying. He's actually trying to be respectful to the filmmaker while being critical of.
He was not. He didn't care anything
not.
about her
He said they
experience.
He demonstrated an astounding lack of respect for the director,
Yep.
and that
Yeah.
he believed that she had no autonomy.
Yeah, painted her as a helpless victim who had no input or say whatsoever in the film.
She said, like in total with all those clips, I think even more in the article I didn't include, but that everything that she had done in her life led to the moment of making this film. That she described it as a leap. She said it gave me the foundation from which to leap. Does that sound like the kind of wording you use for something that you didn't have control over in any way and like ashamed of? She said that she wanted to get a timeless quality to the film to avoid people knowing exactly when it took place, right? Like she worked with the sets and the props to make sure that we wouldn't be able to nail down an exact day and time. That's something that she intended, something she had control over. Oh yeah, there was a quote where she said, "The you know her mum, the Madam Web's mum. I forget if she even had a name. She's the heart of the movie, and without her story, you don't fully understand who Madam Web is." That's something she said, and then she was so proud to have the actress available to do it because she was like amazing. She obviously talked about the stuffing camera, the clairvoyance, all that shit.
Well, and I vaguely recall the where Dakota Johnson said, "Oh, I put so much faith in her, you know, that she was making the right decisions." Why didn't she say, "I put so much faith in Avi Arad" if he was involved in producing the film?
Yeah,
was he?
There's the editing, the how she had to do the repeated scenes. She actually said at one point as well that she took a lot of inspiration. Right, she wanted to include a lot in this film. And she had like a list of films that she mentioned for all of the influences. She complimented working in Boston as well, or like there was like a
Boston,
shooting. Yeah, making Boston is beautiful. She tried to make the place look like Boston, right? Like you have to film it to make it look like that. And she said that difficult, but a reality. You know, like not. She wasn't saying it like, oh, it was fucking miserable to have to do all that. And then the fact that she said it was she said she was going to tell a great story. And that everything she felt she needed to say was in the film. This is all her experience. He said he cares about the experience of the filmmaker.
So
he didn't look into it at all.
Either she is lying or Chris is wrong.
I think he'd have to admit he's wrong.
That's just not a question that he would ever
wrong.
address.
I don't think she's lying. Maybe there are aspects of downplaying possible negative experiences as you do when you're promoting a film, but I don't get the impression that there is like 0% of her on this film, or even that there's only 25%. I get the impression that there's more of her on this film than there is of a lot of Marvel directors, you know, doing MCU films have on their films.
I get the same impression, yeah.
And this is the thing, this is not respect. It is more respectful to say, you tried really hard and you failed.
Yep.
Or that's how every like mentor-student, you know, story kind of starts, where you have the harsh mentor who tells the student what they need to hear in order to improve.
Yeah, you have Yoda bonking Luke on the head and just being like, "No, you know,
that was
do or do not, there is no try."
A shitty movie you have made.
He bonked him once in Empire, didn't he?
Oh, I meant I hate the ghost bonk. It's just that's all I'm saying.
Oh, sure, but he bonked his head in Empire, didn't he? At least once.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he hits him with a stick.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
You know what it made me think of was Pai Mei in Kill Bill, where he bonks her on the head as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Good shit.
environment it was made it. This is far more valuable. This is what actual...
None of it's like a lie, which is what it was.
Actual analysis.
Like
Jesus
well,
Christ. I can't...
Like I said, I don't like using the word lie because there's so much intent tied to it, but like saying it's really valuable to be told something about the creator that's not true. I just, it's like, what's the fucking value in that?
Analysis looks like, not the clickbait reactionary stuff that permeates YouTube. I have not watched this video yet, and I can already tell you that this man has a more sincere and informed passion for film.
Yet.
This is what they all are doing.
Shit.
No one fucking watched it.
The 99% of this website.
Jump in on the feeding frenzy.
Yeah, because
I've not watched this video, but I will suck this man's cock.
At this point, it's Chris versus the bad reviewers. All the evil reviewers are going after Chris. You gotta stop him.
Harder. Yeah.
Including myself.
My film should be coming out next year. It's submitted to various festivals, and we've been able to finally complete our ADR, which is great.
Passion.
And so we are just about done with it. I mean, there's just like random little color corrections and things that we might have.
Obviously, the person said that he's a very passionate filmmaker, and I just like this clip was like, I'm not feeling the passion about you guys.
Just here and there, but it's like 99.9% done now. It's like a movie. It's real.
Passion.
And I can't wait to share it with you guys.
Passion.
And what that journey will be like. And as always, I'll be here with you.
Passion.
Sharing that journey. It's been fun to be able to share these moments with you and to talk about movies with you, as always.
Passion.
For so many years now. And filmmaker... I'm looking forward to another year of doing that.
This man has a more...
This is reminding me of in The Simpsons. You remember, like, what was it? It was subliminal, liminal, and superliminal. That feels like I can't tell if I think that's liminal, subliminal, or superliminal. Just wearing a shirt that says "I love films," basically.
It's the fucking meme. The music band. I like music band.
Yeah.
Sincere and informed passion for film than 99% of this website, including myself. Chris Stuckmann did
a
not.
little bit more credit.
Nigga, not you.
Matt Jarbo. Poor Matt. Still trying to scrape something together on the internet.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Maybe he was waiting for the he was waiting for the I guess to get his next order on Uber Eats to deliver. So he was had some time to make a tweet.
Wait a minute, Matt. No.
He just makes me feel
Makes me feel great that I'm not him.
Nothing wrong. Something I've noticed is that people get mad when you explain how studio meddling can impact a movie, show instead of just mindlessly shitting on a crew's work. They don't want...
Also, not true.
Like how this person thinks he explained it. He didn't explain anything.
No, he didn't. And everyone else talks about it all the fucking time. I don't understand. Like, all the videos we make has mention of the studios at some point or another. Who are you talking to? Who's this about?
I don't know.
Also, he's not talking about how it can, like, impact a movie. He's saying it absolutely did, even though he has no evidence of it.
I have,
he even has a little bit of evidence to the contrary, actually.
I have no idea, but it did happen. But I have no idea if it happened. But boy, it definitely happened.
That's almost exactly what he said. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
That's what I mean.
He admitted several times that he didn't know, and then proceeded to make very definitive and bold statements on what did happen.
Either people didn't watch the video, or they did watch the video and they didn't listen to a fucking word. He is third monitor content at best.
I mean, like, I'm kind of like, if we're watching... Oh, yeah, I think EFAP is the only way that he gets to become second monitor content.
Engage in critical thinking. They want to be entertained by the facade of it.
So fucking ironic coming from the people who didn't even know what the director thinks of her own work, and they're claiming to defend her, you know? So fucking funny. Yep. You guys don't do critical thinking. We do. Shut up. Yeah, okay, you got it. Also, yeah, of course, the whole, like, people get mad that it's the studio that's fucking it up. It's like, yeah, because there's no evidence ever of any writer being an inept retard, such as...
Critical thinking. They want to be entertained by the facade of it.
Yeah, that's definitely a case of me just not knowing what to do with the script and thinking, oh, crap, we're in the second act. Something's got to happen. What should it be?
They don't want to actually engage in critical thinking. They want to be entertained by the facade of it.
This is Jeff. He's a screenwriter.
He's writing it as he goes along.
Is it hard for young?
Oh my
That's what I mean. Like, and they don't know about these clips. We're the ones that go check all the fucking behind the scenes bonus features and shit to find out how the film was made, and then we highlight this shit. We go look at the writer claiming he has no idea what to do. He hadn't even come up with a third act by the time they were filming the second. The other guy's writing it as he goes along. It's like, hey, have some respect. They're creatives, okay? Yeah, how about no?
Yeah, you can't create things that are bad. It's literally not possible.
To comprehend that he's trying to be respectful to the
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, I know.
filmmakers because he is now a filmmaker himself, and making movies, even under a big studio, is very hard. What's so hard to understand? There's enough grown men making 8-hour podcasts about why superhero movie is bad. Not everyone wants to watch a hate circle joke. Chris is right. This is #AVGN in 2016 all over again. You're all missing the point. Chris Stuckmann is all about love and positivity, so die.
Well, you shouldn't have called him annoying.
I will kill you in the name of love.
It's so fucking fun. It's priceless, honestly. But I will say, the robot sometimes delivers lines in possibly the perfect way. And,
16 all over again. You're all missing the point. Chris Stuckmann is all about love and positivity, so die. Your shit.
So die.
Yeah, these are the ones.
Lol, end
that,
it all. You radiate the most obese, greasy aura I've ever witnessed.
I
Feel
actually like
yourself,
that one.
scum. I want to stick my finger in your eye and feel your iris.
Oh my
If it-
god!
Wow. An optometrist is really mad at me.
They, what could be said about that? Like, it's just like,
Jeez,
damn,
that's,
dude. I get that, like,
The
people
Stuckmannites, they're up in arms.
people
They
do the
are.
thing of being angry about fucking anything, and they'll go over the top. But it's just like, she said he was annoying. It's like, what? Kill yourself because you said he's annoying. Okay.
You
Was
don't
good.
understand how hard it is to make his videos, alright?
So
You
true.
understood how hard it is.
So he could review it. The inability to comment is the comment. He might as well say it, rather than point at the elephant and scream, "I'm not going to talk about the elephant in the room." Eat shit, douche, nozzle.
What?
Okay.
And then just, look at all that
sent
media
me a
is
bunch of
hidden.
images, and like, yeah, I'm not opening that shit. I don't know what the hell that is.
Oh my goodness.
That's great.
You got
If you
Stuckmanized
see
in your
BS
DMs.
This section is his comment section now, so I figure that's a good break. If Gary, you need to eject.
Yeah, sorry. I need to eject.
It's all right.
No.
You can obviously catch up on this whenever you're able, because I think you'll find this part particularly fucking interesting. This, like I said, is underneath his video. This is his fans.
Oh, yeah, I'll watch it. I'll definitely watch it.
But thank you
things
so
to do.
much for joining us. It's been
Hey,
it's been an
thanks
adventure.
for having me on. It's been a lot of fun. Take care, chat.
Bye-bye.
Gary.
Hey.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for
There he
Thanks
goes.
for ruining film criticism.
I know, right? It's
Yeah,
crazy.
you and your ilk.
What a bad, bad, bad man.
Happening. Nothing wrong with calling it out. From the outside
Oh yeah, so that comment is just there's going to be a lot of true happening in this section.
looking in, I think Chris won't trash a bad film in hopes that if his film is bad, he'd be given some grace.
That's a good observation.
At this point, I can tell that you don't want to criticize movies because you don't want to burn bridges with any studios,
Yep.
directors in the future.
Even though
I
he
think
has,
this
even
is
though he definitely has.
Yeah, and
Also-
this video is an example of him doing that. He's just too dumb to know it.
In a sense, he had to pick between studio or director with this one, you know, right? Like, who's to blame? And he was like, well, studio. We'll go with studio on that one.
Should've just
Remember
not
how he
made a
mentioned that
video.
A24, he said, you mentioned them in like a positive light, so maybe he's like, hey, A24, you know? Which, by the way, much more reasonable that they would pick him up than Sony would.
Yeah.
That's more of a possibility, but yeah, Sony and really any major studio at all, I would be surprised.
BS because as far as I'm concerned, this hasn't stopped Quentin Tarantino from bashing the lights out of movies.
I think that the casting was done well. Woody Harrelson and Juliette Lewis. No, I didn't like the casting of Woody Harrelson at all, actually, at the time. All right, actually, since then, we've even been feuding about it.
This is Quentin Tarantino's controversial thoughts on Natural Born Killers. He's famously not a fan of it.
I'm not feuding, but
the movie.
He doesn't like me, and I don't, because he knows I don't like him. But actually, since then, it's actually been pretty good in some movies. I thought in Ed TV he was really funny. But other than that, though, I wouldn't cast him in that at all.
When I'm like watching the long fight in Atomic Blonde, I'm like,
yeah,
my God, this is fucking amazing. Yeah. This is fucking amazing. Okay, wait a minute. No, the shot took a shit. The shot's not going on this long. They took a shit. Okay, and then it goes into the 70s, but then went into the 80s.
All right.
And that's why you came up with politically incorrect, because that was the first. This is basically 80s part 2, what we're living through right now.
Well, I'll just take one more go at it. There's going to be a new golden age. Please be there and part of it.
Were you a big...
By the way, I kind of agree with that sentiment. It's like, please make more movies. I like your ones.
Yeah.
The idea that like we're due for a golden age, it's like, and he's retiring. He's like, please do. I mean,
Hitchcock guy.
No. I'm pretty sure Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is a 70 movie.
Well, they ruined it.
Yeah.
Not a Hitchcock.
One more go at it. There's going to be a new golden age.
Wait, what was
Please
that?
be there and part of it.
Were you a big Hitchcock guy? Or
not a Hitchcock fan.
Really?
Yeah. I think he's held back by the Hays Code. I think he was really truly held back by the Hays Code.
I went to the theaters once to see it, and then the scene that I'm going to say was so bad that I had to leave. The funny stuff is still...
By the way, the point of this would be, it'd just be so funny for Stuckmann to be like, hey, Quentin, can you please focus on the studios? They're the problem.
Can you try and be positive? Yeah.
The movie's my stuff. But the thing is, I had top position on screenplay, and I would have got lots of money because that's where you get all the big royalties and all that stuff. For fear anybody would think I wrote that crap, I said, take my name off the screenplay. All right, I'll get story by because I came up with the name.
Wow. Ain't that fucking nuts, considering everything we've been over?
You can do that.
He asked he sacrifices a shit ton of money to get his name off of products. He doesn't want people to think that he had a part to do with the writing. Interesting indeed.
And Mallory. I gave up money for integrity because I just didn't want anyone to think I wrote that.
If you don't critique the movie, then how will they ever learn? Don't you have an entire series called Hilaro City, where you essentially laugh at bad movies? It's okay to call something bad. I don't gaf how much. T's so sad for the maker who got paid a fortune and works for $1 billion studio. Criticism isn't a personal attack.
True. More people need to understand this.
How to say Madam Web sucks without saying Madam Web sucks. Remember when Sonic the Hedgehog's trailer released? The design was horrendous. Intense criticism followed, forced the creators to rethink some things. Design was changed. Now the films are far more appreciated and appealing. Criticism is needed, causes people to change, sometimes for the better. I started a new business, faced criticism for my running of said business at the beginning of its formation. I listened, was humble, and took the criticism. It's now more successful than I imagined. Films, like many things, need to be criticized. Helps them become better if the creative team and studios behind them are humble enough to accept it. I have to talk about this. Proceeds to not talk about this. So, my takeaway from this is, if this was a good movie, he would be praising it, but because he is making excuses to stay away from saying it's bad, then he must have thought it was really bad. I wonder if when he gets a bad meal at a restaurant he says, well, my steak was poorly cooked and the waitress was very unattentive, but they worked really hard, so I forgive them.
Oh, no, it wouldn't be that. It would be that he would eat it, and then when they ask how was the meal, he would just get up and leave.
It would be, well, no, that would sort of be smart to get up and leave. He would instead say something along the lines of, well, not every steak can get, I mean, there must have been fashion meddling.
It's like going to a restaurant and having bad service, like terrible fucking service, and then tipping them anyway.
Yeah, well, and targeting the parent company, like of the whatever thing you're in, like it's all their fault.
I'm sure your manager.
While he's tipping, is like, it's not your fault. You couldn't do anything about it. Your service was not a home run. But I understand that it was not your fault. Okay?
I was constantly needing refills, and you didn't bring me my silverware, and you didn't get out our appetizers in time, and I had to ask you 3 times for the salad that should have arrived before everything else. But you know what? Boy, what I sure do love making films.
In an interview format, hey Chris, you recently dined at whatever restaurant. How was it? He says, well, I don't want to bash them.
It's like, oh, so it was awful.
So, and he's like, I just don't want to bash him.
I don't understand the strange need to defend the writers and directors, and somehow blaming the studio for things being bad. The team of writers, the director are those that fail. Now the studio is partially the blame too, because they okayed it. But the people on team have either no history of good results of their work, or are consecutive flops.
Yeah, he even mentioned this, but doesn't feel the need to say that it's an important element. He's like, it's the studio, it's Sony.
It's not indicative of anything that the writers have only made bad flops.
This just feels like someone worried they're gonna burn bridges if they say a film is bad as a director and not a critic. It's
honestly, these comments are like really life affirming.
Yes,
this video sucked so much.
And you
this
flip
is
it the
oh,
other way.
okay.
If you believe that Chris Stuckmann is not going to say things are bad because he's worried about burning bridges, then a part of you has to be wondering, is he going to say that things are better than they actually are because he wants to build bridges? Because both of these are the exact same sides of the the coin here. At what point do you say, I can't trust this person? He's given in. He's bent to the knee. He's kissing the ring.
It's also extremely difficult to bake a cake, but I don't go around studios asking ATM to make one if I don't know how to make a good one. There's a difference.
That's the thing. $80 million. Everybody who was involved would have been paid at least 6 figures, probably
also,
7.
Can we now conclude, especially with
the high level,
the likes of all these comments, he is at the very least incredibly poorly communicated his points.
Yes.
Yep.
Because
he would have to concede that.
Everyone is pointing out the thing that he thinks that he's trying not to point out.
I mean, look at this, like, again, and that's a 1.5k likes.
Between bashing creators and criticizing art. I cooked eggs once, so now I can't tell you if a restaurant is any good.
Oh,
beautiful. That's a good meme.
That's a good comment.
That's a good meme.
As you can tell, I thought it was good because it already had 16 likes, and I was like,
Better Lord.
It's pretty good.
Food critic. Chris, I have to say this man
Angry
oh my God!
Angry Joe! You
Let's go, Angry Joe, with 2.6k likes as well.
After being a follower and subscriber of yours for as long as I can remember, never feel bad about or straight out refuse to criticize something harshly when that piece of media deserves it. The second you do that, you are no longer a reviewer. And that's not bashing Madam Web. That's telling it like it is, and you need to continue to do that to maintain credibility. People will question if you are being kind to something else for other reasons besides the merits of the media if you refuse to criticize harshly when warranted. Madam Web is a bait and switch. It's a waste of money. It's a blatant cash-in from untalented hacks with some of the most shockingly bad writing in any superhero film to date. People need to know that. I feel that because you are a filmmaker, you act as if you can't do certain things anymore or can't now do your job as effectively anymore, which should at all be the case. You can do both still, Chris. Who are you worried about offending so much? This video was so much soft trending when it's not warranted. You talked about everything else but this steaming pile of crap. When we want to know what you thought of it, that's why we clicked. That's why we watch your videos. Never forget that for every shitty writer continuing to do movies like these, there are thousands of other writers and directors, like yourself, who are trying to make ends meet, who are far more talented, getting passed over.
This is something that Chris didn't even imagine as a point, which is correct. There are people who will accept these jobs knowing, for lack of a better term, they just give up in terms of like pushing in terms of getting creative stuff, or they're not even creative. They're there for the business side, the fact they can make money. I can write a shit thing like Morbius, and I'll eventually get Madam Web, and I'll just write that too, quote unquote, and I'll keep getting money. And then there's someone next to him who's like, man, I really care about writing. You don't seem to even like recognize what you're doing. But no, we don't entertain that because he's a creative, okay? And creatives are to be defended.
That's right. And there's this element of, by allowing these shitty movies to exist, they are taking up space that could be reserved for other people. Yeah.
You owe it to your audience to review something harshly when it deserves it, not tiptoe around it or sidestep it. And just because you bash a film doesn't mean you are bashing the person or people who made it. Sometimes it's warranted so all those involved can do better or step out of the way so that others can take their place. Don't be afraid to say what needs to be said, Chris. We want to be Stuckmanized.
I imagine that's pretty funny, but I imagine that when you've got like Angry Joe coming along with a pretty lengthy comment, like criticizing this video, that my guess is that there's gonna be some kind of response or follow up. This
Angry
is
Joe.
too bad of a reaction, you know?
He did not give Chris Stuckmann's video a badass seal of approval.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
And he demanded to be Stuckmanized. The crazy thing, like I said, is the 10k sub loss. I was like, damn, this is really taking a chunk out of Chris.
Chris, we want to be Stuckmanized.
Get Stuckmanized.
This was sad to watch. I guess I won't ever come back to the channel of a movie critic who won't actually criticize a movie. Fans, why don't you use Spider-Man in your movies, Sony?
Why make trillions when we could make billions?
Haha, I just read your description. I see you're earning a cut from people seeking mental help. Nice. It's comforting to know that when someone is at their lowest that there's a really nice YouTuber to come in and take a cut.
Damn, and that's not even regarding better health controversies. That's just an ouch.
Yeah, that's just a referral link sort of thing.
Sanctimony here. Something should not be free of criticism because someone worked hard on it. That can be said for nearly any movie.
I think you can just say it for all movies.
For almost all
things.
things.
Many things in life. Building a building is hard, but you expect it to remain upright and not collapse on your head. You know, cooking can be difficult, but you don't expect to get salmonella. Like, there's a lot of things that it's hard, but there is a purpose that it has to serve. Like a functionality, a base level of functionality that it has to meet.
16 minutes of, I don't want to criticize that because maybe I want to work with them someday. I miss the old Stuckmann with the sense of humor back when he was a critic.
So,
oh my god.
that's it for his YouTube section. Now we're into I went and had a look at what he used to do, because I've been told by everybody that they used to like a lot of his stuff, and I will say, when I was checking it out, I was like, good god, he like used to seem to care somewhat. And here's a compilation of such things.
I don't think it fucking works. The script is fucking dumb. That's fucking why.
He takes a book and he's like,
oh my god.
His backgrounds used to be so much better. They used to have a lot of character. And
This looks like a real place to me.
Full of life.
The other one is
Someone
just
actually-
like staged and fake.
The blue lighting.
Yeah, look at my blue lights. Yeah. Look, it's a Mandalorian. I sure do love Mandalorian. This has Batman and Robin, not only posters but action figures. There's Lara Croft Tomb Raider.
That's true love right there. That frame photo
I love
of
it. The
Nicolas
happening
Cage,
poster.
too.
Yes.
There's Goku and Iron Man and Hulk and Toon Link.
Zoe completely miscast.
Oh yeah, look at this. Look at all of these wonderful things. Look at all the stuff. It looks so much more real.
Was he about to say that?
He was. Rags is distracted by looking at his stuff. You're missing the compilation, Rags. You fuck.
Script is fucking dumb. That's fucking why.
He takes a book and he's like, Zoe completely miscast Deschanel.
You can't see a damn fucking thing.
And it's
Oh my god!
I know.
You can't emote. What's happened?
Who is this man?
The life force got sucked out of this man.
Oh my god.
And it's just fucking weird. I didn't like it. It was uncomfortable. I fucking hated it. I really, really, really didn't like this movie. And I expected it to be at least kind of not good. But holy fucking shit, it's so boring.
So they meet up with John Legua, I ruin every movie I'm in, Zamo.
Wait a second.
Hey,
that was too harsh.
Jesus
That was too harsh right there.
That way.
That's where I draw the fucking line.
But at least it's an opinion.
I was gonna
I
say.
know, but then still, don't go after Johnny Legs.
I way prefer the fact that, like, this is the Chris. I'd be like, yeah,
He made me think of Ice Age.
Exactly.
Second. That doesn't make any sense!
There's barely a semblance of a narrative. It really just comes down to the unintentionally hilarious motion capture work and how horrific everyone looks.
Is M. Night Shyamalan a genius or a hack? You see, the major issue with George Clooney's portrayal as Batman, which could have been in the writing or his direction as well.
Instructing the cinematographer, okay, now slowly dolly in on the butt fucking dog.
Her acting in this movie is so, so bad, and I am a fan of hers. I mean, she is just downright awful in this movie.
The way John Travolta's dressed, the hairpiece choices, his acting,
You see, this is his transitionary period. He's starting to this draining out of him now. It's like it's still there, the criticism. But
I
it's
see
like,
the background. Yeah,
Mhm.
we've got the blue idea. We got the N64. We got the SNES. We've got the
That's the
statues.
NES. Casual.
Hey, you fucking idiot!
Oh, is it? Yeah, I legit.
That's the
Yeah, I
God.
know. Yeah.
Get out of here with
What's
you.
the?
You
yeah,
ruined
I-
film
I
discussion.
legitimately didn't know.
That's NES.
All right. Neat.
plot, and the fact that Limp
thought it was
Bizkit
an
fucking directed it.
SNES.
It's just, it's a novelty item, this movie. This movie is pre-packaged and gift-wrapped for the Hilariosities segment. The casting choices are odd. James Corden and Rebel Wilson seem extremely out of place, and the comedy that they're going for was so terribly unfunny that I locked up. Do you know what I mean?
It was like, yeah, it's a B movie. You know, you're supposed to be entertained by it. It's like a movie where it's like, yeah, we're cheesy, we're being that way on purpose. That's where that's right? Yes, cheesy B movie. Because that's what everyone's gonna think when they see it.
This is where I fully checked out from Fred Durst as a filmmaker. I haven't seen a moment in film that on the nose in years. The director having a character in the movie specifically vocalize that he loves the director's band. I've never seen a moment so in your face as that. Oh my god, wait a second, I don't care anymore. What were my problems with this movie again? I forgot about everything. I love this movie.
I'm not going to criticize the music, and I'm also not going to praise this film for its music, because for the most part, this movie didn't invent any of this music. I really don't have anything else to say. Cats gets an F. This is a short review, I know, but there is nothing redeeming about this movie. I found it hilarious in all of the wrong ways, insanely boring. The
Despite
story's
how
not existent.
hard everybody worked on it, there is nothing redeeming about this.
Motion
But do you
capture is
get,
expensive, and it takes a lot of work and effort. And think
Yeah,
of
what
all the
if the
design
studio
elements.
metal?
And
No?
yeah,
Mm.
that's
you get
true,
how he used to
right,
be a
yeah.
normal human, though. Can you see it? It's all there.
Yeah.
Little pieces.
But he's not a human anymore. He's just like a he's more vegetable than animal.
I hated the CG. The music was fine, but it's taken from something else. This is just an embarrassing movie that never should have been made, and I honestly am just baffled that it
And if
exists.
it was today, he'd be like, I'm not going to talk about cats. I'm not going to talk
Yeah,
about
I'm
it.
not going to talk about cats. because People work hard on cats.
Oftentimes, the first decision or the first idea that you have when you're writing, or in the case of an actor performing, is probably the worst idea. Usually when you're crafting, say, a screenplay, and it's your first draft, usually the first idea is good enough to get you from page to page and craft a good first draft that you can then go back and rewrite and rewrite and rewrite. And usually you come up with second, third...
He's giving advice to creatives. He's being
That's why his
critical
scripts are so good.
of the creative process.
third, fourth, and fifth ideas that are way better than that first one, because probably the first one was the most obvious. In the case of Travolta's performance in this movie, and the way he's directed, it's always the most obvious first choice. Exactly what you would think he'd do with a character such as Moose.
So X-Men Origins, this was an attempt at a big franchise. I think it failed on every level possible. Directing, style, CG, acting, script.
Yes, I mean, when a studio makes a film, and that film has specific points that reference and make fun of this one, Deadpool.
Yeah.
When another studio is like, let's just make a movie and make fun of the last thing we tried to do. Like, that's just... It baffles me that this film and The Wolverine have the same IMDb score.
It says something about our culture and the blind love for bad things. And the blind love for bad things.
Oh.
Now we're on to this is going to be the final section, but
okay.
All I would ask of Chris is, does he disavow all of what he said in those clips?
That's an interesting question.
He would write it on a resume. He'd be like, I disavow anything I said
think
before 2022 or whatever.
It is curious that not only do we have him saying that he will never do what he's done before again, and that also people saying this is exactly how a critic should act and this is good going forward, he's left up all of his most clicked and influential videos that criticize creatives. Should he not take them down? Should he continue to benefit financially from something that he condemns in the future? I think that they can be fun, they can be interesting, they can be helpful, and they can be an exploration of expression. And I don't
Cathartic.
think they should be taken down. And I think that he has completely lost his way. I think Chris Stuckmann has been assassinated by the new Chris Stuckmann. The cowardly Chris Stuckmann. See, there you go. That's the title. We can go home now.
I'll go home. Chris Evans.
I was going to see how long I get that silence to go for. Anyway, final section. This is something we should have covered fucking ages ago. I don't know why it took so long. This is something that happened, and you'll have... I feel like I shouldn't give any context, to be honest with you. We should just let this play out. But that Rag isn't back yet, and he's going to want to know the full context for this. So I suppose we'll just have to talk for a moment. But that was quite a journey, wouldn't you say? Because this is like an additional... This is like a... You know, this is like the after credits scene, so to speak.
It was quite a journey.
What have you learned, Cap? What have you learned?
I have learned that the way to make it as a filmmaker is to shit all over the studios you want to finance your movies. That's a good strategy. They really like it when you do that. And it's a great way of ensuring that in the future, you'll just get unlimited money to do whatever you want.
Is that it? Is that all the insight we have today? Is this all you can summon, Saruman? That wasn't
Let's
quite
ask the other members of our fine panel. What did you guys learn?
What did I learn from that video? Well, I didn't learn it, but I suppose it reinforced it. Just say it in a nice tone of voice, and you can get away with a lot.
Should have said that in
That's
a nice
what I
tone of
learned.
voice.
I could have. Did I say that? And I don't know that I did. I probably should have said it in a nicer tone of voice, but
We're just
yeah.
like happily talking about somebody, just like, oh yeah, you know, Chris Stuckmann, he's just like the most destructive force for, you know, film criticism. But yeah, we'll probably just, you know, just talk about some other stuff as well. And just like, oh, well, what was that? And you're like, nothing at all. I don't actually think that, by the way.
Jay Longbone, did you learn not to be annoying or not to call people annoying? I should say.
Yeah, I also learned how to not be a mammy, which is something someone called me because of that fucking tweet.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it was a bunch of shit. But like, yeah, I would say ditto to what Fringy said, but also to add on to it, I learned that I feel very sorry.
Did you were you a fan of Chris Stuckmann before, or you just like what's your point of view on him?
Yeah, I mean, I subscribed to him and I liked some of his stuff back during that, the golden era, some Spirit, and then he started to get like worse and worse and more withdrawn, I guess. And like he's one of those people that you're subscribed to him because you just forgot to unsubscribe. you still keep finding his videos in your feed. For some reason, you just don't know why you're still hanging on to him. But I kind of pity him because it's just like it takes a lot to beat down your spirit this much. I don't know what it is. Like, I'm not being passive aggressive or anything. I'm genuinely worried.
Yeah, because a lot of people are saying that the reason he's ended up the way that he has is because he works so hard on films. And you're like, so why did that kill his spirit?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, hey Rex.
Hello, hi.
Like, you think that would boost his happiness about films?
Off he goes again.
Oh, there he goes.
Well, yeah, because like we've got a few chapters in EFAP's history now on Chris Stuckmann, and if he does make a response video, depending on how interesting it is, we might end up covering him again. Because I'm curious if he would respond to all of this in some attempt at being coherent, because he needs to do so much more work. And if he was to try and go as far as saying something like, you know, I don't have the time anymore because I'm working on my major projects, it's like, well, then maybe stop making like crazy claims. A bit reckless. Yeah, since I have no idea when the rags may or may not return, I suppose we will just carry on. Also, someone mentioned... What?
Before we do, have any of you seen his video about leaving the Jehovah's Witness?
Oh, yeah, group? Yeah. Isn't that the one where he said he was pansexual or something?
I don't remember that part specifically, but honestly, it's probably the best video he's ever made. He's not talking about a movie; he's just talking about his experience growing up as a Jehovah's Witness. It's a really interesting video, and ironically, probably the best thing he's ever made. So I would recommend that.
Well, I've heard some people say, him being a part of a Jehovah's Witness explain the lack of emotion? I was just like, but he wasn't lacking emotion once upon a time.
Yeah, he seemed like he was like an actual. I mean, like we meme about it, but he did seem quite human. You know, like he felt like an actual person. He felt like he had emotions and he had things to share and opinions, and he wanted to let the world know that he didn't say I love movies. He implied that he loved movies in the way that he talked about movies. And he had a passion for criticizing things and talking about stuff. And I like this and I hate that. And some of the jokes kind of hit. And he was expressive and emotive. And he moved his hands. He moved physically his hands around. He would gesticulate.
Well,
I never watched him.
And also, it was mentioned that we may have covered this before, but I mean, I don't remember that we did. Did we? Does this seem familiar to you, Rags? RLM and Stuckmann?
Oh, they had his. They were talking about like.
Well, wait, don't say it if you know what it is, because some people don't.
Okay, yeah, I do think that I have to.
All right.
Yeah.
The important part of this is more so the angle that a lot of people have highlighted who he wants to work with, but the one angle that I didn't see many people highlighting, but I still think has merit, is if he can discourage everyone from criticizing filmmakers, then when he releases his film, he might be able to set an easier time for himself instead of dealing with everyone saying, "Nah, you're shit." Brr.
I think, well, I mean, there's probably some truth to that. I think a lot of people who make content, they can have a certain vibe to them that sort of staves off criticism.
How has he dealt with quote-unquote criticism before? Let us see.
In this episode of review, who are you gonna call? That's right, the Ghostbusters.
What is going on, guys? How are you doing? Normally, I don't like to make cell phone videos, but I thought, why the hell not? It's Facebook, who cares? This is something I was not going to address or even really worry about, but at the same time, I care about my fans, and I want to make sure you guys know how I feel, because you guys really are the best. When I say it in the videos, I mean it. You're the best. That being said, people like to overblow things, which is common on the internet. It happens quite often, as a lot of you know.
Today we're talking about The Ghostbusters, the 1984 comedy film starring Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, Hal Ramis, and Ernie Hudson.
Rich. A couple weeks ago, Red Letter Media, my favorite YouTube channel, have liked them for, what, 10 years? Was it 07 when they started? So like 9 years? 08 maybe? I don't know.
What?
You're a YouTuber, but you're not an asshole YouTuber.
Oh, fuck.
Love them. Love their videos. Love their videos. Always have. You can ask my friends. We'll say things in the Plinkett voice all the time. Queen Amidala, the protagonist. We do it all the time. It's the best.
Now, as you can tell, I'm building up something. What did they do to him? Because he's quite broken right now.
Don't know.
They've done something to him to make him say all this, and the clips of RLM are what I'm building up in the background. They're heading toward making a statement on him, and obviously it's had an effect, so we're soon to discover what that is.
I love their videos. Favorite YouTube channel ever. I've donated money to their website multiple times. I've bought their film Space Cop, watched it, enjoyed it.
You're a liar. That's okay.
They didn't even enjoy it.
They didn't even enjoy it.
But you're not an asshole YouTuber.
Oh, fuck. I got confused.
Yeah.
Never got to talk to him, though. And the first time that I ever got mentioned in one of their videos was jokingly, harmlessly, being referred to as a prick.
I saw a red curtain. I thought we were that one prick. What's his name?
There's so many pricks out there.
I can't remember his fucking...
Rich Evans was talking about... the prick with the red background. You know that one prick? And then Mike was like, "No, you're not one of those asshole YouTubers." Which prick is that? And then they had like a picture of me and Jeremy Johns, my friend. And it was like one of these pricks, and then that was their intro. And they took like a photo of me that has a blue background and used Photoshop to make the background red, to sort of make the joke punch more, to make it hit more, you know? when you are a huge fan of somebody like that, and that's the first time you ever get mentioned after supporting them for so many years, for me, there was just a moment where I was like, oh, okay. I mean, if that's how they feel about me, then okay, that's fine. And
it doesn't
did
sound
I
fine.
say or do anything about it? No. I did remove them from my channel box, though, and it was sort of an impulse decision.
I mean,
I don't know. I don't know if I want to
like. Okay.
Like, all right, like it clearly bugged you, and I guess that's fine. You know, to be bugged by that.
I get called a prick by people who like me all the time.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I don't know.
I think the key is whenever Red Light Media make fun of you, you should be excited.
Yeah.
They usually do silly shit and fun shit. You should never assume that they hate you for that clip, especially where they're just like, "Who's that one prick?" and then they throw 3 people on screen. And you're just like, "Oh, you do this to me."
And it wasn't something I did in anger, but I think most people in my position, when you go out of your way to promote someone without ever being asked, and you're just doing it because you love their content.
Yeah, that's what
and then
promotion
the first
typically
time
is.
they ever seem to notice you is that, even though it is a small joke, part of me was kind of like, I guess I don't really want to promote them because if that's how they feel about me, because as I said, I've never actually gotten the chance to talk to them or meet them, then I guess they probably don't even want to be promoted by me. So I took them out of my channel box. Impulse decision. They're back there now in my box because I messaged them on Twitter because I realized they follow me on Twitter. And I was like, oh, well, maybe, okay, well, I'll send them a private message.
I bet you knew that before
and I did.
this
And I was like, we're good, right? Like, this is clearly a joke. And they replied almost instantly, like, dude, no one here thinks you're a prick. Like, we're fine, man. It was a joke, and we weren't even really talking about you. We just kind of threw that photo in there because you're a big YouTuber. And I was like, I figured that, you know.
Which almost makes you wonder, why did you make this video? If
yeah. God,
It's just, I don't know. It's just a vibe, all right?
I don't
It's a
think he
vibe.
deals with people being mean very well, which is not unreasonable in terms of a human trait, but you can move past that and get over it with just a bit of, introspection and moving on in life and accepting that, yep, everyone can be a prick. I mean, he must receive all kinds of horrible things from all kinds of comment sections because he's a popular YouTuber. That's just like part of the course. And admittedly, you'd be like, yeah, but this is from someone he cares about. And it's like, okay, but it was clearly for fun. Like, they called him a prick. It's like, I don't know why this is such a detrimental
He wasn't
effect.
even, they weren't even doing an impression of him. Like, it's
No.
not even clear that he was the one they're even talking about.
Yeah, because Rich sounded way more lively than Chris does. Couldn't have been him.
maybe, yeah, maybe he was referencing old Chris.
Exactly.
It's all good. We're all friends here.
We're
We're all
friends.
adults. We talked for a bit on Twitter privately, and that was it. No one's upset. No one's angry. No one
I don't believe you.
is mad. Everything's good. We're all
Don't-
adults here, like I said.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Then why did you make this?
Why did you make this?
Why does this video exist?
It's just, look, all right. My thumb is hovering over the X button right now. Okay, it's hovering over that X button.
You press X with your thumb?
Do you press the face buttons of a controller with any other finger?
Oh,
than
I
thumb?
was PC gamer minded. You're
Yeah,
right.
that-
I was just in
okay,
PC
so-
gamer mode. I was just thinking it's so weird to
You had to press the A button and like the circle button or the X button with your
So
index
listen,
finger.
I'm a PC gamer. I don't think about controllers and everything. So I was like, I just
First
thought it
you
was so
thought the
strange that you
SNES
use
was the NES, and then
Also,
you
Rags, you
didn't know
totally
to
play
press X
PC games with
without
controller,
beam.
though, as well,
Yes,
right?
I have. It was just been so long ago that when you say press X, I think like the keyboard, the letter X. I was like, what
Oh
is
my god.
Totally
The
fine.
only issue is that I forgot to put them back in my channel box.
This is who the fuck cares, man?
Did anyone notice?
He's upset. He's upset.
That's that's the point. He's trying to argue he's not upset, but he's very upset.
It's very easy to remove somebody from your channel box. You just click an X.
Yeah, but it's
Like I
because
said,
I like how it's like
your
it's
thumb
easy.
up,
Yeah, but
I
you
hope.
chose to do it because you were mad, and it's okay, kind of. But like,
Well, yeah, this is like I said, this is supposed to illustrate. I think this informs his perspective on the whole. Like, we should stop being mean to people who make films.
Right, because on the one time that he got called a prick in a joke by RLM, it really bugged him.
This hurt him quite a bit, yeah.
Again, if you're not, you cannot convince the world to not be critical. That's just not, like, that's like an impossible task. I don't even know what that looks like, where you could just convince people en masse to just be chill whenever they decide to drive to the theater, spend however much it costs to buy a ticket,
10,
sit
11,
there for
12,
a couple hours.
bucks,
Depends,
yeah.
because over here you can be paying $20.
Yeah, maybe.
And then sit there and watch a film and then walk out of it and just go like, kind of didn't like that movie. Like, I don't know how you can ever expect to embark on the journey of convincing people to not have gut reactions to the things that they see ever. You just have to accept that if you're going to create stuff, you're going to get criticized. Sometimes it's going to be fair, sometimes it's going to be bullshit, but if you can't deal with criticism, you are going to struggle if you want to do any creative enterprise.
And it sucks because he used to like have a semblance of it, right? Like recognizing individual skill sets and tasks and industries within the production of a movie and being able to stretch out his like praise and criticism to differing levels and then respect the fact that time was taken but that a project was bad that was created overall that people pay for. And they shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to pay for something that's dreck, essentially. But like he's lost all of that, and I have to imagine, there's no definitive proof, and I'm not a psychologist, but the fact that he takes criticism so badly and then he sees that filmmaking is difficult and he's like, fuck, I don't want to have to deal with like a torrent of people saying you're a pathetic, whiny idiot who thought you could do it but can't. All this sort of mean stuff is like, I think I should use my position as a force for good and advocate that we should stop anything other than film's celebration.
But I mean, what does that look like? What is the world that you can create where you will have convinced the majority of people when they walk out of a film to never think something negative about it when they walk out of the theater?
The crazy thing is he could have advocated
to the friend that they're with.
He could have advocated that we stop being unnecessarily cruel. That would have been pretty straightforward. That nobody would really disagree with.
He teaches us where to direct our criticism, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But instead he said, I won't review it because I don't want to bash a movie.
Well, when if your dream comes true and you do get put in charge of making big movies and writing them and directing them, you better be really good at doing that. Because
well, and even in the unnecessarily cruel video, he should probably recognize like there's times where it can be really entertaining or it can be as part of an art project in and of itself. There's a lot of things in the world like satiristic productions that are based on trying to make fun of another thing. Yeah.
Well, his apparent love of filmmaking, it never comes through in his videos now. It's the most boring, dull, flat-shotted look trailer footage kind of stuff you can come up with. He would have to tell you over and over and wear t-shirts that explicitly state it and insist over and over. No, I really do love films. That's why that doesn't show up in my videos in any way, how I shoot. Like, Cinematic Venom, when both of the times that we've covered him, the second time he was on, great video, he actually did something that was like interesting and clever, where when he responded to his old video, he shot it but he bought a jacket to match the old one that he had. He found the tree. He acted like he was a time traveler responding to his past self. Like, if I get more filmmaking vibes from that than I've really ever seen from Chris Stuckmann.
I mean, to be fair, the passion used to be there, but like even in production, he never really implemented any of what he learned in filmmaking into his YouTube videos, which he could have.
An impulse thing where I thought to myself, well, if that's really how they feel about me, then I guess I don't really have to promote them anymore. But I wasn't going to say anything about it. I can't speak for the person in the video
that's what you're
that they
doing
were
here.
Clearly making fun of, because this isn't the first time they've made fun of that person either. And like I said, he is my friend.
So what, is it meant to be that they're making fun of either Jeremy Johns or Armored Skeptic?
I don't know what conclusion he's
sure,
reaching, but the
definitively.
conclusion he should have reached was just they're just having a bit of fun. It's nothing
It was
serious.
a
Just a
meme.
joke.
Yeah,
It was
it's
a fun
joke.
Yeah, just a little joke. Just a little jokey joke.
It was kind of like, but like I said, we talked about it. Like Red Letter Media and I actually got to talk about it, and it's fine. No one's mad. No one's angry. Nobody's angry. People are overblowing things as usual.
Nobody's mad.
To be
People
honest,
or you?
to be called a prick by Red Letter Media in a video is kind of a compliment.
Is it?
No,
That's-
but what is it? You didn't treat it like it was a compliment.
No, you got very upset. So
Because I mean,
it's a real laugh.
Who else would you want to call you a prick? Just some random asshole?
Well, I mean, evidently
Or
you
Plank.
didn't because you removed them from like your channel
just told us.
recommendation.
You told us the story, Chris.
Told
Seconds
us the
ago.
story and the reasoning. I don't understand. Like what?
Why is
And
this
it's
video?
like, why
does
would I
this
promote
video
somebody
exist?
who called me a prick? But I mean, really, it's a compliment.
Oh my goodness.
Fucking Plinkett, of course. Still my favorite YouTube channel. Honestly.
Thank goodness.
It was just like this weird thing where I was like,
Does this not feel like someone nudges you into a wall who was your best friend in primary or elementary school, and then you like cry, and then you come up to them later and say, "You're still my best friend, but I just thought you should know that I just wanted to make sure you knew. When you pushed past me, you hit me, and when we were best friends, you did hurt me. But the ultimate is kind of funny, but we're still best friends." Just like, what the fuck's happening?
And I think it was really a compliment that you did it. I'm glad you did it, actually. Now that
Like,
we've talked about it.
what's that
sorry.
about? And then we talked about it. I was like, oh, it's fine, you know?
This is it
Oh my
weird that
God.
he's in a room that's like dark blue?
Is it weird?
Yeah, I think that's kind of
I guess
that's an
it's
odd color for a
abnormal.
room.
I feel
to
like
be
the
dark
most
blue.
normal color for a wall is cream/white.
Yeah, like because
yeah.
you want to, because the color of your walls is going to be, it's going to impact how bright the room gets, right?
That's true.
It's really important for interior design what your sources of light are, and east and west facing windows, things of that nature.
Oh my
But
god,
this is,
Rags the architect here.
yeah, my parents are architects. But it's odd to me that he has a dark blue room. I wonder what the reason is. This like his movie room where he watches movies and stuff? Because that might make sense.
Maybe.
If that's his place where he
maybe.
watches all of his stuff. Because you'd want a darker room for that. Maybe that's it. Maybe this is the sanctum. This is the Stuckmann sanctum where he
That's what people
watches
are.
his films.
People overblow things. People make something out of nothing. And everyone's happy.
Like you.
Everyone's
good.
happy, man.
I got a shit ton of editing to do. But
I'm
I
not
wanna
mad.
make sure
I'm
you
not
guys
mad. You're not
knew
mad. I'm not mad.
The facts. And, excuse me.
Facts.
And we're aware that, nothing is wrong.
Everybody's
No, that was
Oh my
no,
God.
that was
Have a
not
good day,
right.
guys. Look forward to more videos. I am working a lot right now on them. I need to stop eating Domino's pizza, though, because it's so easy to just order a pizza when you're editing. It's so easy to do that.
Okay.
You guys
Did
have
the
a good
grease
one.
affect your brain? Is that what you're implying?
That's
Go on,
we
I
did
will
it.
say, though, on the topic of food, I was gifted for my birthday an air fryer.
Oh,
And
hell yeah.
They're
An air
they're
fryer,
pretty.
that'd be-
I've never had an air fryer before. And
Oh,
let
they're
me tell
great.
you, a whole new world of possibilities has been opened up for me. So far, I've really been enjoying my air fryer. So, something to think about if you need something quick and easy.
Hell yeah. Air fryers are great.
Oh yeah, I've been doing like broccoli and green beans with them, some chicken thighs. I've even tried some bacon in it, but like veggies and stuff. Oh, excellent. Highly recommended. Good
Potatoes
stuff.
are good.
Oh yeah, that's on my to-do list because I love potatoes. Ooh boy, I love potatoes.
So that's it. Adventure complete.
Wow.
Woo!
I learned so much.
What did you learn, Rags?
Yes, you weren't here when we were talking about what
That's
we learned,
true.
so you gotta provide an answer.
Well, give me about a minute. Let me think about it, and also chew this food.
Okay. What other generic questions can we ask about what we've been through today?
I'll have a random thing. So I keep coming back to David Fincher in my mind because I feel like he's a filmmaker that actually has a rather mature understanding of the sort of relationship between filmmakers and studios. He rather infamously was a victim, if you want to use that word, of intense studio meddling. Rather famously, Alien 3 was a disaster, and he disowned the movie. But he since then has said a quote that I quite like, that I come back to a lot when I hear people talk like this about studios. He says, "I don't make movies in spite of the people who pay for them." It's like, yeah, of course
I
not.
like that
They're the
quote a
one.
lot.
Yeah. I'm not doing it to like get one over on them. All right, they're a partner in the process. I don't fund my own movies. They're a necessary part, and I tell them exactly what I want to do and why, and explain it all to them, and then we make the movie like an adult.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Like a bunch of because that's what movie making is. It's a collaborative process between a lot of different people that have different roles that all ultimately create something that's bigger than their individual part. If you're a director, you have to know how to be able to talk to the costume designers and the hairstylists and the set people and the film guys and the best boy, whatever that guy does. You're gonna have to find out, what do you do and how do we all make it work. I'm kind of like the leader of this team.
Did you think about what you've learned?
I did think about what. First off, I learned don't call Chris Stuckmann a prick, even jokingly. He'll take it very seriously and he'll be very upset.
I think so.
Twitter's a cesspool.
Mm-hmm.
There really is a lot of probably tactical advantage that can be gained from playing the nice guy, and a lot of people want that sentiment. But I think that when it actually comes to it, people are not going to live that sentiment. Chris can't do it because he doesn't seem like he's a bright lad, and he doesn't understand that what he was saying the entire time in that video was what he claimed to be the opposite of what he's saying. And I don't think he's pulling a 4D chess on us. I learned that people understand the difference broadly, and this is good. People understand the difference between being critical and being personally attacking someone. And the people want things to be criticized. And I think that you're failing sort of your self-appointed duty as a movie reviewer by not criticizing the things that need it, because it's the other side of praise. You are undermining people's trust in you when you have this attitude and when everyone can see it, even if you haven't said it explicitly. Everyone knows the game that you're playing. And ultimately, I've also learned, especially with its last segment, watching the clips of old Chris Stuck, or it's like, I guess he was, it's weird. He was younger back then, but old Chris Stuckmann was that he seemed like a really neat guy who was very down to earth, very human and relatable. And it seems that in a sort of subtle and semi-terrifying way, he's sort of been chewed up and spat out by this aspiration that he doesn't want to be. He thinks that being a first-rate YouTuber is maybe that in and of itself isn't good enough. Better to be a filmmaker who makes real stuff. Because when I look at his videos, I never see that spark of creativity. I never see that desire to make things and to let your self-expression flow through what is ultimately a medium where you are essentially creating mini movies. You're making 5 to 10 little mini movies about you and how you feel about things. You have camera equipment. You have access to editing. You have your stupid fucking blue room. You have all this stuff that you can do and you never utilize it. You sound just like a boring person who
I
has
think
to...
I'd want to add to that point that you're making there, Rags, about the sort of attitude towards, I guess, YouTube creation as lesser than older, more established forms. It seems to me that it's good if you're entering into any creative pursuit to try and focus in as much as possible on what is it that you want to do / like about any given medium, whether it's, movies or video games or music or, like art or any of these sorts of things, to try and focus in as much on what is it about that medium that you find exciting, that you want to learn how to do, and get less out of the mindset of like the status symbols that can be attached to a lot of these sorts of things of like, I'm a filmmaker working in Hollywood, rather than the lowly YouTuber who's sitting in their home office, making something that they're really passionate about and excited about and putting a lot of work into. But like that attitude can be, because it seems like there's so many people who basically view like YouTubers, well, that's the lesser thing. That's the stepping stone to the real thing that I want to do, rather than an end in and of itself.
Absolutely.
always better, probably, to be a first-rate YouTuber instead of a second-rate filmmaker.
Well, it's funny because you could go for the whole like big fish in a small pond or whatever, but it's like it's not really that. It's just you're a fish in the pond that you like. It's a nice pond. It's and then the people are saying, yeah, but that other pond's better. It's like, I mean, you say that, but like this pond's real nice, you know. This pond's real nice, and I got access to plenty. What does like a regular fish eat? What do they eat? Other than smaller fish, potentially.
That was my first answer. Other fish, but they eat like
Oh, well-
plants, like algae. They eat little bugs and little bitty, like shrimps.
Krill.
maybe
As you can see,
crawdads, krill.
fish are not my
sometimes.
area of expertise when it comes to animals.
Algae
Alright?
and kelp.
Fish are friends.
Yeah, I
not
suppose so.
food.
Fish are friends and food, I guess, as well.
So rude.
Like if you are a YouTuber and you aspire to be a filmmaker, it might be worthy to ask yourself, what is it about being a filmmaker? What does that enable me to do that in a meaningful sense I can't actually do here? Is it
Well, yeah. Why would I
access
shop
to-
my film around to festivals rather than just throwing it up on YouTube for everybody to see for free? For instance,
Do you want to
like,
have access
why?
to famous actors? Do you need a big budget for your CGI things? I mean, what is it exactly that you're trying to move away from to get to that will what are you trying to enable yourself to do? Because as a YouTuber, you can write books. You can just sit down in front of your camera and say, I've been writing some ideas out for some plots and stuff, and sometimes I like to visit these and toss them at you guys and see what you think, and maybe you can tell me about these ideas and see if they're good or not. And you just tell people your ideas for your general concepts for things, or maybe those concepts make it into the reviews of what you're covering, like it often does when we're covering stuff, when we're talking about movies and shows. Our own ideas, they just bleed through into what we're talking about because we're, I think, pretty creative people.
I wonder if this is going to gradually destroy his channel, in that the big appeal of him is his honest takes on films, and he's openly admitted that he doesn't want to do that anymore. Now he's shown us a really bad example of that exact thing. And then he's going to release his film, and if it doesn't do well, or even if it's like good and doesn't get that much engagement, I wonder if he's going to have to, just by sheer financial reasons, go back to reviewing
crawling
movies.
back.
And it'll be at first under the guise of something, right? Like, oh no, this one's different because the creator has actually come out and said this, that, and the other thing. Or I decided to catch up on some older movies that are well out of, like, the creators of them are dead now, so I can do some fun reviews of that or something, but then eventually just slip back into what he was doing. I wonder if that'll happen.
Don't forget, you're here forever.
Well, it would be Thanos is like reviewing YouTube, stuff, and he's just like, your failure brought you back to me, sort of thing, right? Like it would be kind of poetic.
Chad has reminded me. He did do that. His Batman vs Superman script.
Oh
yeah,
my goodness!
That's right. The legendary
Ooh,
Batman v
we
Superman.
definitely covered that.
Tell that to Sod Snap Neck. It's a wonderful meme.
It's a
that
really
we see
good
pop up
meme.
even in our community.
It's a really
thank
funny
you,
meme.
Chatter, for reminding me of that.
That's the Bayoin meme for the stream. It relates.
Oh,
It's a great Chris Stuckmann drawing.
That is a good Chris Stuckmann art. Get Sturmanized.
I just I love that Angry Joe ended his comment with, "I want to get Stuckmanized." Like, you didn't
Art.
Stuckmanize this in the new one. You gotta Stuckmanize.
What does that even mean? Get stuck. What does that even mean at this point?
Just a vibe.
I don't know.
Just
It's a vibe.
feel it.
I feel like it means you're being like mind controlled into being.
I was about to
positive,
say it's like
you're
you're getting
being drugged.
assimilated, you
Yeah.
get dragged into the machine
Consumed.
and injected with the flames that transform
Yeah.
you into a Stuckmann.
What's the Aldous Huxley novel, Brave New World?
Mm-hmm.
Take your happy pills. Yeah.
Your Soma.
Take your Stuckmann eyes.
Take your Stuckmann pills so you can never be critical. Only happy thoughts here.
Well, before we wrap up, Jay Longbone, since you're the cause of all of this pain for so
Guest
many
of
people,
honor.
the disgusting monster that, just next time, just don't call him annoying. Just say, you know what, I have feelings about this, and then present it, and that's it. Maybe that will get you the chill. Or you should have said, I agree with him on almost every single thing he said, except, and then label everything he said, so that people don't get past that first sentence and they upvote you being like, yeah, I agree with him as well.
No, just
Yes, I
do
would
roundtable.
100% be a simp.
We should all literally
Yes,
be this.
Everyone literally should be just like Chris. No one's gonna do what he did, but sure.
Don't be critical of movie reviewers.
In any
Don't
case,
you know that's bad?
What are you up to? Tell peoples what's happening. Even though I was gonna say other than pissing off everybody.
Other than trying to make us watch more porn with you.
Yeah, well, that day is gonna come. There's another one of those. Remember, there's another one of those 365 days movies. So
thank goodness.
You better oil up. Anyway,
you gotta find out how it all ends. Together, so to speak.
Yeah. Anyway, I got a channel where I review stuff and react to stuff. Another video coming out later this week. So if you want to subscribe, you can look out for that. But yeah, check out my reviews and other videos. Enjoy.
Excellent. Wonderful. And of course, well, we mentioned a good old drinker, Gary, and Chris Gore was here for a few moments. He had lots of opinions. It's funny because like a lot of people wanted to talk about this, including them, and it was like, oh, this will be a perfect opportunity, but everybody was like super busy with all the different kinds of time zones and stuff. But someone who clearly wasn't was Capital Opinions. What are you up to? Tell people.
That's me.
Tell people right now.
All right. Well, we're streaming regularly now on Sundays. We did a stream like 2 weeks ago or something that Fringy and Rags joined for, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it
talking
was
about
fun.
Napoleon and Ridley Scott.
Ripped into a creative, so nice.
Don't say we. You weren't.
Yeah, you weren't there, Mahler.
Wait a minute. I said you ripped into a creative, you bastard.
I heard
then.
we.
That's okay then.
No,
he would say like Napoleon.
Never,
we.
I would never
like,
rip into a creative because that's not what you're supposed to do. I'd rip into the studio.
True.
The studio forced Ridley to say the mean things about the French.
Rip into the French Parliament.
Yeah, so regular streams on Sundays. Stay tuned for that. And then Devs is very, very close to done. I know you probably don't believe me, but it's true. Devs episode 4 coming soon.
Ooh. And
that's what I got.
Beautiful. Links to everyone's channels are in the description. We appreciate you all for what was quite a you guys really liked this episode, I think. At least that's what I'm gathering. It was
Chris always brings him in. Chris is quite a character.
And it was funny setting it up. I was like, all right, I'm gonna have to include his comment section. I obviously got the whole original point was just to look at what people said to Jay Longbow, and I was like, oh, I gotta have context. And then when I was listening to his video, I was like, what did the director even say about her own movie? I'll just go check. And then that's what I mean. Like the video just kept fucking growing in size. So I was like, oh, I should put that there, put that there, put that there. Then memes.
You must want to be a filmmaker.
Maybe. Who knows? But
you should wear a shirt.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Rags, Fringy, what did you guys want to say, if anything at all?
Not ready to say anything yet. I think I'm getting over a hump. Life has been very, very busy, a lot going on. But hopefully, you never know. Hopefully.
I'm just working. The current project is EFAP TV Halo Season 2, which has been... Woo! Oh, man. That and other things. You know the deal.
We have to watch 2 episodes in 2 days, Fringy. Are you excited?
Woo.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see the Fall of Reach. It's going to be really... I'm sure it's going to rival both The Fall of Reach, the novel, and Halo Reach in terms of its epicness and riveting storytelling.
Well,
but that's
also,
me, Editing Dungeon. You know
today, Loki should have come out, but obviously we were here in its place, so it'll go out tomorrow instead. Oh wait, this needs to go out too. I try not to do more than one upload per day. Fuck. What if I put this out?
Well, it could go out on EFAP, you know?
No, because that's when Fellowship of the Ring's coming out.
Oh, right, okay. Jeez, there's so much stuff, guys.
I guess we could do Friday. Loki Friday, everybody. I'll aim it to be complete before Friday Night Tights, so you don't have to pick between the legendary entertainment of both. I'll set her up so because this episode you're listening to right now will be out on Thursday, more than likely. Because I gotta upload it, get it ready, that sort of thing. Also, someone just said this stream was pointless. How was it pointless? We just went over like a million arguments from everyone.
We learned so much as a group.
Shit. Why you hear it?
Yeah, N-word. Listen, if you walked away from this stream thinking it was pointless, then I can see that you're probably a Chris Stuckmann fan, and you think that he's very insightful. I'm sorry.
On that note,
I'm sorry to feel that you think that. I disagree. I think there were many points.
what's going to happen is now Fellowship of the Ring will come out this Saturday because this episode will be this week's EFAP. Following week, it'll be the Sunday just after. No, wait, the Monday? No, Sunday. Basically, you're getting Fellowship, then a week, and then Two Towers, then a week, then Return of the King, then a week, and then all the mini movies. I think they're actually called mini movie or movies minis or some that me and Omega are figuring it out. Of which, like I said, there are either 26 or 7 of them, but plus the 3 Lord of the Rings and then the weeks. That's 30 weeks of Lord of the Rings stuff that you may or may not have seen.
That's
So
right.
that'll be
if
fun.
you watch those videos to see Sauron get Stuckmanized.
Ooh. But yeah, on that note, that's all I've got to say. You'll also get your Super Chat catch-ups are also coming out with any days that are free from uploads as well. Moolah is just pumping. Got all the stuff on it all the time. Still
right.
working through Loki. Who knows what else?
Chris Stuckmann might want to work for the big budget studios, but we at EFAP, we really know where the money and the support comes from. It comes from all of you. It comes from our incredible
Fine
audience
people
who
at home.
stuck with us. The
One of
fine people at home.
Bouncing from Loki to Halo to Lord of the Rings to Chris Stuckmann. That's just, look at that.
Yeah,
Content
we
abound.
need your super chats to pay for our BetterHelp therapists after watching Loki and Halo.
Oh, and also, because we haven't mentioned it in a couple of episodes, you got the EFAP Highlights channel is still just popping out all kinds of things. If you haven't yet subscribed, it's doing all kinds of things. You never know what's going to happen next. If you're a fan of EFAP, it's a fun thing to jump into, I think.
Yeah, the channel's really great. It's awesome to go and revisit a lot of EFAP moments because we've got quite a library at this point. It's great to go back a certain amount of years sometimes and see the origins of memes and old EFAPs and people we've covered. So even for us, good stuff.
There's it like bounces between the sort of cuts of the new stuff and then just random old stuff that pops in based on everyone's sort of requests and links in the comment section. If you just want to let the Wolf is the one that runs this channel know, then he'll try and get things done for you. Shorts come out even as well. As shocking as that is, it is possible that there are funnies that happen with under 30 seconds or whatever with us. Crazy. In any case, that's about it and all we got for the night. So we'll just say goodbye, everybody. Have yourselves a fun.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
See you later.
Day.
Have a
Bye.
great
See you
night,
later.
great day,
Bye,
great
bye, bye,
afternoon.
bye, bye.
Bye
dreams.
bye. Oh my goodness.